1. You'll never guess who I saw today. At her mother's comment, Carolyn James curbed an eye roll and plucked a biscuit from the basket on the table. She never won at this game, which had become a standard part of their weekly dinners. Judy James knew everyone in St. Louis, or so it seemed. I haven't a clue, Mom. Guess anyway. Fine, she'd play along as usual. It was the least she could do for the woman who'd been a rock during the months when grief had darkened her world, blinding her to everything but pain and loss. Without Mom, she would never have survived the tragedy that had changed her life forever and robbed the world of a gifted, caring man. Marlene Richards. Her mother's eyebrows shot up. Goodness, I haven't heard any news about Marlene in ages. Whatever made you think of her? I reviewed an obit today for a Stephanie Richards for the next edition of the paper. No relation, but it made me think of Marlene. She was an excellent teacher. A bit unconventional, but all the kids loved her. I wonder what she's doing these days. When she retired, she did a stint in the Peace Corps in Africa. She liked it so much she stayed. Last I heard, she was teaching primary school in a little village somewhere back in the bush. Carolyn shook her head and forked a bite of pot roast. How on earth do you keep tabs on so many people? I make it a point to stay connected. And speaking of staying connected, do you want to guess again? Nope. Carolyn swirled the piece of meat in the gravy. Then I'll tell you. David Sloan. Carolyn's hand froze halfway to her mouth. Her fiancé's brother was in town? Definitely not a name she would have guessed. And why would he be here anyway? Appetite vanishing, she set her fork down. Are you certain it was him? Yes. I was at the post office, and as I was leaving, I must have dropped my scarf. The next thing I knew, this nice young man came up from behind me and held it out. He looked familiar, but it took me a few seconds to place him. He didn't remember me, of course. We only met once, and under such sad circumstances. When I introduced myself, the oddest expression came over his face. Judy tilted her head. Very similar to the one on yours right now. Carolyn schooled her features into a neutral mask. I imagine he was surprised to run into you. It was more than that. Her mom continued to study her. Carolyn shifted in her seat. Whatever his reaction, it couldn't have been tinged by resentment, as hers may have been. While he likely recognized the role he may have played in Michael's death, he had no idea that she bore the lion's share of responsibility for the tragedy. No one did. Why is he here? She picked up her glass, steadying it with both hands when the water sloshed close to the edge. He moved here the first of the year for a new job. Mom scrutinized her, brow puckering. I'm sorry, honey. I didn't realize this would upset you so much. I didn't either. No point pretending otherwise. Mom would see through that pretense. But who knew his appearance would rattle her so much after 2 years? Mom reached over and patted her hand. We won't talk any more about it then. Except I did promise him I'd give you his regards. Now that I've done so, tell me about your day. Any hot news at the Chronicle? Switching gears wasn't easy, but prompted by her mother's questions, she was able to maintain the semblance of a conversation during the remainder of the meal. Yet later, while she drove home through the chilly March rain, a shiver rippled through her as memories came flooding back, resurrecting the numbing, debilitating grief she'd wrestled into submission, along with a kaleidoscope of unhealthy emotions that obviously had only been suppressed, not tamed. The rain intensified, obscuring her vision, and she flicked on her wipers. With one sweep, they brushed aside the drops of moisture, giving her a clear view of the road ahead. Too bad she couldn't banish the muddled emotions in her heart with the same ease. But they clung with a tenacity rivaling the ivy creeping up the side of her mother's brick bungalow, which had embedded itself with roots that penetrated even the tiniest cracks. As she pulled into her parking spot, she glanced at the light in the front window of her condo, timed to come on every day at 5 o'clock. Its golden warmth was a poor substitute for the embrace of the man she'd loved, but it lessened the gloom of coming home to darkness. She set the brake, exhaled. Letting David's presence in town upset her was foolish. St. Louis was a big city. The odds of them running into each other were small, despite his coincidental meeting with Mom. And she wasn't going to let his proximity undermine her progress. It had been months since she'd had to pull the car over because her hands started to shake. She didn't choke up anymore when she heard a song that reminded her of Michael. She didn't cry herself to sleep every night. And, once in a while, a whole day passed when she didn't think about what might have been. She was moving forward, as Michael would have wanted her to do. With his zest for life, he'd have encouraged her to get on with her life, to live, to love, and to laugh, to make every day count. Yet, based on her reaction to tonight's brief conversation, she was still light years away from reaching that goal. David Sloan angled into a parking place, set the brake, and read the sign a few doors down. County Chronicle. A wave of doubt swept over him, and he clenched his fingers around the wheel. Barging in on Carolyn unannounced could be a mistake, given her justifiably chilly attitude toward him at Michael's funeral. But it might be harder for her to refuse to see him if he showed up in the lobby than if he called for an appointment. He set the brake and scanned the busy suburban street that had retained a small-town flavor despite its proximity to the city center, with store names suggesting they were family operations. Nice to know that despite the megastores and conglomerates he'd helped create in his previous job, the entrepreneurial spirit continued to flourish. The door to the Chronicle opened and an older man emerged. David swallowed, peeled his fingers off the wheel, flexed them to restore circulation. There was no excuse to dawdle. He should go in and get this over with. Shoring up his resolve, he left his car behind and entered the building. "May I help you, sir?" A dark-haired woman at a reception desk greeted him from behind a nameplate that identified her as Mary Ramirez.
"Yes. Is Carolyn James in?"
"Do you have an appointment?"
"No, but I hope she'd be able to give me a few minutes."
"May I tell her what this is about?" The woman reached for the phone.
"Just say an old acquaintance would like to see her."
He gave the woman his name. She punched in a few numbers. "I'll be happy to ask, but she has a very full schedule." Not surprising. During his brief encounter with her mother, Judy James had said the managing editor position kept Carolyn busy. "Hi, Carolyn." The receptionist swiveled slightly away from him. "There's a David Sloan here who would like to see you. Can you spare a few minutes?" After several seconds ticked by, the woman's forehead crinkled. "Carolyn? Are you still there?" Uh-oh. If she'd been shocked speechless, that didn't bode well for the reception he was going to get, if he got one at all. "All right." The woman sent him a quick glance. "Yes, I'll let him know." She hung up and swung his direction again. "She'll be out in a couple of minutes. Have a seat while you wait." She waved toward a small grouping of furniture with a coffee table in the middle. He exhaled. One hurdle cleared, but there were more to come. Fighting a case of nerves worse than any he'd experienced in his previous life, brokering high-stakes mergers and acquisitions, when hundreds of millions of dollars had sometimes hung in the balance, he quashed the urge to pace and sat instead. 3 minutes turtled by. 5. 10. Had she changed her mind about granting him an audience? Maybe. If so, he'd have to resort to a letter. Not ideal for an apology, nor for passing on the medallion resting in the pocket of his sport coat, its weight pressed against his heart. But if she didn't want to see him, there was... A click sounded, and the door to the inner offices opened. An instant later, Carolyn stepped through. looking as gorgeous as he remembered. Struggling to rein in his accelerating pulse, he took a discreet inventory as he rose. She still radiated the style and poise she displayed at their first meeting. Her jade green silk blouse, tucked into a slim black skirt, and a delicate gold necklace that dipped into the hollow of her throat were class personified. Although her lustrous, shoulder-skimming hair was a bit longer than it had been back then, it was the same rich brown laced with glints of gold, bronze, and copper. But there were also changes. Faint, vertical creases above her nose, fine lines feathering from the corners of her lashes, a deep, lingering sadness in her hazel eyes, and the almost palpable aura of tension and wariness that radiated from her. This wasn't going to be easy. "Hello, David." The corners of her taut lips rose as she moved toward him and extended her hand. He took it, the chill in her fingers seeping into his skin.
Thank you for seeing me.
"I'm afraid I don't have much time."
I won't stay long, but running into your mother yesterday reminded me that I owed you a visit.
"She told me she saw you. How is your mother doing?" He tried not to wince at the rote, polite question. The disagreement he'd had with Michael over their mother's care, culminating in a huge argument the night before his brother died, would always be among his biggest regrets.
She passed away a year ago. The Alzheimer's progressed much faster than anyone anticipated.
Carolyn's features softened. "I'm sorry."
Thank you. The speed was shocking, but in many ways it was a blessing. Alzheimer's is a terrible disease. It robs people of everything that made them who they were. In the end, she didn't know me anymore or remember anything about the past. The mother I knew left months before her physical body stopped functioning.
I've read how difficult Alzheimer's can be on the loved ones left behind. I'm sorry you had to go through that experience alone. Of course, Carolyn would know there'd been no one to comfort him during that difficult period. Michael would have told her they didn't have other relatives, that both of their parents had been only children, and that their father had died years before.
It's been hard.
I can imagine. Again, I'm sorry. She motioned toward the door behind her. I do have to get back to my desk. Was there something you wanted to talk about? She wasn't going to invite him to her office. Bad news. What he had to say wasn't for public consumption.
Yes.
He glanced at the receptionist and dropped his voice.
Is there somewhere private we could speak?
A beat ticked by as the twin creases on her forehead deepened. I suppose we could go back to my office, but I do have a phone interview scheduled in a few minutes.
I'll be brief.
Without responding, she turned and led the way to the inner door, holding up an ID card to the scanner. After a click, she pulled the door open. He followed her through an office that was much more modern and expansive than the quaint exterior of the building suggested. Energy thrummed in the newsroom as she charted a zigzag course among the honeycomb of cubicles. When they reached her glass-enclosed office, she stepped aside and motioned him in, then followed and closed the door behind her.
Busy place. I didn't expect a small community newspaper to have such a high activity level.
The Chronicle isn't small. It's the second largest paper in the city, next to the Post-Dispatch, and we continue to acquire smaller community newspapers. She moved to her chair, putting the desk between them, but remained standing. I don't need to tell you how mergers and acquisitions work, though. You deal with them every day.
Not anymore. I took a new job a couple of months ago as executive director of Uplink, an organization that pairs gifted high school students in problem environments with mentors for summer internships. That's why I moved to St. Louis. But it seems you've changed direction too. I thought you'd be back at the Associated Press by now.
Her eyes went flat. No, I've seen enough blood, sweat, and tears to last a lifetime. This job suits me fine. She checked her watch. Message received.
I know you're on a tight schedule, so I'll get straight to the reason for my visit.
He withdrew the tissue-wrapped medallion from the pocket of his jacket.
I found this among Michael's things. A few weeks after the bombing, AP sent me the personal effects that had been returned by the authorities. I noticed this, but didn't give it more than a cursory look until I was packing for the move. I spotted the initials and realized you must have given it to him. I thought you should have it.
He handed it across her desk. She took it, her still cool fingers brushing his. Slowly unwrapped the tissue until the small pewter anchor on a chain was exposed. Her breath hitched as she stared down at it. Then she groped for the arm of her chair and lowered herself to the seat. I thought this had disappeared in the chaos. She turned the anchor over, hands shaking, traced the inscription with her finger. David knew what it said. He'd read it multiple times. CMJ to MWS. I gave this to Michael the Christmas we got engaged. Her throat worked. He always told me I was his anchor, that I kept him stable through the storms of life. After I gave this to him, he never took it off. He said it was his good luck charm. Her voice choked on the last word, and she dipped her chin. David swallowed past the pressure in his throat. No doubt they were sharing the same thought. It hadn't brought Michael luck the day he'd been killed. He drew a steadying breath. It was time to offer his long overdue apology.
There's something I've been wanting to say to you for 2 years, Carolyn.
He shoved one hand in the pocket of his slacks and fisted his hand.
You knew about the argument Michael and I had about Mom the night before he died, right? And that our relationship had been strained for several weeks?
Yes.
Then you know I bear at least some of the blame for his death. He was upset the last time we talked, and I'm sure he was distracted when he went out on assignment the next day. I've lived with that guilt since he was killed. I just want you to know how sorry I am for the role I played in the tragedy that not only took his life, but changed yours forever.
As his apology hung in the air between them, a parade of emotions swept across her face. Grief, remorse, uncertainty, resignation. But no anger or rejection. Not the reaction he'd expected. At last, she sighed and waved a hand toward the chair across from her desk. Why don't you sit for a minute? Also unexpected. But he did as she asked. I agree that your argument with Michael may have distracted him, caused him to be less aware of his surroundings than usual. I've often thought about that since he died, and I resented you for it. I guess I still do, to some degree. But the truth is, I bear far more blame than you do for what happened to him. He squinted at her as he tried to make sense of that. What do you mean? Michael shouldn't have been in the marketplace that day. It was supposed to be me. I was working on a hot story, but I got sick. He volunteered to meet my contact for me. Her irises began to shimmer. I was the one who should have been killed by the suicide bomber. As the ramifications of her revelation sank in, David's gut clenched. For 2 years, the woman across from him had borne a burden of remorse vastly greater than his. The man she'd loved had done her a favor, had taken her place, and he'd been killed. She lived because Michael had died, meaning she'd been dealing with a boatload of guilt along with her grief. But that guilt was undeserved.
What happened wasn't your fault. You couldn't help getting sick.
No, but I shouldn't have let that stop me. I should have sucked it up and gone. It was my responsibility, not Michael's. From what he'd gleaned about the woman across from him during their few encounters and Michael's comments about her, responsibility was her middle name. If she'd been able to go, she'd have gone.
How sick were you?
She shrugged. I had a bad virus.
Shakes, nausea, high fever. In other words, you needed to stay in bed. That's what Michael said. He was right. No, she shook her head. I should have pushed myself and gone. Instead, I took the easy way out. The fact is, it should have been me who died. Do you think that's what he would have wanted? At his quiet question, she looked down at her desk, touched the anchor medallion. No, her voice rasped. He'd have taken my place in a heartbeat, even if he'd known what was coming. He never put himself first. But I can't get past the fact that he died because of me. Maybe God had other plans for you. A muscle twitched beside her eye as she looked at him, then slowly shook her head. Thanks for trying, but I don't see how there could be any greater purpose to my life than to Michael's. I'm good at my job, but his work was Pulitzer Prize quality. Not everyone's purpose is... As her phone rang, cutting him off, she motioned to it and stood. That will be my interview. Thanks for coming by. She reached for the phone. He was being dismissed. Which should be fine. He'd done what he'd come to do. Yet as he said goodbye and wove back through the newsroom toward the front door, the closure he'd hoped to find eluded him. All he felt was a vexing disappointment that he'd never have an excuse to see Carolyn James again. Chapter 2. You're up next, Allison. What's the latest on signing up mentoring organizations? As Uplink Board Chairman Mark Holton turned to the woman next to him, David gave her his full attention. Several more businesses have agreed to take on student interns over the summer, but a significant number of the companies I contacted had never heard of Uplink. I've run into the same issue with my outreach efforts at schools. David tapped his pen on the table. Some of the administrators are familiar with the program, but most of the students aren't. More coverage in local media could help. I agree. Mark turned to Rachel Harris, the publicity chairperson. Have we pitched any stories in the past few weeks? Not since the Post did that piece last fall. I could try the Chronicle. It has a wide reach. I can make a cold call, but if anyone has a connection there, it would be helpful. I know the managing editor. As the words fell from his mouth, David frowned. Why on earth had he blurted that out? Much as he'd like to see Carolyn again, it had been clear she wasn't interested in further contact. Excellent, Mark nodded. Could you touch base with her? Rachel can follow up, but it may help if you pave the way. Or not. Yet short of explaining his link to Carolyn, he was left with no option but to agree. I'll call her later this week. That works. Now why don't you bring us up to date on your outreach efforts at the schools? As David gave them a quick overview of his busy schedule of visits to area high schools, he highlighted a few institutions in the most troubled parts of the city, where he'd put a great deal of effort into recruiting participants. When he ticked off the names, a few board members shifted in their seats and exchanged uneasy glances. Is there a problem? David scanned the group. Mark supplied the answer. You haven't been in town long, so we understand you're still getting the lay of the land. The schools you mentioned have gang problems, and it may be difficult finding suitable candidates, as your predecessor discovered. That's why he backed off. Plus, if any of them cause trouble at their assigned businesses, it could hinder our efforts to solicit more involvement from the community. And if they succeed, it would help our cause. It's the if we're worried about. David folded his hands on the table in front of him and did his best to maintain an even tone. I thought the mission of Uplink was to reach out to gifted students who were in environments that might sabotage their continued education, to offer them an opportunity to develop their talents and encourage them to continue in school by giving them role models and experience in a real-world setting, to provide them with a taste of the kind of life they might have if they persevere despite the obstacles that their present situations might present. Did I misunderstand? Because if he had, this wasn't the job for him after all. No, that's the mission. But if we recruit the wrong students, that will sabotage our effort. Understood. However, unless we offer this program to those who need it most, we're doing a disservice to that mission. David has a point. All heads swiveled toward Reverend Steve Dembski, one of the charter board members. If we play this too safe, the program loses its meaning. Let's not forget that we were heading in that direction under our former director. We brought David in to make the program more dynamic and cutting edge. I don't think we want to tie his hands at this point. We need to trust his judgment and have confidence he won't take risks that put Uplink in danger. David telegraphed a silent thank you to his college roommate, who'd not only told him about this job, but recommended him to the board. Steve's willingness to put himself on the line over an issue that was stickier than David had expected was heartening. Your points are well taken, Reverend. Mark turned to the other members of the board. Do we need any further discussion on this? When those seated around the table shook their heads, he nodded. All right. I'll see y'all next month. Same time, same place. The rustle of paper, muted conversation, and the scrape of chairs signaled the end of the meeting. David stood, gathered up his notes, and made his way toward Steve. Thanks for the vote of confidence. His friend flashed him a smile. Just don't blow it, or we'll both be out on our ear. Ha! No pressure there. I'm only kidding. I trust your instincts. But if you need a second opinion about any of your candidates, I'll be glad to talk to them too. I may take you up on that. Call me next week and we'll go out for pizza. Monica will be in Chicago for a conference, and I'll be scavenging for food. You could learn to cook. The expression of horror on his friend's face was almost comical. Are you kidding? My culinary forays have been a disaster. In fact, Monica has banned me from the stove and the oven when she's home. Trust me, she'll be glad if I eat out instead of messing up her kitchen. So call me. Deal. Steve grew more serious. Listen, don't worry about today's meeting. The board has always tended to err on the side of caution, but the members are working on that. Intellectually, they realize that nothing worth doing is accomplished without some risk, but it'll take a little time for that understanding to reach their hearts. In the meantime, follow your instincts. When another board member claimed Steve's attention, David said his goodbyes and headed for the door, uneasiness dogging his steps. Was he pushing too hard? If he made a wrong step, he could be booted, just as his predecessor had been. I thought that was more than a bit disconcerting after the cushy job and financial security he'd given up. Still, the urge to do something else, something that made a difference in lives instead of balance sheets, had been too strong to ignore. And when it had been followed by Steve's call 6 months ago, alerting him to an upcoming opening at Uplink, the opportunity had seemed almost providential. So, he'd taken the leap. Hopefully, he wasn't also about to leap into unemployment. I have David Sloan on the line for you. Do you want to take the call? As the receptionist's voice came over the phone, Carolyn's heart stuttered. What was this all about? When David had walked out the door last week, it had felt like goodbye. Like she'd never see him again. Which would have been fine, considering it had taken her days to rebury the painful memories the encounter had dredged up. And truth be told, he hadn't seemed any more comfortable during that exchange than she'd been. Meaning whatever had prompted him to reach out again must be important. Carolyn? Gripping the phone tighter, she took a deep breath. She needed to be mature about this, not stick her head in the sand and hope he went away. Go ahead and put him through, Mary. Thanks. A second later, David's voice came over the line. Carolyn? Hi. This is unexpected. For me, too. But we had a discussion earlier this week at the Uplink board meeting about the need for publicity, and I offered to contact you to see if the Chronicle might be interested in running a piece about the organization.
Ah, this was a business call. That was much easier to deal with. As the stiffness in her shoulders eased, she reached for a pen and pad of paper. We're always looking for story leads. But I have to confess, until you mentioned it last week, I'd never heard of Uplink.
That's the problem. Not enough people have. And that hampers our ability to fully realize our mission.
Which is? While he expanded on what he'd told her during his visit, she took notes.
We target gifted high school juniors in difficult environments and match them with mentors in participating businesses for summer internships to provide them with a taste of a real-world work environment. We hope the experience gives them not only a stimulating summer job, but an incentive to continue with their education. Then we follow up with ongoing support to ensure that we don't lose them after their internships.
Sounds worthwhile.
We think so. But the organization is only 3 years old. There's a lot more we could do if this takes off. For that to happen, though, we have to heighten awareness.
What sort of article did you have in mind? News? Feature?
Frankly, I think we'll take anything we can get. But Rachel Harris, who handles publicity and communication, can follow up with more information if you're interested in pursuing this. My role was to get a foot in the door.
Consider it done. Carolyn jotted the woman's name down, then laid the pen aside. Have her call me. We ought to be able to come up with an interesting angle for an article.
That would be great. Thanks.
Like I said, we're always looking for stories. She could end the conversation here, keep the exchange focused on business. But the temptation to find out a bit more about how he'd gotten involved with the group proved too strong to resist. This seems far removed from your previous job. That was innocuous enough. He could provide details or not. His choice. She almost hoped he'd shut down the conversation. But he didn't.
It is. I'd been doing a fair amount of soul-searching for the past few years, and I began to feel a need to do something with my life that had more purpose than just making a lot of money.
Her lips flexed. Michael used to say almost exactly the same thing.
I know. Maybe that's one of his legacies to me. I sure didn't inherit his sense of adventure, his willingness to take risks, or his go-with-the-flow attitude.
Michael was one of a kind.
I won't argue with that. Well, I'll let you go. Expect a call from Rachel soon.
I will, and good luck with Uplink. After they said their goodbyes, Carolyn ended the call, propped her elbow on the desk, and rested her chin in her palm. Why had she prolonged their call? Was it because contact with David made her feel in some way connected to Michael? After all, she and David were the ones who had known and loved him best. Yes, Mom had been a wonderful sounding board over the past 2 years, but she had no first-hand knowledge of Michael beyond that brief Christmas visit to both families. David, on the other hand, had years' worth of memories of Michael. Perhaps, on a subconscious level, she wanted to tap into them, to supplement her own memories of the man she'd loved, who'd talked of his past only on rare occasions. And maybe she'd also wanted to shore up her own memories. Furrowing her brow, she began to doodle on the notepad beside her. The truth was, without the aid of a photo, it was growing harder to picture the face of the man she'd loved. The sound of his voice was fading too, along with the unique huskiness of his laugh. He was slipping away bit by bit, and there didn't seem to be a thing she could do to stop the erosion of her memories. Perhaps she'd added a personal note to her conversation with David in order to connect to the one man who had the best chance of keeping Michael alive for her. Why else would she have extended the call? But what did it matter? It wasn't as if he'd given any indication he'd call again, nor was he likely to make a habit of dropping by. The best plan was to forget about him and go back to work. Carolyn set her pen down and glanced at the margin of the notepad where she'd jotted the information about Uplink. It was filled with doodles, but one jumped out at her. It was a heart, or half a heart. Her pen must have drifted off the page as she'd drawn that one. How appropriate, for that was exactly what she felt like, now that Michael was gone. The other half of her heart had died along with him, and no matter how many times she saw David, there was nothing he could do to fix that. Here's the key information I found on Uplink, and I asked Mitch about the organization too. Tess Jackson laid the material on Carolyn's desk. She waved the assistant editor into a seat across the desk. It would be helpful to hear her husband's take on the organization. The innovative work done by the cop-turned-high school principal had drawn statewide notice, and his personal interventions had steered dozens of wayward students back to the right path. Did he know anything? Not very much. The program isn't targeted to the zip codes in this area, but he made a few calls and, in general, heard glowing reports from his colleagues. He thought it would make a worthy feature. I do, too. After a quick scan of the material, Carolyn leaned back in her chair and steepled her fingers. What kind of angle do you propose? Human interest. I think we should include some history of Uplink, but put the spotlight on a couple of the students who've been through the program and talk about what a difference it made in their lives. We'd want to include interviews with the businesses that were involved, the students, the executive director, and the chairman. I'm on board with that. Who should we assign? I wouldn't mind tackling this one. I think I have a feel for the subject, thanks to Mitch's work. Or you could do it. After that series you wrote on gangs last year, you've got an understanding of the problems out there and the need for intervention. This could be a meaty piece, and you like to dig into those. That was true. But despite her impetuous attempt to move her discussion yesterday with David beyond the business level, there were more downsides than upsides to staying in touch with Michael's brother. Every time she saw him, it reminded her of her loss, and nothing positive could come of that. No, you do it. I'll refer Rachel Harris to you when she calls. All right, I'll dive in as soon as we hear from her. Any special timing on this? Carolyn checked the run list for features. There was a piece about homeschooling scheduled for 2 editions down the road that was timeless. Shifting it to later in the schedule would open up a slot. If we bump the homeschool piece back a week, we could run the Uplink feature in its place. Do you think you can have it ready by then? Assuming the Uplink people contact us in the next day or two, that shouldn't be a problem. Let's shoot for that. But the deadline isn't written in stone. We can move it later in the schedule if necessary. Got it. Anything else? No, that should do it. Let me know if you run into any snags. Carolyn swiveled back toward her computer. Will do. How's the budget coming? Tess rose. She grimaced. I didn't go into journalism to crunch numbers. Somebody has to do it, and better you than me. Thanks for the sympathy. At least the budget will distract you from the nasty letters we've been getting about that story we ran on the group home for juvenile offenders. Tess crossed to the office door. True. I'll never understand why people complain about objective articles. Maybe the neighbors don't like having that home in their area, but they acted like our coverage was an endorsement. You need a thick skin in this business. Criticism goes with the job. I know. Happy accounting. As Tess disappeared out the door, Carolyn shifted her attention back to the spreadsheet in front of her. Hopefully, the budget work would distract her not only from the can of worms that article had caused, but also from David. Because despite his calm, steady, in-control demeanor, his presence in her life had been frustratingly disruptive. And the last thing she needed after the previous 2 chaotic years was more disruption. Chapter 3. As Principal Charles Eliot introduced him from behind the lectern on stage, David surveyed the students in the high school auditorium. Most looked bored and made no pretense of listening, Others scribbled in notebooks or stared into space. Some seemed to be surreptitiously texting. Out of the 100 or 150 juniors, maybe 10% were semi-engaged, tops. About the same percentage he'd run into in many of the schools in problem-plagued neighborhoods. But if this presentation went as well as previous ones, that percentage would double or even triple. He couldn't ask for more than that. Besides, they only had places for 25 students in the program this summer. When the principal finished, to tepid applause, David sent an encouraging glance to the 2 former Uplink students seated beside him on the stage, then rose and moved forward. He shook the man's hand, pulled the microphone from its stand, and came out from behind the lectern.
Good afternoon. As Mr. Elliott said, I'm David Sloan, the Executive Director of Uplink. With me today are 2 students who've participated in our program. For the next 45 minutes, we'd like to talk with you about an opportunity that could change your life forever.
Speaking with passion, conviction, and enthusiasm, David explained the principles behind Uplink and spoke of the successes already documented by the program. The testimonials from the 2 students, who were now attending college on scholarships, were also powerful, making it clear that for committed students, Uplink opened doors to a future that would otherwise have been inaccessible. Neither they nor David made it sound easy, because it wasn't. It took talent and dedication to get in, and the rigorous screening and ongoing evaluation process intimidated a lot of kids. Plus, participation required hard work. But for those who persevered, the rewards were great. By the time they finished, a good 25% of the students in the audience had been captivated enough to at least pay attention. Not bad. If 5 or 6 ended up applying, today's outreach would be a success. As usual, he stayed after the presentation ended in case any of the students wanted to speak with him one-on-one. Only a couple came forward. Not surprising in this part of the city, where drugs and gangs were rampant and academics wasn't always valued or supported at home. It took guts to publicly acknowledge an interest in a program like Uplink. Most of those who decided to apply would follow up without fanfare, in confidence. As he thanked the 2 students who had accompanied him, David turned to find Charles Elliott approaching. The man took David's hand in a firm grip.
I appreciate your visit today. I expect you'll hear from a few of the students. I hope so. I understand we've had a couple of students from here in the program every year since its inception. That's right. I'm a great believer in Uplink, and I talk it up whenever I get the chance. Can I walk you out? Thanks.
David reached for his leather jacket, which he'd slung over the back of his folding chair, and slid his arms into the sleeves as they headed toward the exit. The assembly had marked the end of the school day for the juniors, and they'd cleared out with a speed that rivaled a race car in the home stretch. The rest of the students had been dismissed 10 or 15 minutes earlier. As he and the principal walked down the long, deserted corridor toward the exit, their footsteps echoed in the silence. A classroom door opened as they passed, and a woman in a paint-spattered smock, her short black hair a mass of tight curls, spoke when she caught sight of them. "Oh, Charles, I'm glad I caught you. Do you have a second to sign that exhibit application?"
Of course. He turned back to David. Sorry for the delay. Sylvia is the art teacher, and she's trying to get some of our students' work included in a traveling exhibition sponsored by a national company. Take your time. I'm in no hurry.
While he waited, David examined the artwork in a variety of mediums that hung in the hallway near the classroom door. After perusing a striking abstract watercolor, he moved on to a pen and ink sketch of a mother and child, their poignant expressions designed to tug at the heartstrings. But it was the next series of 3 black and white photographs that mesmerized him. The first was a portrait of an older woman wearing wire-rimmed glasses, her close-cropped black hair peppered with gray. She sat in front of a window, a bit off-center, at a chipped formica table, one side of her face in sharp relief, the other shadowed. One work-worn hand rested on the Bible in her lap, the other lay beside a daffodil on the scratched surface of the table. Behind her, the paint on the walls was flaking, the windowsill scarred. Part of a calendar was visible, and the photograph of the month featured a quiet, peaceful country lane bordered by apple trees laden with blossoms. The photographer had titled the photo, Beauty. The next shot was just as powerful. Two small children in mismatched clothes sat on a concrete stoop. The low angle of the shot drew the eye upward, past the broken windows of a dingy apartment building to the open expanse of sky above. The children's raised faces were illuminated with an almost transcendent light as they watched the clouds drifting overhead. It bore the title, Imagine. The last picture also displayed a masterful use of light and a stellar aptitude for composition. There were no people visible in the shot, just the shadow of a man, his hand extended toward another smaller shadow that was reaching up to him. The dark outline stretched across a good part of the frame, covering the broken bottles and garbage that littered the foreground. They were poised at the base of a flight of steps that led upward and out of the frame to a higher unknown and unseen place. The camera had caught them as they prepared to ascend. It was titled, Together. Though the images were stark and bleak at first glance, and the subjects were different, they shared a powerful common theme. Hope, captured in a simple but dramatic and symbolic style. Wow! And reminiscent in many ways of Michael's evocative work. Thanks to his brother, David could appreciate the potential and power of a camera in the hands of a master. It was clear the photographer of these images, like Michael, had the ability to touch hearts, to communicate messages that continued to resonate long after people put the photo aside.
They're amazing, aren't they?
As Charles rejoined him, David turned to the principal.
The very word that came to my mind. Were these done by a student? Yes, Jared Poole. They were part of an art assignment for Sylvia's junior class. I hope he plans to pursue his talent. Doubtful.
Charles sighed.
He got involved with a gang a couple of years ago, and he's had some minor run-ins with the law. Nothing too serious yet, but he's heading in the wrong direction. Truancy has also been an issue. He has great gifts, including strong writing skills, but he doesn't make school a priority. That's too bad. What's the family situation like?
Since taking the job at Uplink, David had already learned that without support at home, there was little chance problem students would buckle down at school.
Not the best. His father disappeared before he was born. His mother died of a drug overdose when Jared was about 8. It's just been him and his grandmother ever since. I've met her, and it's obvious she loves him. But she works nights, cleaning offices, so Jared is on his own a great deal. The gang became a surrogate family for him. I've tried to talk to him, but I don't think I've gotten through. I did hear through the grapevine that he's trying to break his gang ties, but even if that's true, it's not easy to do. I've heard similar stories since joining Uplink. I wish I could do more to help kids like that. Don't we all? I'm sure not in this job for the big bucks.
After flashing him a weary smile, the principal quickly grew serious again.
The wasted potential is heartbreaking, but we can only do so much. I hear you.
And the best he could do was pour his heart and soul into Uplink in the hope that his efforts would make a difference in at least a few lives. Charles led the way toward the front door, sending him off with a firm handshake and another thank you.
Let me know if any of our students contact you. I'll be glad to give you my thoughts on whether they'd be a fit for Uplink. I'll do that.
As David stepped outside, a gust of bitter March wind assaulted him. Then he turned up his collar, stuck his hands in the pockets of his jacket. Late afternoon shadows from the chain-link fence around the school slanted across the buckled sidewalk, and dilapidated buildings, crumbling concrete, and rusty metal dominated the landscape. The place reeked of decay and despair. But inside the building behind him, captured in those stark black and white photos, hope lived amidst the gloom and desperation around him. And as he walked to his car, he sent a silent plea heavenward that the young man who had captured it in those incredible images would also find a way to incorporate it into his life. At a knock on her office door, Carolyn looked up. "Come in, Tess. What's up?" "Sorry to interrupt, but Bruce was injured at school. Some scenery he was painting for the school play fell, and he needs a few stitches. Mitch is taking him to urgent care, and I'd like to meet them there." Of course. You don't need to ask permission. Just go." "The thing is, I was supposed to attend a presentation today by David Sloan at one of the high schools and then interview him afterward at his office. That was the last interview I needed for the story. If I have to reschedule, I'll miss the deadline." Carolyn mentally ran through the options. She could offer to do the interview and pass her notes on to Tess. After all, they'd tag-teamed complex stories in the past. The downside? She'd have to see David again. The other option was to reschedule the story. The homeschooling piece was finished and could be dropped into the uplink slot with no problem. That would delay the uplink story by a week, but they'd made no promises about when it would appear. Easy decision. "Let's reschedule the story." Carolyn took a sip from the can of soda on her desk. "Okay, I'll give him a call." The matter decided, Carolyn went back to editing next week's edition. A few minutes later, Tess reappeared. Sorry to cause problems, but David Sloan says he only has one more presentation, and it's not for another week. If we put this off, we'll have to push the story to later in April." Drat. The only feature in reserve was the homeschooling piece. If she used it for the next issue, they'd need the uplink story for the following edition. Either that, or she'd have to scramble to come up with another meaty feature. Her options disappeared. "I'll cover for you today." "Are you sure?" Tess's forehead wrinkled. "If it's a huge problem, I could let Mitch deal with the emergency alone. He and Bruce are tight." True as that might be, Tess needed to be with her son. While he was on the straight and narrow now, the two of them had had a rough stretch after Tess was downsized out of her job at a small-town Missouri newspaper 3 years ago. Thankfully, she'd found a new life here and a new love in Mitch, who'd helped her get her son back on the right path after he fell in with the wrong group. "Go ahead. Don't worry about it. Emergencies happen. Give me the details and I'll handle this." Tess folded her arms. "Have I told you lately that you're a great boss?" Warmth crept up Carolyn's neck. "Work is important, but family comes first. Let David know I'll be taking your place. Then get out of here. Thanks for understanding." As Tess made a hasty exit, Carolyn leaned back in her chair. Funny. She hadn't always been as understanding about personal obligations. Once upon a time, work had been her top priority. That's why she'd risen through the ranks of journalism and nabbed a top spot. Her personal life had always taken second place to getting the story. And then she'd met Michael. Her lips curved into a melancholy smile. While the man she'd loved had been committed to his work and passionate about truth, he'd also had perspective, recognizing the critical importance of balance. He'd worked hard, but he'd also made time for other things. And for people. Always people. Maybe that's why he'd been able to portray even the most horrible circumstances with empathy and compassion. To infuse the rawest situations with humanity, putting a face on tragedy in a way that touched people and softened even the most cynical hearts. That had been his gift. Given his work with Uplink, David also seemed to have a deep wellspring of compassion and empathy, which made their disagreement about their mother's care and the argument the night before Michael's death even more unfathomable. But that was a conundrum for another day. Right now, she had an interview to do. And while she didn't relish another encounter with David, she was a professional. She'd treat this just like any other work assignment. And once she was finished, there'd be no reason for their paths to cross again. Tess would write the article, the Chronicle would run it, and Uplink would have the publicity it had sought. End of story. She was here. As Carolyn entered the back of the auditorium, David homed in on her from his seat on the stage. She was easy to spot, her fair complexion an anomaly in this zip code, the glints of copper in her hair shimmering in the overhead light. Once seated in the last row, she withdrew a tablet from her large shoulder bag, flipped it open, and looked toward the stage. Her lips rose a hair in response to the smile he sent her, sending a tiny flutter through his nerve endings. The same response her smile had always produced since the day Michael brought her home. A reaction that hadn't been appropriate then, nor was it appropriate now. 2 years ago, she'd been his brother's fiancé. Now she was a grief-stricken ex-fiancé whose love for his brother was clearly as strong as ever, and who was here today for professional, not personal, reasons. He needed to get a handle on his reaction to her, unmuted by the passage of time. He was 35 years old, for crying out loud, not a teenager whose hormones could be whipped into a frenzy by the mere sight of a pretty face and big, appealing hazel eyes. As the principal stepped up to the lectern, David forced himself to recalibrate. He was here to recruit students for a program that could change their lives, and that deserved his full attention. For the next 45 minutes, he needed to focus on that. Shifting gears required a yeoman's effort, but once he began talking, his enthusiasm for the program and his passion for the principles it represented took center stage. Once the presentation wound down and the students were dismissed, he made his way over to Carolyn, who was waiting at the back door.
Thanks for coming on such short notice.
It wasn't a problem. Tess and I have worked together on other stories.
Her text said her son had been injured?
I don't think it's anything serious. A cut that may need a few stitches. But he went through a difficult stretch a few years ago, so she tries extra hard to be there for him. Teenage years can be hard.
I'm seeing the truth of that every day in this job. Her attention and support is commendable. I wish more parents followed her lead. If they did, fewer teens would look elsewhere for validation and direction.
I know. She adjusted the shoulder strap on her bag. I did a series a year ago on gang culture, about the power gangs exert over their members and how gangs become a surrogate family in the absence of a real one. The problem of uninvolved parents is significant, and not just in this part of town.
It makes you wonder why some people have kids if they aren't willing to take on the responsibilities of parenthood.
Mitch Jackson, Tess's husband, could give you an earful on that subject. He's the principal at one of the high schools in a more affluent area of the city. His stories about uninvolved parents are unbelievable. David shook his head.
Throw in a cycle of poverty and a culture that doesn't value education, and the problem is only exacerbated. It's an uphill battle for sure. But at least Uplink is trying to offer a few kids a way out.
He motioned toward the exit.
Are you ready to go?
Yes. As they left the auditorium and walked down the hall toward the front door, Carolyn reached into her bag for her keys.
Where are you parked?
David pushed open the main door and followed her out. Just down the street.
I'll walk you to your car.
Thanks, but that's not necessary.
Yes, it is. This isn't the best part of town.
She gave the neighborhood a quick scan. I've been in worse places. That was true. According to Michael, she'd spent 2 years on the crime beat for a paper in Atlanta, 3 years in D.C. covering politics, then taken on domestic and European assignments for AP before being stationed in a hot zone in the Middle East. How Michael had managed to live with the knowledge that the woman he loved was putting herself in danger day in and day out was beyond him.
I'll walk with you anyway.
The late afternoon sunlight highlighted a small scar on her forehead near her hairline, and he tapped his own temple.
Is this a souvenir of one of those places?
No. She started down the sidewalk, and he fell into step beside her. This is of more recent vintage.
Accident?
A beat ticked by before she responded. Not exactly. She pointed to her car. I'm right here. I've already put the uplink address in my phone. I'll see you there in about 15 minutes. What did not exactly mean? Since she didn't appear receptive to further questions, he opened her door, watched her drive away, and tried to tamp down the flutter of attraction he thought he'd long ago corralled. Shoving his hands into his pockets, he wandered toward his car, staying alert to the environment even as his thoughts remained on the intriguing woman who'd captivated him during that unforgettable holiday season when they'd met. While the vivid spark in her hazel eyes had been tempered by grief and loss, the innate kindness he'd picked up during that visit, when she'd been so patient and kind with his failing mother, was still evident, as was her generous spirit, lively intelligence, and her passion for her work. But she'd been his brother's fiancé, and time hadn't dimmed her love for him, meaning she was as off-limits now as she'd been 2 years ago, like it or not. That had been impressive, both the program and the man. Carolyn flipped on her blinker and hung a right as she drove toward David's office. Amazing how he'd won over a significant portion of the audience that had been largely unreceptive when he'd started his talk, thanks to his dynamic and engaging presentation and his obvious sincerity and commitment. No small feat in an environment where gangs predominated and outsiders were viewed with suspicion. Yet there'd been an appreciable change in the mood in the auditorium as he spoke about Uplink. And a disturbing change in her mood as well. It had almost felt like attraction. Frowning, she signaled a lane change and eased to the right. That was ridiculous, of course. They'd only met a few times. She hardly knew him. Besides, while his involvement with Uplink suggested he was a caring man, that wasn't consistent with the way he'd treated his mother. How could he break a promise both brothers had made to her and disregard Michael's wishes? Major disconnect. Yet she couldn't deny the little tingle that had rippled through her at the concern in his eyes when he'd noticed the scar on her temple. And that was wrong. Just plain wrong. David was Michael's brother, for pity's sake, and Michael had given up his life for her by taking her place that day in the market. She owed him her loyalty. To love anyone again would diminish his sacrifice. End of story. By the time Carolyn pulled up in front of the modest storefront office for Uplink, she had her priorities straight and her emotions under control. This was a business meeting, nothing more. After sliding from behind the wheel, she slung her bag over her shoulder, walked down the busy street toward David's office, and stepped through the door. A 50-something woman smiled at her from behind a reception desk, her short, gray-streaked black hair twisted into tight braids. "You must be Carolyn. Come right in, honey. David had to take a call, but he'll be with you in a minute. Can I get you a cup of coffee?" "That would be wonderful." "Cream or sugar?" "Black is fine, but I can make my own." Carolyn motioned toward the coffee maker off to one side as she dropped her shoulder bag on a chair. Ignoring her, the woman came out from behind the desk and hustled toward the small cabinet. "Coffee's my department. You sit. Take the load off. Not that you have much load to take off." The woman chuckled as she filled a cup. "You have any trouble finding us?" "No. Smartphones are a godsend for travel." "I hear ya." She crossed the room and handed over a mug. "Nothing like a cup of coffee late in the afternoon to give you a second wind. I'm Ella, by the way.
After Ella Fitzgerald. My mother hoped I'd be blessed with a voice like her idol's, but no such luck. I can't carry a tune in a bucket." She chortled again. "You take a seat and I'll let David know you're here." "Thanks." As Carolyn claimed a chair, she surveyed the small reception room. While the surroundings were pleasant, they were bare bones. Ella's desk was an older-style metal unit, and the wall behind her was lined with 2 utilitarian file cabinets. The small grouping of furniture in the waiting room was an eclectic mix of pieces that suggested they might be donations. There were a few homey touches, though, including a plaque that said, "Bloom where you are planted," and a number of photos featuring students receiving awards, plus a table next to the window laden with a variety of flourishing plants. "Someone has a green thumb." Carolyn waved toward it when Ella returned. Or should I say, green hand? Ella detoured that direction and plucked a brown leaf off one of the plants. Gave the others a keen once-over. "David says I'm turning the office into a greenhouse, but I like to watch things grow. Plants and people. These were all half-dead cast-offs when I inherited them, but they just needed a little attention. TLC goes a long way." Before Carolyn could respond, the door behind Ella opened and David appeared. "Sorry for the delay. I see Ella took care of you." He nodded to the mug in her hands. "Yes, it was just what I needed." "She has a knack for that. Her intuition is amazing." As Carolyn sipped her coffee, Ella winked at her. "He's a flatterer, and I can tell you a few other things about him, too." "Uh-oh, I don't like the sound of that. Come on in, Carolyn, before Ella says something I'll live to regret." Carolyn crossed the room and entered David's office, taking a quick inventory. As in the reception area, there was no glitz or upscale furnishings. David's U-shaped desk module and the conference table had a faux wood finish, while the filing cabinets were gray metal. Obviously, very little of the money intended for the uplink program was funneled to administrative expenses. A few personal touches gave the room a bit of personality, however, including several family photos and an exotic-looking woven wall hanging. What a contrast to the plush offices he must have enjoyed in his old job brokering multi-million-dollar mergers and acquisitions while rubbing elbows with the movers and shakers in business. Another indication of the depth of his commitment to Uplink and the radical shift in his priorities. "Have a seat." He motioned toward the conference table, then sat beside her after she selected a chair. "I'm new at this interviewing game. What can I tell you about Uplink that Tess hasn't already covered?" "I reviewed all her notes, and after attending today's meeting, I think we have most of what we need. All we're missing is a few quotes from the executive director. Why don't you tell me about your role?" David complied, explaining the fundraising and administrative duties of the job before moving on to the recruiting aspect. "For the first couple of years, my predecessor worked hard to get the program established. Now that it is, we're taking a more aggressive approach to recruiting, doing outreach and presentations in schools where there's a high incidence of dropouts, or where truancy is a problem. The mission of the organization is to reach out to those most in need of intervention. And since I took over at the beginning of the year, we've moved more and more in that direction." "This seems like quite a switch from your previous job." "Day and night. But the stakes are just as high, if not higher. In the long term, developing human potential, human capital, is a more important ROI than dollars in a ledger." Admirable attitude. "So one day you just woke up and decided to do a 180 in your life?" "It wasn't quite that simple." He hesitated, then motioned to her tablet. "Are we still on the record?" "No, I'm just curious. You don't have to answer if you don't want to." "I don't mind, but I'm not certain I want details of my private journey out there for public consumption." "Understood." She set her pen down.
After a moment, he leaned back and crossed an ankle over a knee.
A friend of mine is on the Uplink board. He told me several months ago that the director position would be opening up and asked if I'd be interested. I'd been doing a lot of soul-searching about where I wanted to be 5 years down the road, and I'd come to the conclusion that I needed more to show for my life than a list of mergers and acquisitions I'd helped broker. I wanted to be able to say that my life stood for something more lasting, more important than dollars and deals. But this was a leap of faith, and I mean that in a literal sense. Giving up financial security was hard.
Michael told me you grew up in a blue-collar home where money was always tight.
We did, and money was always too tight. After Dad died, Mom had to take a job as a cook in a diner to make ends meet. I decided that when I grew up, I'd find a career that gave me financial security. But once I had that, I realized it wasn't enough. However, my options were limited before Mom died. I needed the income my job provided.
No doubt because he decided to institutionalize his mother against Michael's wishes. Before she could confirm that, he continued.
After Mom was gone, though, I forced myself to get out of my usual environment, away from the familiar, hoping a change of scene would give me a few insights and direction. I took a trip down the Amazon, then a trek in the Himalayas. That's a souvenir from the second trip.
He indicated the woven wall hanging she'd noticed earlier. She gave it only a passing glance as she struggled to reconcile the man sitting across from her with the picture Michael had painted of a cautious, introverted brother whose idea of an adventure vacation was spending 4 days camping on the shores of Lake Michigan.
David's lips quirked. You seem surprised.
I am. From what Michael told me, those sorts of trips weren't your style.
They weren't, and they aren't. I'm not by nature a risk-taker, so those trips were a stretch for me. But they did give me a new perspective. Other than those anomalies, though, I tend to lead a boring life.
Carolyn's stomach bottomed out. Boring isn't necessarily bad.
It can be if it traps you in a life that isn't the one you were meant to live.
She smoothed the crinkled corner of her tablet. So no regrets about anything?
Not about the job.
He looked down at his hands, steepled his fingers.
But there are other things I would do differently if I had a second chance.
Did that mean he had regrets about institutionalizing his mother? About his estrangement from Michael? Much as she wanted to know the answers to those questions, she'd already delved too deep into his personal life. Wouldn't we all? Carolyn reached for her tote, stuffed her tablet inside, and slung the bag over her shoulder. I should let you get back to work. Thank you for your time today. We're planning to run the article in next week's edition. She stood. David rose too and extended his hand.
Thank you for the coverage.
As she placed her fingers in his strong, firm grip, her heart gave a strange lurch. Like I said when you called, we're, always looking for interesting stories. For a nanosecond too long, he continued to hold her hand, his soft, quiet brown eyes searching hers.
Nevertheless, I appreciate your interest.
At the husky quality in his voice, her lungs stuttered. Also strange. She pulled her hand free, retreated a step. We'll send you several extra copies.
Thanks.
His phone began to ring, and he glanced toward it. Go ahead and get that. I'll let myself out. Before he could protest, she fled through the door, closing it behind her. Well, that didn't take long. Did you get everything you need, honey? Ella beamed her a smile. Yes. I figured David would take care of you. Drive safe. Always. Yet she felt far from safe as she exited the office and made her way back to her car. What in the world was going on? Why should an encounter with a man she hardly knew cause such a buzz in her nerve endings? Throw her so off balance? The answer eluded her. But thank heaven it didn't matter, because she had no reason to see David Sloan ever again. Which did nothing to lift her spirits, for reasons she refused to consider. Chapter 4. Jared Poole. The name stared back at David from the uplink application. Huh. His presentation must have resonated with the gifted photographer. The student with the truancy problem who, according to his principal, was trying to break his gang ties. The student whose stark black and white images on the high school wall had reflected great talent and hope. Jared was exactly the kind of kid who could benefit from uplink. But he was also exactly the kind of kid the board would no doubt classify as high risk. Furrowing his brow, David leaned back in his office chair and gave the application a thorough and thoughtful review. Conclusion? Jared wasn't the strongest student. His grades were marginal at best. Yet an attached letter from his art teacher praised his creativity and visual gifts. And as David read the essay required by the application, it was impossible to dispute the enclosed assessment from the boy's English teacher that the teen was also a gifted writer. As for Jared's determination and commitment, difficult to gauge from the application. He set the essay back on his desk. While Jared was the kind of student who'd benefit most from a program like Uplink, he was a gamble. And the board didn't want to take unnecessary risks with the program at this early stage. Yes, he could be a great success story, but he could also spell disaster. And it was impossible to know which was more probable based on the paperwork. David pulled up the directory of principals at schools that had expressed an interest in the program, scanned the list for Charles Elliott's number, and tapped it in. After greeting the man, he got straight to business. I'm just starting to sift through the applications from students at all of the high schools, and I came across one from Jared Poole. A beat ticked by. I was just wondering this morning if any of our students had applied to Uplink. I have to say I'm surprised about Jared. I am too, based on the conversation you and I had about him. He doesn't fit the profile of our typical applicant. So I'd like to take you up on your offer to give me an evaluation of students from your school who applied. What do you think his odds of success would be with the program? More silence. If pressed, I'd have to say 50-50 at best. I wish I could be more positive, but his record is spotty. It's not that he doesn't have the ability to perform. When he wants to, he can apply himself. He just doesn't seem to want to most of the time. Not good. The board members would have apoplexy if he told them he was even toying with the idea of considering such a risky student. David picked up a pen, tapped it on his desk. His art and English teachers included strong letters of recommendation. Like I said, he can do excellent work when he's so inclined. Art and English are his two best subjects, as I'm sure you realized if you checked the transcript required by the application. Yes, I saw that. A sigh came over the line. I'd hate to be the one who derails his chances. With the right support and motivation, he could surprise us all. Kind of like how Ella's table of salvaged plants had flourished under her care and attention, proving that TLC could work wonders. On plants and people, as she was fond of reminding him. David took a deep breath. Maybe he'd live to regret this, but he'd joined Uplink to help young people thrive. Walking away from Jared without giving him a chance felt wrong, no matter what the board might say. He pulled Jared's application toward him, gave it one more scan. I think I'll talk to him. I won't discourage you. You can tell a lot more in person than you can from a piece of paper.
And Jared can use all the help he can get. Let me know if I can assist in any way. I will. Thanks.
As David hung up the phone, he sank back in his chair again. After years of negotiating high-stakes deals where he'd had to rely on his instincts and his ability to do a quick and accurate assessment of the players, he should have the skills to determine whether Jared had the commitment and determination to succeed with Uplink. And if he brought him on and it turned out to be a bad call, it was possible Jared wouldn't be the only one out on his ear with the organization. "That's a new necklace, isn't it?" At her mother's question, Carolyn reached up and fingered the pewter anchor that hung on a slender chain around her neck. "The necklace is new. The anchor isn't. I gave it to Michael right before we became engaged. David dropped it off at the office a couple of weeks ago. He found it among Michael's things when he was packing for his move." Her mother's eyebrows rose. "You've seen David? Why didn't you tell me?" Good question, and one she didn't have an answer for. "There was nothing worth reporting. I told you when I ran into him. It was no big deal, Mom." Her mother's eyes narrowed. "Considering how you reacted when I mentioned meeting him, that isn't ringing quite true." Carolyn fidgeted in her seat. Better come clean about her interactions with Michael's brother. "Actually, my visit with him yesterday was more interesting." She braced for an inquisition. Her mother did a double take. "You've seen him twice?" "Yes. Tess is doing a feature story about the organization he heads, and when she had a family emergency yesterday, I interviewed him in her place." "And you weren't going to tell me?" "I'm telling you now." It was a hedge, but at least her mother let it pass. "So what is he doing these days?" "He's the executive director of an organization that sets up summer internships for talented high school students from difficult backgrounds." Sounds commendable. But isn't that a big switch for him? Didn't you tell me once that he was an investment banker? Close. He handled merger and acquisition negotiations for multinational companies. What prompted the change? He said he felt called to do more with his life than make money. I'm impressed. You don't often hear of someone giving up a successful career to take on a lesser-paying job. It sounds like he has solid values and integrity. Yes, it did. But what he'd done to his mother wasn't consistent with either of those attributes. It does sound that way. Carolyn speared a bite of pork tenderloin. Why the frown? Her mother didn't miss a thing. It's difficult to reconcile this David with the one I met 2 years ago. How so? He did something a few weeks before Michael died that doesn't seem in keeping with either solid values or integrity. Can you talk about it, or is it confidential? She hesitated. No one had ever told her not to mention it, and Michael was gone now. The only person who knew about it was David, and she didn't know him any loyalty. Besides, Mom had excellent instincts. Perhaps she could shed a bit of light on the situation, offer a few new insights. After taking a sip of water, Carolyn set her glass back on the table. Remember I told you that Michael's mother had Alzheimer's? Yes. Mom shook her head. Poor woman. What a terrible disease. I know. I met Michael's mother the Christmas we got engaged, and while she seemed a tad vague now and then, she was a very kind, sweet woman. I wouldn't call anything she did abnormal. But I overheard Michael and David having a heated discussion about her condition while we were there. Michael told me later that David wanted to break a promise they'd made to her years before, that they'd never put her in an institution. Mom sighed. Those sorts of situations are always difficult to handle. But they'd made a promise, Mom. Michael was upset, and I didn't blame him. David had arranged to have someone stay with their mom during the day, and there didn't seem to be an immediate need to take more dramatic measures, which is what David was proposing. What was the outcome? David agreed to wait. But a month later, he called Michael and reneged. They had a huge argument about it, and Michael asked him to hold off making any decision until we came home for the wedding, when they could discuss it in person. David refused and moved ahead. They didn't talk again until the night before before he died, when David called to say that their mother had had a mild heart attack. As Carolyn finished, her mother pursed her lips. "Did Michael tell you why David wouldn't wait?" He said David claimed that their mother had had a few good days during our visit, but had gotten much worse immediately after. David thought she needed constant care and was worried about leaving her alone. Not just at night, but even long enough for a caregiver to run to the grocery store or go out and get the mail. Mom cocked her head. "You don't believe that?" "It doesn't matter if I believe it or not. All I know is that Michael didn't. He knew David's career was demanding, and he didn't think David wanted to be bothered dealing with their mom's issues." "That's easy to say if you're thousands of miles away and not the one who has to deal with a situation like that day after day." Carolyn stared at her. "You think David was right to break the promise he and Michael made to their mother?" "I'm not going to judge him, honey. All I know is that Alzheimer's patients can be a handful. Remember Rose Candice?" It took Carolyn a few seconds to place her. "Your high school classmate? The one you play bridge with?" "Yes. I never saw a woman who loved her mother more. She had to deal with the same issue. She was determined to care for her mother at home, even going to the expense of building a self-contained suite onto their house for her. She also brought in specialized care as her mom deteriorated. But in the end, her mother had few lucid days, no longer recognized her family, and needed round-the-clock care. She also began to have other medical problems that needed daily monitoring. Rose agonized over the decision before moving her to an extended care facility. I don't think she ever reconciled herself to it. I doubt Michael's mother got that bad that fast." "Then you think David was lying?" Lying? That was a strong term. And it didn't fit Michael's brother. While she didn't know him very well, he radiated honesty and honor. Unless her powers of intuition were way off, he was a man you could count on to do the right thing. Which only muddled the situation more. To be honest, Mom, I don't know what to think. Her mother stood and picked up their plates. I always believe in giving people the benefit of the doubt. And there are at least two sides to every story. Maybe you can ask him about it sometime. Now I'll cut us each a piece of the split lemon cake I made this morning. I love the combination of tart and sweet." Her mom headed for the kitchen. Tart and sweet. Carolyn watched a bead of condensation trail down her glass as the words replayed in her mind. Their dessert was a perfect complement to her mood. Because even though she was the reason Michael had been in the marketplace that day, she'd always wanted to believe that if he hadn't been distracted by his argument with his brother, he might have sensed danger and avoided it. So for 2 years, her thoughts about David had been tart. Yet in recent weeks, he'd offered a glimpse of sweetness, of innate goodness that had tempered her residual bitterness, countered her resentment and anger, mitigated the sour taste that thoughts of him had left in her mouth in the past. Was it possible his mother had degenerated as much as he'd claimed in such a short time? Could Michael have been wrong in his assessment of David's motives? Was it possible David had made the right decision? If given a chance to explain, would his reasons for violating the vow he and Michael had made be credible? A dull ache began to throb in her temples. Mom had suggested she give him that chance. But what was the point? The past was history, and she had no reason to contact him ever again. Even if that meant living with the troubling possibility that she'd misjudged him all along. At the knock on his door, David looked up. "Jared Poole is here." Ella rolled her eyes and inclined her head toward the reception area. David glanced over her shoulder. A tall, lanky teen was slouched against the far wall, his eyes defiant. Despite his brash demeanor, however, an almost palpable nervousness radiated from him. Though his posture appeared relaxed, indifferent even, there was an underlying tautness in his stance that suggested he cared about this interview. The fact that he'd not only shown up, but was right on time, reinforced that impression.
"Thanks, Ella."
As she returned to her desk, David rose and walked to the doorway.
"Come in, Jared."
The boy pushed away from the wall and moved toward him, taking his time. When David offered his hand, the boy hesitated for a brief second before he took it.
"Come in and make yourself comfortable."
David motioned toward the conference table.
"Would you like a soft drink?"
"No." 2 beats ticked by before he tacked on a grudging,
"Thanks."
David picked up Jared's application from his desk, then took a seat at the table beside the boy, giving him another discreet once-over. With his baggy, low-slung pants, hoodie, scuffed sneakers, and backward baseball cap, he didn't look anything like a typical uplink applicant. In fact, if the board members were present at this meeting, Jared would likely get a thumbs down before he even had a chance to speak. But as far as David was concerned, any applicant who went to the effort to throw his or her name into the hat for one of the slots deserved a chance to be considered.
"I saw some of your photographs on the wall at your school."
David folded his hands on top of the application material.
"They were amazing."
The boy shrugged.
"They're okay, I guess. Tell me about your photography. How did you get involved with it?" "I took some photos for an art project last year with a disposable camera. I guess Mrs. Thompson, the teacher, thought they were decent because she let me borrow the department camera to do more complicated stuff." "What kind of camera is it?" "A Sony A9. Some rich dude donated it to the school when he got tired of it." "Who taught you how to use it?"
He lifted one shoulder.
"I played around with it until I figured it out. And I read books about photography."
Self-taught. Impressive.
"Why black and white instead of color?"
David leaned back in his chair.
"I do color, too. But black and white is better for ideas. That's what my brother used to say."
Jared squinted at him.
"Is he into photography?" "He was a photojournalist with the Associated Press. Spent years covering the world's trouble spots. He was nominated for a Pulitzer Prize once."
A flicker of interest sparked to life in Jared's eyes.
"Is he still doing that?" "No. He was killed by a suicide bomber in the Middle East while he was over there on assignment."
Shock ricocheted across Jared's face before his mask of indifference fell back into place.
"That's tough." "Yes, it was. He had an incredible gift."
Jared shifted in his seat.
"Is he the reason you noticed my stuff on the wall at school?" "Probably. After Michael got involved with photography, I learned to appreciate the power of a camera in the hands of someone with a keen, perceptive eye. I also learned to recognize talent."
Though Jared flashed him a quick glance, he didn't respond to the compliment. David switched gears.
"Tell me why you want to be a part of Uplink."
"It's all in the essay." Jared motioned toward the application lying on the table.
"I want to hear it from you." "Look, I'm not good with words." "That's not what your English teacher said in her letter of recommendation." "Words on paper are easy. I don't speak words that well."
That could be true. Some people express themselves better in writing or through photos than they did verbally. But he needed more from Jared. The boy didn't seem to be bubbling over with enthusiasm about the opportunities Uplink provided, and it wouldn't be fair to offer an internship to someone who didn't appreciate what it represented when dozens of others were desperate for the chance. David picked up Jared's essay and scanned it again. It was concise and well-written, but it didn't convey compelling interest. Maybe he should let this go. Maybe he was only pursuing this because something in Jared had reminded him of Michael in his younger days, back when his brother had also been directionless and floundering, until someone had recognized his talent and given him an entree into the world of photography, setting him on a path that had changed his life. And once discovered, Michael's passion for photography had consumed him, his fervor so intense it was almost tangible. If Jared had a similar passion, he was hiding it well. Setting the essay back down, David looked at the young man across from him.
Let me give this to you straight, Jared. Your photography impressed me the day I was at your school. That's why your application stood out, even though your grades overall aren't as high as those of students we've considered for this program in the past. I decided to talk with you because I respect your creative gift. But that gift isn't enough. I want students in Uplink who have dreams and are willing to work hard to overcome any obstacles that life might have put in their way to achieve them. I look for drive and determination and commitment. I can discount grades to some extent if all of those other attributes are present. But to be honest, I'm not picking up enough energy or ambition or intense motivation from you to convince me to go out on a limb and take a chance.
For several seconds, the boy stared back at him, indecision and defiance duking it out in his eyes. Defiance won.
I don't need this program enough to grovel.
He shoved his chair back and stood, jamming his hands into his pockets. David remained seated, keeping his manner and tone conversational.
I don't expect you to grovel, but I do expect you to show some interest and enthusiasm. I need people who are willing to make a commitment to the program and work hard while they're in it. I couldn't tell your level of dedication from your application. I hoped it would come through in person. I was wrong. I can't get inside your head, Jared. You're too skilled at masking your feelings.
The boy glared at him, his shoulders stiff.
It's called survival, man.
He turned and strode toward the door, pausing on the threshold.
Thanks for your time.
After spewing that sarcastic exit line, he disappeared into the reception area. A few seconds later, the front door opened, banged shut. David cringed. That had not gone well. Expelling a frustrated breath, he raked his fingers through his hair. So much for his years of experience working with hard-nosed business people. Whatever skills he'd gleaned from those interactions hadn't helped him one iota with Jared. The boy was as tight as a clam with his feelings, and with his belligerent attitude, he wouldn't last a day in any of the current Uplink hosting companies. Yet he had to be interested. Why else would he have gone to the trouble of applying?
That boy has got one big chip on his shoulder.
Hands on her hips, Ella regarded him from the doorway.
Tell me about it.
He's got a big hurt in his heart, too.
Yeah?
What had she picked up that he'd missed?
Why do you say that?
You can see it in his eyes.
All I saw was defiance and suspicion.
Ella folded her arms across her chest. You've got a lot to learn about young people.
No kidding.
David pushed himself to his feet, walked over to the window, and stared out at the trees. Each day, coaxed by the spring sun, the buds were opening and revealing their inner beauty bit by bit. It'll come. You've got to remember that these kids aren't rich businessmen who are into power and money. Those folks are confident and successful. If one deal falls through, they know there's always another one coming along. A lot of the kids in neighborhoods like Jared's have never tasted success. They have no confidence. All they know about life is that it stinks. They've never had a break, and even when one comes their way, they're suspicious. They've been conditioned to believe they're losers. It takes a lot of guts for a kid like Jared to even show up today. At Ella's impassioned speech, he turned back to her.
Are you saying I should consider him for Uplink? That's your call. I'm just saying, maybe he wants it more than you think. Even if he does, his insolent manner won't fly at any of our sponsoring companies. They don't need or want people with attitudes. The only photography writing slot I have available is at the Post, and I guarantee they wouldn't put up with that chip on his shoulder for a day.
Maybe you could find another place for him,
with someone who's a little more tolerant and willing to take a personal interest in his development.
All at once, an image of Carolyn flashed through his mind. She seemed like someone who'd be amenable to looking deeper, who would take the time to dig through the layers of defiance and wariness to find the real Jared. Under her tutelage, it was possible the boy would blossom. David propped his hands on his hips, frowned. Even if he was willing to contact her again, though, Jared represented a major risk. That's why, until Ella had walked into the office, he'd been prepared to write off the boy, albeit with regret. But was he being too hasty? He shifted back toward the window. Down the street, a bus had come to a stop with a squeal of brakes. As the doors folded open, Jared straightened up from his slouch position against one of the flowering trees and trudged toward the door, shoulders slumped, the confident strut he'd used in the Uplink office, now a weary shuffle. With his hands in his pockets and his head bowed, his posture spoke of discouragement and despair. He stepped on board, the doors closed, and the bus rumbled off. As David processed the scene, its significance became clear. Jared had taken a bus, perhaps several, to come to this interview after school. He'd made the effort, which confirmed his seriousness about the program. It just hadn't come across in person. Ella had definitely seen something in the boy that he'd missed. He swiveled back to her. She remained standing in the doorway, head tilted to one side, arms folded across her chest, her expression placid and non-judgmental, waiting for him to see the light, perhaps.
I think I'll give this a little more thought.
Good idea. Don't forget you have a conference call at 5 with Feldman and Associates.
Right, thanks.
David returned to his desk, shifting gears as he prepared to do a sell job with the management of the architectural firm that was considering taking an Uplink intern for the summer. The addition of that company would be a real plus for Uplink. The question was, would Jared? No way to know. But one thing was certain. If he took a leap of faith and brought the boy on, Jared wasn't the only one he'd be setting up for a fall if the teen tanked. Chapter 5. I think you'll find the letter on top very interesting. Ella set the mail in David's in-basket. Frowning at his laptop screen, he reread the last line in his follow-up letter to Feldman and Associates, the one that should have gone out 4 days ago.
Can it wait?
Sure. Jared probably figures you won't respond anyway. Kids in that kind of environment haven't been programmed to expect much. David swiveled away from his screen.
Jared wrote me a letter?
Yeah, how about that? He must be more interested in Uplink than you thought. David grimaced.
Thanks for not saying I told you so.
She arched an eyebrow before turning to leave, the twinkle in her eyes offsetting her serious demeanor. I'll save that for another time. As the door closed behind her, David gave the letter his full attention. It was typed, as Jared's essay had been. The punctuation, spelling, and syntax were flawless, as they had been in the essay. But as he read through the letter, there was one big difference between the two documents. This one had heart.
Dear Mr. Sloan, I've been thinking about the comment you made during my interview, that I didn't seem to have the commitment or drive or determination you want in Uplink students. How you were looking for kids with dreams, who were willing to overcome any obstacles that might keep those dreams from coming true. I've had plenty of obstacles in my life, Mr. Elliot may have shared some of them, if you talk to him about me. But I'm not afraid of hard work, especially if it'll open doors. I don't want to waste my life. I want to count for something, to make a difference, to leave a mark. And Uplink seems like a way to get me started on the right path. Maybe the only way. But I know I blew the interview. When I told that to my grandmother after I got home, she said if I really wanted this, I should try again. That maybe you'd give me another chance. So that's what I'm asking for, if it's not too late. I know my grades aren't the best, but if you take me on, I won't disappoint you. I can work hard when I want to, and I don't break my promises. I want this opportunity bad, and if you let me into the program, I'll give it my best shot. Like I said when we met, I'm not good at talking about my feelings. I guess I have to work on that. But for now, I hope you'll accept them in writing, and that you'll give me a second chance. Thank you.
The letter was signed in Jared's scrawling hand. David exhaled. The ball was back in his court. After a moment, he reached for the phone and tapped in Steve Dembski's number. When his friend answered on the second ring, David gave him a quick recap of the situation and asked for his input.
It's a bit sticky, isn't it? The minister's tone was thoughtful. One of those situations that could go either way. Tell me something I don't know. That's why I'm struggling with this. If you ask the board about this, I doubt they'd be willing to sign Jared on. I know that too. But I don't have to go to the board for this. I have the authority to choose the candidates for interviews. How risky do you think this is? Could he jeopardize the program?
David surveyed the flowering trees outside his window.
That's the $64,000 question. I do know he's exactly the kind of student who needs Uplink the most. What does your gut tell you about the risk? After the interview, I'd have said it was high. He has a definite attitude problem that none of our sponsoring companies would put up with. When he walked out the door, I more or less wrote him off. Then I spotted him through the window, getting on the bus. He was the picture of dejection. Today I got his letter.
David sighed.
I think he wants this, Steve, and I know he needs it. Would you like me to talk to him?
The very offer he'd hoped his friend would make.
I'd owe you big time if you did. I know it's my decision, and I'll take full responsibility for it, but I'd appreciate your input. Glad to help. Have him give me a call. Thanks. Hey, what are friends for? I'll be in touch once I connect with him.
After they rang off, David replaced the receiver and returned to the letter he'd been working on. But his mind remained on a troubled young man who'd asked for a second chance, and the meeting with Steve that could decide his fate.
You want me to talk to a preacher?
At the sudden suspicion in Jared's tone, David braced. The boy had been cautious but cordial until now, but he clearly wasn't receptive to the request to speak to a member of the clergy.
That's right.
David leaned back in his office chair and repositioned his phone against his ear.
He's on the Uplink board, and is an old friend of mine. I value his opinion, and when he offered to speak with you, I took him up on it. Do you send all the Uplink candidates to talk to him? No, but your situation is unique. In general, we wouldn't consider someone with your GPA or attendance record. But as I said when we spoke before, I'm impressed with your talent. I think you have tremendous potential, assuming you buckle down. While your letter makes me think you're willing to do that, I want a second opinion.
Several beats ticked by.
I'm not a religious person. Religion isn't on the agenda for your meeting with Reverend Dembski. Then what's he going to ask me about? It'll just be a general conversation, Jared. He won't get into that Jesus stuff? No. Uplink isn't a Christian organization, even though it lives the gospel principles. A sigh came over the line. I guess I can do this. When does he want to talk to me? You two can work that out. Let me give you his number.
David recited it.
What happens after that? We'll notify all of the finalists in early May. There will be one more interview after that with the sponsoring organization. The internships run 10 weeks and start the first week in June. Do you have a portfolio of writing and photography samples? No? Put one together. It doesn't have to be fancy. Include your best work and copies of the letters from your English and art teachers. I'd like you to show it to Reverend Dembski, and you'll need it for an interview with a sponsoring organization if we get that far. Any other questions? No. All right. I'll talk to you soon, then. Listen, thanks, okay? I didn't really expect you to call. Everyone deserves a second chance, Jared. Most people don't feel that way. Uplink does. My advice is to make the most of it. I'll be in touch.
David ended the call, picked up Jared's letter, exhaled. His last comment had been a stretch. The board might not agree with him about second chances in this case. But if Steve considered Jared to be a worthy candidate, the teen was going to get one.
David? Steve? Got a few minutes?
This was it. Jared had met with Steve earlier in the day. The verdict was in. David took a long, slow breath and tightened his grip on the phone.
As long as necessary. How did it go?
I can see why you wanted a second opinion. Not good.
You weren't impressed?
I didn't say that. The boy's got talent, no question about it. He brought along a remarkable portfolio. But I picked up on the attitude, even though it was clear he was trying to keep it in check. Plus, I think he was uncomfortable with the whole notion of talking to a minister. I tried to put him at ease, but I sensed wariness and suspicion. That sounded like Jared.
Anything else?
His appearance. I can't see most of the organizations we work with allowing that sort of attire. Most of them have dress codes, and even though casual clothes are the norm these days, his concept of casual falls way below that line. I know our faith teaches that we shouldn't judge by appearances, but most businesses aren't that forgiving.
We could work with him on that.
True.
So yay or nay on letting him into the program?
It's not an easy call.
I know.
I think you're going to have to go with your heart on this one. I can tell Jared wants this, but he's a risk. I touched on his gang ties, and he claims he's cutting those, like his principal told you. However, that's hard to do, and there's no guarantee of success. Plus, what if you admit him to the program and he loses interest halfway through? Or can't get along with his coworkers? Or does something worse? Did you check to see if he has a juvenile record?
Yes. Charles Elliott, his principal, says he's had a few minor brushes with the law, but there's nothing on record. At this point, he's officially clean.
That's positive news, at least. So much for the definitive opinion he'd hoped to get from Steve. His friend's feelings seemed as mixed as his own.
What'd you think of the photos?
Like I said, remarkable. Despite the starkness of the images, there's a certain optimistic quality to them that hints at goodness, maybe. Like there's a light hidden deep in his soul waiting to shine. Frankly, without the photos, I suspect I'd write him off as too risky. But those pictures tugged at my heart. So Steve had also noticed qualities in the photos that suggested the boy wasn't quite as jaded as he might first appear. That there was a chance he could make something of his life, with assistance. The kind of assistance Uplink offered.
They had the same effect on me.
What are you going to do?
I'm not certain yet.
I'll support whatever decision you make. Good to know.
Thanks.
I do have one question. Where would you place him if you decide to take him on?
I can't think of any organization on our roster that would help him develop his writing and photography talent, or take the time to give him the kind of personal attention I suspect he'll need. The Post might work, but in such a big organization, I doubt he'd get the kind of one-on-one assistance he may need to blossom. I'll have to find another place. It's getting late in the year to recruit new businesses. I know.
In the end, the decision about whether to admit Jared to the program might come down to whether they could find somewhere to place him.
Let me know what you decide. Like I said, I'm with you either way.
As they ended the call, David rotated back to the spreadsheet on his computer. But his mind wasn't on numbers. It was on Jared. Since Steve hadn't given the boy a thumbs down, he couldn't either. He'd take the teen on if he could find a place where he'd receive the support he'd need to succeed. A big if. Most businesses were too busy to devote a lot of attention to a student intern, and too many of them gave the teens busy work, an issue he'd addressed with the offending organizations on Uplink's roster after reading evaluations by previous participants. That had been the single biggest complaint by students, who were anxious to spread their wings and be exposed to new experiences. A few organizations hadn't lived up to their end of the bargain. But Jared's case was even more difficult. He not only needed exposure to the business world, but step-by-step guidance, and someone who believed in his potential. David stared at his laptop screen, the numbers on the Excel spreadsheet blending into a blur. Being new in town had definite disadvantages, like a lack of contacts. At this stage, he was still making the rounds of area businesses, selling the program, meeting the right people, answering questions. He couldn't just pick up the phone and secure the perfect spot for Jared. Unless a certain managing editor could find it in her heart to take the boy on. Carolyn, I have David Sloan on the line for you. Do you want to take the call? Phone pressed to her ear, Carolyn stared at the thank you note from David on her desk, penned to express his appreciation for the Uplink story that had run last week. That should have been the end of their contact. So why was he calling? No way to know unless she took his call. Yes, put him through, Mary. After they exchanged greetings, he got straight to the point.
I have an idea I'd like to run by you, if you can spare a few minutes.
She angled her wrist and scanned her watch. I have 8, to be exact.
Sorry, I meant later today. This idea has a show-and-tell component.
Another in-person meeting with David? A caution flag began to wave in her mind. Is this personal or business-related? She didn't try to mask her wariness.
Business.
The tautness in Carolyn's shoulders eased. Business she could handle. She reached for her calendar, the old-fashioned paper variety, much to the consternation of her staff, and skimmed through it. As usual, almost every second of her day was booked. She flipped ahead. Not much better next week. But she did have one open slot. Would 3 o'clock next Thursday work for you? The silence on the other end of the line gave her the answer before he spoke.
Is there any way you can squeeze me in sometime this week? I'm sorry to push, but this is important and there's some urgency due to our deadlines.
Flipping back the calendar, Carolyn skimmed through her schedule again. Do you want to give me a hint what this is about?
I have an unusual Uplink applicant whose talent has blown me away. I'd like to get a second opinion before I offer him a spot in the program, and his skills are in your area of expertise.
She perused her schedule again. The errands she had planned to run over lunch tomorrow could be deferred. I've got about 45 minutes tomorrow at noon. Would that work?
Only if you let me buy you lunch.
At the sudden disconcerting uptick in her pulse, a red flag began to wave. Introducing a social component wouldn't be smart. That's not necessary.
At least let me bring sandwiches. Would turkey be acceptable?
She hesitated. Refusing his offer was silly. She had to eat lunch anyway, and doing so during their meeting would be an efficient use of her stretch-to-the-limit time. Turkey's fine.
See you at noon tomorrow. Thanks for squeezing me in.
As they ended the call and Carolyn penciled David's name in her calendar, she frowned at her hand. Why was there a slight tremble in her fingers? And what was with the subtle buzz humming in her nerve endings? It felt almost like the sort of anticipatory physiological reaction triggered by hormones, by attraction, which made no sense, felt totally wrong, and added yet another layer of guilt to the heavy yoke she already carried. After the role she'd played in his death, she owed Michael her total loyalty. Besides, she'd loved him, still loved him. And there was no room in her heart for anyone else, especially her fiancé's brother. Period. Chapter 6. David set the lunch he'd brought on the Chronicle's conference room table and took a deep breath. What happened in the next half hour could change a young man's future, for better or worse. So he'd have to do the best sell job of his life and hope the wellspring of compassion in Carolyn's heart ran as deep as he suspected. By the time he finished unpacking the lunch and eating utensils, she joined him. "Sorry to keep you waiting. I had to return an urgent call."
"No worries."
He waited until she took her seat, then sat as well. "I thought we were just having sandwiches." She surveyed the containers of pasta salad, potato salad, and fresh fruit salad, plus brownies.
"What's a sandwich without a few accompaniments?"
"This is more than I eat for lunch in a week." Not hard to believe. She was much thinner than she'd been the Christmas they'd met. Long-term stress and grief could do that to a person.
"Eat what you like. Leftovers are never a bad thing."
She reached for a sandwich, then scooped a serving of pasta salad onto her plate. "Is that the work of the student you mentioned?" She nodded toward the 3-ring binder he'd brought.
"Yes, Jared Poole. I saw a few of his photographs on the wall when I did a presentation at his school, and later found out he's a talented writer as well. But he isn't a typical uplink candidate. He has gang ties, which he's trying to break, and is only a marginal student overall. He also has a truancy issue, and an attitude problem. The chip on his shoulder is more like a boulder."
Carolyn searched his face as she chewed, swallowed. "With all those negatives, why are you considering him? The gang connection in particular is troubling."
"I know. But without help, his future looks bleak. There's no father in the picture. His mother died of a drug overdose when he was a little kid, and he's being raised by a grandmother who cleans office buildings at night. From what I can tell, no one's ever given him a break. Uplink could make a huge difference in his life."
"Maybe." Her tone was cautious. "But he sounds risky."
"He is."
Once more, her perceptive hazel eyes studied him. "There's more behind your interest, isn't there? Sharp, astute, discerning. Those descriptors fit Carolyn James to a T." Instead of responding, David slid the binder closer to her.
"Before I answer that, take a look."
After a moment, she wiped her hands on a napkin and opened the book. David continued to eat as she gave her full attention to the writing and photo samples he'd slipped into plastic sheets. When she got to the 3 photos that had first caught his attention, her expression indicated she was as bowled over by them as he was. She confirmed that with a single word when she looked up. "Wow."
"That's what I thought, but I'm not an expert."
"How old is he?"
17.
"His writing is very polished, but the photos are exceptional."
Now you can see why I didn't want to let him slip through the cracks. A talent like his should be nurtured. I agree.
David wiped his lips on a paper napkin, folded his hands on the table, and prepared to make the pitch of his life.
There's an issue, though. Taking Jared on would entail a huge commitment from the sponsoring organization. He'll require personal attention, understanding, and patience, and he'll need to be challenged and held accountable. That's assuming we find an organization that recognizes his talents and is willing to help him develop those gifts.
Understanding dawned in Carolyn's eyes. I think I'm beginning to see why you offered to buy me lunch.
Not that you've consumed much of it.
Once she'd become absorbed in Jared's portfolio, she'd stopped eating. She waved his comment aside. Job hazard. Lunch is often a casualty, thanks to too many interruptions. But this is good. She picked up her sandwich and took another bite.
So what do you think?
May as well get the verdict fast.
Would you consider taking Jared for the summer? Assuming you wanted him after an interview, of course.
Her brow puckered as she finished chewing, took a sip of her soda. We've never hired an intern. They tend to require significant training time from a staff already stretched too thin. And just when they begin to become productive, the internship ends.
I understand those concerns. Uplink students are no great bargain for sponsoring organizations, although they do work for minimum wage, so it's not a huge financial commitment. But it does require staff time from 1 or 2 people. We like students to be assigned to a mentor or 2 who can guide them through the process and make certain they're getting the most out of the experience. The rewards for the student are incalculable, though.
Once more, Carolyn set her sandwich down and flipped back to the black and white photos, her features softening as she examined the first one. Michael once told me about the mentor who recognized his talent and set him on the right path. He always talked about how much he owed him and how he wanted to do the same someday for another young person. She turned to the next page, to the photo of the 2 children looking toward the sky. Jared's photos make me think of Michael. Her voice softened as she touched the image. Even though there's a desolation to them, a quality shines through that touches my heart. Michael's photos made me think of the preciousness of each individual life. These make me think of aspirations and hopes and dreams.
I thought the same thing.
She looked back at him. So are you doing this for Jared or for Michael? A straightforward question that required a straightforward answer.
Maybe both. This does have a personal component for me. That's why there's more behind my interest in Jared than his talent alone, to answer your earlier question.
After a moment, she closed the binder. Let me think about it. I'd also like to share Jared's work with our chief photographer, Bill Baker. He'd be the logical mentor on the photography side. Can I get back to you tomorrow with an answer? At least she hadn't said no outright. As far as he was concerned, that was a win for today.
Of course.
Carolyn flicked a glance at her watch and rose. I'm sorry to run, but I have to prep for an interview at 1.
No worries.
He stood as well and began gathering up the remnants of their meal. Thanks for lunch. He surveyed her almost untouched food.
You didn't eat much of it.
I'll finish this later. She rewrapped her sandwich.
I'll leave the rest, too.
You don't have to do that.
I insist.
In that case, thanks. My mother will love the pasta salad. I'll share it with her tonight.
Please give her my best.
David held out his hand.
Thank you again for considering Jared.
After hesitating a nanosecond, she placed her slender fingers in his. The stutter in his heart at her touch and the powerful swell of longing that surged through him almost shut down his lungs.
Get out of here, Sloan. Now, before you say or do something inappropriate,
he thought to himself. He released her hand with an abruptness that made her blink.
stepped back. "I'll look forward to hearing from you." With that, he turned away and strode out of the conference room. Not until he was outside in the sunlight did he pause, close his eyes, fist his hands at his sides. No matter how hard he tried to stifle the attraction that had reared its head during his first encounter with Carolyn, it refused to be tamed. Like it or not, he was still drawn to the woman his brother had intended to marry, and with an intensity that scared him. So until he figured out how to deal with that, he'd have to do his best to confine any future contact with her to phone calls, texts, and emails. "This is delicious pasta salad, and perfect for our first barbecue of the year." "I like it too." As Mom helped herself to another serving, Carolyn switched topics. "How are the square dancing lessons going? Is Harold catching on?" Mom was always happy to talk about her steady beau. "He's trying, and you have to give a man credit for that." She peered at the pasta salad. "I think there's avocado in here. Where did you get this?" So much for changing the subject. Carolyn took a deep breath. "I had a meeting at noon with David Sloan today. He brought lunch. This was left over." Her mother's eyebrows rose. "You met with David again?" "Yes. He wants the Chronicle to take an uplink intern for the summer." "Are you going to?" "I don't know yet. This particular student has problems. Plus, it takes a lot of staff time to deal with an intern. But time well spent, I would think, from what you've told me about Uplink." It was hard to argue with that. "I gave Bill the student's portfolio. I want to see what he thinks about the boy's potential." "What kind of problems does he have?" After Carolyn gave her a brief overview, her mother shook her head. "It makes you appreciate your own blessings when you hear a story like that. The boy sounds like he could use a break." "I know. The situation reminds me of Michael's. Not the upbringing, but the raw talent waiting to be recognized and directed." "I wonder if that's what caught David's attention, too." "Could be. He sort of implied that." Her mother's expression grew thoughtful. "Losing Michael must have been very hard on him." "He wasn't the only one it was hard on." Her reply came out sharper than she'd intended. "Of course not, honey." Her mom reached over and patted her hand. "But I think loss is harder when you're alone. David has no family left. He's living in a new town where he probably hasn't had much chance to make friends, and he's trying to learn a new job. He must be lonely. Why don't you ask him to join us sometime for our weekly dinner?" Carolyn stared at her. "Ask David to eat with them? Socialize with them? That would only stir up the unsettling emotions that bubbled to the surface whenever she'd been in his presence lately. No way." "I don't think that's a good idea." She forced herself to maintain a conversational tone as she picked up her glass of water. "Why not? It would be a compassionate thing to do. The mention of his name doesn't seem to upset you anymore, or I wouldn't have suggested it. And it might give you a chance to ask him about that situation with his mother, which seems to bother you." That's ancient history. Why should it bother me?" "I didn't say it should, just that it seems to. But I'll leave the decision about whether to invite him up to you. In the meantime, please tell him I enjoyed his pasta salad." While her mother moved on to a new topic, Carolyn listened with half an ear. As usual, her mom had been right. The disagreement between the two brothers did bother her. All this time she'd sided with Michael. But now that she'd had a few interactions with David, painting him as the heartless villain seemed unfair. And perhaps wrong. Because a man who traded a high-powered, big-bucks career for a job that would enrich only his soul wasn't heartless.
That wasn't the kind of man who broke promises for selfish reasons. So what had happened with their mother to prompt him to remove her from her home? The question niggled at her. Yet, curious as she was, pursuing answers might not be wise if she wanted to remain loyal to Michael. Because the more she saw of David, the more her heart softened toward him. And when you added in the little sizzle every encounter with him generated, you had a tempting and dangerous combination.
This kid has talent.
Bill Baker pushed through the door into Carolyn's office, plopped Jared's binder onto her desk, and dropped into the chair across from her.
Have a seat, Bill.
Lips twitching, she swiveled toward the brusque, craggy-faced photographer. The irony of her comment no doubt lost on him. Bill had no time for social nuances, or office politics, or tact. With his shaggy white hair pulled back in an elastic band and his standard attire of blue jeans and t-shirt, he wasn't a typical Chronicle staff member. But the man had a heart of gold, not to mention the best photographic skills in the business. They were lucky to have him. Do you have time to work with him if we decide to take him on?
I can make time, but I can't help him much on the writing end.
I could handle that. It wouldn't be fair to ask any of her busy staffers to take on yet another responsibility. Besides, if Jared was as high risk as David had indicated, he'd need special handling. Do you have any concerns about the issues we discussed?
Some, but if he's willing to work hard, I'm willing to give him a chance.
Okay, I'll set up an interview. Bill stood and tipped his head toward the portfolio on Carolyn's desk.
I'd hate to see a talent like that go to waste. And I like challenges.
Without giving her a chance to respond, he exited. As the photographer disappeared out the door, Carolyn tapped a finger on Jared's portfolio. Challenges were fine. She liked them too, within reason. But what if Jared Poole turned out to be a bigger challenge than either of them was prepared to tackle? What in the world had David been thinking? Carolyn tried to mask her dismay as she stepped into the lobby a week later to greet Jared for his interview. The boy's low-slung pants, scuffed sneakers, and hoodie made Bill's attire look preppy, and the dark brazen eyes that stared back at her were off-putting, though the boy's bravado might be more wishful than real. Doing her best to keep an open mind, she summoned up a smile, crossed the room, and extended her hand. Jared, I'm Carolyn James. Welcome to the Chronicle. After a brief hesitation, he swiped his palm down his thigh and returned her clasp.
Thanks.
I'll take you back to the conference room. Bill Baker, our chief photographer, is waiting. She held her ID card to the scanner, then led him through the newsroom. At the door to the glass-walled conference room, she paused. Would you like a soda or water?
No. Thanks.
The latter was tacked on as an afterthought. Then let's get started. After she introduced him to Bill, they all took seats at the long table. Carolyn claimed the head, and Bill and Jared took chairs on either side of her, the teen's portfolio front and center. Have you ever visited a newspaper before, Jared? Carolyn gave him an encouraging smile.
No.
Does this sort of work interest you?
Yes.
Better switch to open-ended questions, and start with one that might help put the boy at ease. I understand you're a self-taught photographer. How did you go about learning that skill?
Books and the internet.
What makes you interested in photography?
I like taking pictures.
Okay. The writing in his portfolio and the letter David had shared with her showed a different side of Jared than he was revealing in the interview. And the attitude David had spoken of was very much in evidence. An attitude that screamed, "Why would you do this for me, and what's in it for you?" As she studied him, a kaleidoscope of emotions, suspicion, anxiety, belligerence, and longing paraded across his face. May as well move into the meat of this meeting. Let's talk about the internship, Jared. You're here because David Sloan believes in you and because he and I and Bill all agree you have talent. We feel confident that if you apply yourself, you can succeed. What we're not confident about is your commitment to do that. Bringing you on board here is a risk. David seems convinced it's one worth taking. We need you to convince us of that too. He swallowed.
I want to do this.
Tell us why we should give you this chance when there are a dozen other students we could take who have better grades and better attendance records. He took a deep breath, exhaled. When he spoke, his words were as taut as the rigid line of his shoulders.
I don't want to spend my life on welfare, or in prison, or addicted to drugs. And this may be my best chance to get out of that world. I'll try hard not to disappoint anyone. I like working with words, and I love photography. But I need help to get better at both. The kind of help I can get here through Uplink. Do you still have gang ties?
Bill chimed in for the first time.
I'm working on breaking them. Work harder.
Bill was his usual blunt self.
What about drugs? You'll have to take a drug test to work here. Standard procedure.
Jared stiffened.
I'm clean. Keep it that way. You'll need to do something about your clothes, too. There's a dress code here. Not that you'd know it looking at me.
Jared turned to her, eyed her silk blouse and gold necklace.
I don't have fancy clothes.
Fancy clothes aren't a requirement. Carolyn called up a reassuring smile. Bill is at one end of the clothes spectrum. I'm at the other. Some of that is by necessity. Bill's work out in the field takes him to places that aren't always conducive to nicer clothes. Jeans allow him to climb on walls, get down on the ground, do whatever it takes to get the shots he needs. We can work on your wardrobe, as long as you're agreeable.
I guess so.
I'll also want you to take a writing test before you leave. That's standard practice for new hires. We'll give you a list of facts and ask you to write a story. I'll set you up at one of the empty workstations when we're done here. Bill, anything you want to ask about first?
I have a few technical questions.
He pulled Jared's binder toward him and flipped it open to the photo of the two shadows.
Tell me about this one. Why you framed it like this. What kind of lighting you used. Why you chose this angle.
As the two of them discussed the photo, Carolyn leaned back and observed. Jared became more animated the longer he and Bill conversed, and as the conversation progressed, a spark flickered to life in his eyes. The same spark of passion, excitement, conviction she'd seen in Michael's eyes whenever he talked about his work. It wasn't as easy to spot in Jared's, but it was there. The teen's eyes might be hard, but they weren't yet calcified, meaning there was hope for him. When Bill was finished, Carolyn settled Jared into a workstation and gave him the material for a story. Don't rush. When you finish, knock on my door. I'm right over there. She waved toward her office near the back wall. Half an hour passed before he appeared at her door.
I'm done.
He took a step into her office and held out 2 double-spaced sheets of text. She took them, scanning the first couple of lines. The lead was spot on, a distillation of the most notable part of the story and designed to capture the attention of readers. That was encouraging. If the rest of the article lived up to the excellence of the lead, and if Bill also had positive vibes, Jared may have earned himself a spot at the Chronicle. I'll read this later. Let me walk you out. She set the sheets on her desk and led the way to the front. After pushing through the door to the lobby, she turned to shake hands with the teenager. Thanks for coming in, Jared. Bill and I appreciate your time. I'm sure David Sloan will be in touch with you soon.
Yeah, No problem.
He returned her handshake, scrutinizing her face, as if he was trying to see into her mind and was fighting the temptation to ask her how he'd done. But he didn't. Instead, he swaggered to the door as if to say, I have my pride. I don't need you. I'm just fine on my own. But he wasn't. This meeting had convinced her of what David had already discerned, and what she suspected Jared knew too, deep inside. All she could do was hope he was smart enough to recognize that Uplink was the opportunity of a lifetime, and to follow through on his promise to give it his best shot. Chapter 7.
Jared, David Sloan, you're in.
Several beats of silence ticked by on the other end of the line before the teen responded,
For real? For real. Okay, man. That's good.
Although the teenager was clearly trying to sound cool, the undercurrent of excitement in his voice was easy to detect.
I'll send you an official letter, but I thought you'd want to know right away. There's a meeting for all of the participating students and their mentors from the sponsoring organizations a week from Friday from 3 to 5. The details are in the letter. I'll be there. Any questions in the meantime? No. If you think of any, don't hesitate to call me. We'll look forward to having you in the program, Jared. Carolyn James and Bill Baker were impressed with your talent, and they'll both be serving as mentors for you at the Chronicle. They'll be at the meeting. This is...
His voice rasped.
Thanks. I'll see you at the meeting.
He ended the call. As David hung up, he swung around to find Ella regarding him from his office doorway with an approving expression.
You took him? Yes. After a lot of soul-searching. Even though I still think he's a risk. I hope he recognizes this for the fabulous opportunity it is and takes advantage of it.
I expect Carolyn James will help him do that. She seems like a caring, compassionate person. David arched an eyebrow.
How do you know? You only met her once. Isn't it dangerous to jump to conclusions based on first impressions?
Don't discount first impressions. It doesn't take long to pick up people's vibes if you listen with your heart. She plopped a stack of correspondence into his in-basket. And if you want my opinion about Jared, he may not be as risky as you think. Kindness can produce amazing results. As she exited, David swiveled toward his window. The trees had now been coaxed into full and glorious bloom by the warmth of the spring sun. Though they'd looked dead and lifeless a month ago, under nurturing conditions, they'd flourished. Perhaps the same would be true for Jared. The meeting room was packed with Uplink students and their mentors, gathered for the annual orientation meeting. But Jared wasn't among them. Stifling his disappointment, David scanned the crowd again. Carolyn was seated with Bill several rows back, and she sent him a questioning look. Shrugging, he gave a slight shake of his head. After a moment, she leaned toward Bill, said a few words, then rose and made her way toward him. He met her at the side of the raised platform, leaning down as she spoke. I take it you have no idea where Jared is?
No. I knew he was a risk, but I didn't expect him to go AWOL this soon.
He sighed, raked his fingers through his hair.
There's no reason for the two of you to stay if he doesn't show.
Maybe he was delayed. We'll hang around for a while. Do you want me to try calling him? He checked his watch.
If you wouldn't mind, I'd appreciate it. I do it myself, but the workday's winding down and I don't want to keep people too late. I should get rolling. Ella has all the students' phone numbers with her. She's probably still at the registration table.
I'll track her down and give him a call. 5 minutes later, Carolyn reappeared during his opening remarks, slipped into her seat, and shook her head as she mouthed, "No answer." Half an hour later, during the brief break, David tried calling him again, with the same result. On his way back to the stage to resume the meeting, he paused beside Carolyn and Bill.
I hate to waste your time. If you want to take off, I understand. I don't mind hanging around.
Bill took a swig of the soft drink he'd chosen from the refreshment table. Me neither. Carolyn crossed her legs. Maybe Jared has a legitimate excuse for being absent. Or he may still appear. If he's going to participate, Bill and I need to be part of this orientation.
Thanks. I appreciate your willingness to stay.
But Jared never showed. After the meeting, David remained in front, answering questions from mentors and students while the crowd dispersed. When he was finally finished, he walked over to Carolyn while Ella collected the stray printed material in the chairs and on the information table. She stood as he approached. Bill left at the end, but I decided to stay until you were finished.
I appreciate that.
He blew out a breath.
I have to admit, I'm baffled. Jared promised to be here, and I thought he was sincere. Either my judgment was off about him, or something's wrong.
Do you want to try calling him once more before I leave? I'm not getting positive vibes about this.
Neither am I.
He withdrew his cell phone and placed the call. Not much likelihood he'd get an answer, but it was worth one more attempt to... Hello? A female voice, older sounding, tenuous rather than welcoming.
Hi.
He angled toward Carolyn and raised an eyebrow.
Is Jared there?
Yes, but he can't come to the phone right now. Who is this? He had to be talking to Jared's grandmother. David searched his memory, trying to call up her name. Grace Morris.
David Sloan from Uplink. We had an orientation meeting this afternoon for our new student interns, and we were concerned when Jared didn't attend. I wanted to follow up with him. Am I speaking with Ms. Morris?
Yes. A sigh came over the line. He wanted to be there, Mr. Sloan, but he had a run-in with his former gang last night. David's stomach clenched.
Is he all right?
He'll recover, but I'm afraid he's going to have to drop out of the program. Not what he wanted to hear.
We'd hate to lose him, Ms. Morris. He's a very talented young man.
Beside him, Carolyn's brow wrinkled.
I know, and I'm sick at heart that he's going to miss this opportunity. But I think it's better this way.
Safer was what she meant, and he couldn't discount her worry. Yet there had to be a way to make this work.
I appreciate your concern, Ms. Morris. I know you want what's best for Jared. But maybe we can come up with a plan to help him take advantage of Uplink without causing any further gang problems. May I drop by and talk this over with you in person?
It would be a wasted trip, Mr. Sloan. Her voice was weary and resigned.
Will you at least give me a few minutes of your time?
After a moment, she spoke. You can come, but it won't change anything.
I could be there in half an hour.
That's fine. I'll see you then. The line went dead. And unless he could come up with a plan that would alleviate her concerns about Jared's safety, the boy's affiliation with Uplink would also be dead, along with the opportunities it represented to help him create a different and better life. Jared didn't just blow off today's meeting, did he? At Carolyn's question, he refocused.
No. He had a run-in with his old gang last night. I got the impression they roughed him up enough to give his grandmother, and maybe him, cold feet. I'm assuming they found out about Uplink and decided to try to keep him from straying from the fold. She says he's going to withdraw from the program.
But she agreed to meet with you, right?
Yes, although I don't know that I'll be able to change her mind.
He rubbed the back of his neck.
But I can't let him walk away from this without trying to find a path forward.
After meeting him and hearing his story, I'm almost as invested in his success as you are. Why don't we both talk to his grandmother? Between the two of us, we may be able to convince her to let him continue." As much as he appreciated her offer, no way was he taking her to the neighborhood where Jared lived. Before he could open his mouth to refuse her offer, however, Ella joined them. "Good idea. 2 heads are always better than 1. And don't you be shy, honey." She directed the latter comment to Carolyn. "You speak right up to that lady. Go for the heartstrings." She turned to him and hefted a pile of papers. "I've gathered up all the extra material. Do you need me for anything else here?" "No, we're done. I'll see you Monday." "In the meantime, you work on that grandma, together." Before she walked away to retrieve her purse, she gave him a look he'd come to know too well. The one she used whenever she alluded to his single state while singing the praises of matrimony. He'd have to have a talk with her about that Monday, in case she was thinking about putting on her matchmaking hat, because the Chronicle editor was off limits. David shifted toward Carolyn. "I think we have our marching orders." It would seem so. Amusement flashed in her irises. "Sometimes I think Ella missed her calling. She'd have made a great general." "I like a woman who's not afraid to express her opinion." "So do I." His gaze held hers, perhaps for a moment too long, based on the slight widening of her eyes. Whoops. Too personal. A change of subject was in order. "Are you certain about going with me? Jared and his grandmother don't live in the safest part of town." A beat passed as she blinked, cleared her throat. "Yes. I've been in war zones. I can handle St. Louis." The slight stubborn tilt to her chin suggested that debating the point would be fruitless. "Okay, let's take my car. The area's dicey, and there's safety in numbers." Based on her brief hesitation, she didn't seem too keen on the notion of sharing a car with him after his faux pas moments ago. But in the end, prudence won out. That'll work. He confined the conversation to uplink-related matters during the 20-minute drive, letting their exchange lapse only when he pulled up in front of the apartment building Jared called home. The 5-story building was riddled with plastic-covered broken windows, and calling the small bare patch of earth in front a yard would be too generous. A few youngsters were playing with a cardboard box on the side of the building, and rap music blared from one of the open windows. In a vacant lot next door, a clump of wild tiger lilies had somehow managed to gain a foothold, providing the one touch of beauty in the otherwise desolate setting. I'm always blown away when I come across poverty like this in a land where so many have so much. At Carolyn's soft comment, he nodded. "And we're only a few miles from here. People drive Ferraris and belong to country clubs and live in 5,000-square-foot homes." He motioned to the building. "Ready?" "As I'll ever be." "I'll get your door." She waited for him to come around, and he took her arm as they walked toward the entrance, keeping an eye on a group of teenage boys who were sitting on a stoop at the next building, whistling and catcalling as he guided Carolyn over the cracked and buckled concrete sidewalk. Once inside, he bypassed the dark, dingy elevator after one glance and led her toward the stairwell for the 3-story climb. Unfortunately, that wasn't a much better choice. The smell of stale urine assailed his nostrils, and garbage was wedged in every corner, except for the one where a grizzled older man slept with an empty whiskey bottle beside him. With every step they climbed, his resolution to help Grace Morris feel comfortable and safe about letting Jared participate in Uplink strengthened. It might be the boys' one and only chance to escape from this world. When they emerged onto the 3rd floor, a long, dim, deserted corridor stretched before them, echoing with a cacophony of noise coming from behind the dozens of closed doors. Shouts, curses, rap music, the blare of a TV set turned to full volume. A child crying. David hustled Carolyn down the hallway, fast. At Jared's door, he stopped and knocked. Seconds later, a woman's muffled voice spoke from the other side. "Who is it?" After he announced himself, a lock slid, and an older woman cracked the door, peered out, pulled it open and stepped aside, motioning them in. Once they entered, she closed the door, slid the lock back into place, and extended her gnarled, work-worn hand. "How do you do? I'm Grace Morris." This was the older woman in one of Jared's striking photos. He took Grace's rough, sinewy hand, a hand that spoke of too much exposure to hard work and abrasive detergent.
"It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Morris. This is Carolyn James from the Chronicle, who has agreed to be one of Jared's mentors at the newspaper. She was at today's meeting and offered to come with me."
Carolyn also shook the woman's hand. "I'm happy to meet you, Miss Morris." Jared's grandmother motioned toward a couch and rocking chair in the tiny living room. "Please sit down. May I offer you water or a soda?" "Not for me, thank you." Carolyn smiled at the woman and walked into the living room.
"I'll pass, too."
David followed her in, joining her on the couch as he gave the room a discreet perusal. Though the furnishings were shabby and the ceiling bore water stains, the apartment was tidy and spotless. An Afghan draped over the couch camouflaged the threadbare patches of fabric that peeked from beneath it, and a bud vase containing one of the lilies from the vacant lot next door sat on a small table beside a worn Bible. Photos of Jared at various ages were grouped in metal frames on a small credenza, and pictures of scenic vistas, the kind found on many calendars, brightened the walls. As Grace Morris lowered herself into the rocking chair at a right angle to the window, the sunlight threw the lines in her face into sharp relief. This was a woman who'd had a hard life, one filled with care and worry. Yet her demeanor and bearing conveyed dignity and strength, as if she'd found a way to deal with the unfair hand life had dealt her without growing bitter. "I'm afraid you've both made a wasted trip, Mr. Sloan." She set her chair rocking.
"I hope not. Carolyn and I have taken a great interest in Jared. He's a talented young man."
"Yes, he is. And I appreciate that you're both concerned about him. But I don't want him risking his life to participate in your program." David frowned. Just how badly was he hurt? He did his best to maintain a conversational tone despite the worry gnawing at his gut.
"Is he here?"
"Yes. He's sleeping, and I didn't want to wake him after his rough night."
"Can you tell us what happened?"
A shadow passed over her face. "He went out to pick up a prescription for me at the pharmacy. On the way back, some gang members jumped him."
"Did you call the police?"
She gave him a get real look. "That could get him killed." "But Jared does want to break ties with them, doesn't he?" Carolyn joined the conversation. "Yes. Those boys are bad news, and he knows it. But they've been putting pressure on him to get more involved. When they heard about Uplink, I guess they were afraid he was backing off and decided to send a strong message." "I can understand your concern." Carolyn's voice was gentle, compassionate. "How do you feel about his participation in Uplink, gang concerns aside?" "I was all for it. I want something better for my boy than this." She waved a hand around the apartment. "But after last night," a shudder rippled through her and she pulled the Afghan over her lap. "It's too risky." "Has he had medical attention, Ms. Morris?" Again, Carolyn's caring manner and empathy came through loud and clear. "Yes. We spent 12 hours in the emergency room. At first, he didn't want to go. He knew there'd be questions. But he was having trouble breathing, which scared both of us. By 11 last night, I convinced him that we had to get help." What did the doctors... A door opened down the hallway off the living room, and Carolyn stopped speaking. The sound of shuffling feet followed. Only Grace had a line of sight to the hallway, and she rose as Jared appeared and leaned against the wall, clutching his side.
Nan, the bandage on my arm came off. Do we have any...
He sucked in a breath as he caught sight of the visitors.
What's going on?
Mr. Sloan called to see why you missed the uplink meeting and asked if he could stop by. Ms. James came along. As the two talked, David took a quick inventory of Jared. It was clear from his bent posture that he was in pain from damages not visible. But there were plenty of obvious injuries as well. Jared's right eye was almost swollen shut. His lip was puffy and split, and his left upper arm sported a large bandage just below the sleeve of his t-shirt. He glanced at Carolyn. Shock radiated from her, and her sudden pallor told him she was as shocked as he was by the boy's condition. Jared tried to straighten up, winced, gave up the effort.
Didn't you tell them I'm dropping out?
Yes.
We'd like to find a way for you to stay in the program, Jared.
David angled toward the teen. The boy's face was as bleak as a gray winter day in St. Louis.
Ain't gonna happen, man. I won't put Nan through the worry. And I already have 2 broken ribs. I'm not angling for 2 more, or worse. Since we made a trip down here, will you at least talk to us about it for a few minutes? Won't do any good.
Please, Jared. Carolyn's imploring entreaty echoed in the quiet room. Longing warred with fear in his eyes for several seconds, but in the end, he dipped his head.
I guess talking can't hurt.
He pushed off gingerly from the wall, started forward, gasped and clutched his middle.
Let me help you.
David rose and moved toward him, but halted when Jared recoiled. Okay. There were major trust issues here. What must this boy's life have been like to make him so skittish? Slowly, David extended his hand.
There's nothing wrong with admitting you need help, Jared. We all do at times.
The teen appraised him as several tense, silent seconds ticked by. In the end, Jared's shoulders slumped.
Thanks. I guess I could use a hand.
David moved closer, and the tall, lanky teen grasped his arm as he shuffled toward the couch. Carolyn moved over to make room for them both, and David eased the boy down before taking his own seat.
What I'd like to do is brainstorm about this for a few minutes.
David leaned forward, hands clasped.
Getting you out of this environment would help. Ms. Morris, is there anywhere else Jared could live for the summer? A relative who might take him in, elsewhere in town? Somewhere away from the usual gang hangouts?
The older woman's forehead wrinkled.
I have one sister, a widow. She lives in Webster Groves.
That could work. Carolyn nodded. Webster is close to the Chronicle and far enough away from here that the gang might leave Jared alone. No. Grace slowly shook her head.
I've always taken care of Jared by myself. No one's ever offered to help, and I've never asked. I don't plan to start now.
She dropped her chin and played with a button on her sweater.
Besides, my sister and I haven't spoken for years.
A family rift. David drew in a breath. If anyone in the room could relate to that, it was him. Could he use his own experience to help convince this woman to mend her fences for the sake of her grandson?
I admire the fact that you've always cared for Jared on your own, Ms. Morris.
He spoke slowly, choosing each word with care.
And I know you want what's best for him now. Uplink is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Isn't it worth the effort To ask your sister for help? For Jared's sake?
Grace pulled her sweater tighter around her.
I tried to contact her once after her husband died 3 years ago. She didn't want any part of a reconciliation then, and I doubt she's changed her mind. I understand how difficult it would be to approach her again, and I speak from personal experience.
He examined the worn rug beneath his feet, swallowed past the lump in his throat.
I had a rift with my brother, and I've always regretted the fact that we didn't resolve it before he died.
His voice hoarsened, and he cleared his throat. Soul-bearing hadn't been on his agenda today, but it was worth it if it helped Jared.
There's still time for you, though. And in the process, you'll be taking care of Jared as you always have.
Grace considered him for a long moment, but finally shook her head.
I'm sorry. I appreciate you sharing your story, but after she ignored my outreach, I feel like the next move has to be hers.
And there's no one else you could ask? Carolyn sounded as desperate as he felt.
No. They were at an impasse.
Blast.
Nan, I'd really like to be a part of Uplink.
As Jared spoke, all three of them turned to him. The boy's interest may not have come through strongly during his interview, but the desperate yearning in his eyes now was so fierce it was almost tangible.
Jared, after all the years we haven't spoken, there's no reason to think your great aunt would talk to me now, let alone agree to let you live with her for the summer.
Grace shook her head.
That would be a huge imposition. You don't know if you don't ask. It's my only chance, Nan.
His voice rasped, and he clamped his lips together, fisted his hands in his lap. Carolyn jumped back in. It might be different this time, Ms. Morris. Circumstances can change in 3 years or 3 months or even overnight. A shadow of pain darkened her face, and David's stomach clenched. It took every ounce of his discipline to stifle an urge to reach over and take her hand. Maybe it would be worth trying once more to contact her. You wouldn't have anything to lose, and perhaps you'd have much to gain. Silence fell in the room, broken only by the screech of tires outside and what sounded like a car backfiring. At least David hoped that's what it was. He held his breath as Grace picked up her Bible, clutched it to her chest, closed her eyes, and said the words they all wanted to hear. All right. I'll give my sister a call. Chapter 8. Thank goodness the group of teens that had heckled them on their arrival was gone. As David ushered her out of the rundown apartment building, a protective hand at her back, Carolyn kept tabs on the surroundings. Nothing raised any alarms, but danger could lurk in every shadow, and she wouldn't breathe easy until this place was a distant speck in their rearview mirror. Only after they were both in the car and driving away did she speak. What's your take on the meeting? David dodged a pothole.
I'm more confident about Jared's interest. Less confident his grandmother will succeed with her sister.
The grooves on his forehead deepened.
At this point, I'd invite him to bunk with me for the summer if I could.
She stared at him. Seriously?
Yes. But the board prefers that staff not get personally involved with individual students. And it was made clear to me that while I should be compassionate in my role as executive director, that was also to maintain a professional distance. I pushed the limits on that today.
He merged into the traffic on the highway traveling west. I admire your willingness to go out on a limb. In fact, his commitment to the teen was both touching and endearing.
Hopefully the limb won't break. This whole business with Jared has been risky from day one. But I think he has tremendous potential, and I'd hate to see that go to waste. I assume that's why you're taking a chance on him, too.
If only her motives were that pure. I do think he's a gifted writer and photographer, and I'd like to help him find his calling. But my motivations aren't as selfless as yours. I keep thinking how a mentor helped Michael get his act together and develop his talent, and how Michael always wanted to pay back that kindness by doing the same for another young person. I feel like I should do this for him, as an atonement for the part I played in his death. Her voice choked, and she bowed her head, blinking to clear her vision. All at once, David reached over and folded her fingers in his. As she stared down at their joined hands, the warmth of his strong, lean fingers seeped into hers, his comforting touch loosening the knot of tension that had been her constant companion since Michael's death. But the contact created a new kind of tension, one that was more about passion than compassion. A tension that was all about attraction. There was no denying it this time. Sparks were flying in the car, on her end anyway. And that was wrong. Before she could grapple with the cavalcade of emotions crashing over her, he squeezed and released her fingers.
I understand. I feel the same way.
If their brief physical contact had had any effect on him, he was hiding it well.
And I think Michael would be pleased by our efforts. Jared's exactly the kind of kid he would have chosen to help if he'd had the opportunity.
He scanned his watch.
I don't know about you, but I'm starving. Can I interest you in dinner?
Dinner with David? Her lungs stalled, even as a delicious trill of anticipation rippled through her. She quashed it at once. Sharing a meal with the man beside her was a bad idea, especially after her reaction to his touch. She should keep her distance. Yet the temptation to accept was strong. She risked a peek at him as she fought the impulse to say yes. He was so different from Michael that it was hard sometimes to believe they were brothers. On a physical level, the disparities were obvious. David was a couple of inches shorter than Michael, with dark brown hair versus his brother's sandy, sun-streaked mane, and his eyes were a quiet, deep brown, in contrast to Michael's sparkling, vivid blue irises. But their personalities were also worlds apart. Michael had been an adventurous extrovert, while David was a cautious introvert. Or at least that's how Michael had characterized the kid brother he'd good-naturedly referred to as the suit, claiming David was destined for the corporate world and power lunches and that one day he'd be rich and famous, while his older sibling continued to tilt at windmills. And that had been fine with her. Michael's absolute passion for truth and his zeal for his job had been admirable, and his dynamic energy had infused those around him with excitement and enthusiasm. When the silence between them lengthened, David hiked up one corner of his mouth and flicked her a glance.
If it's taking you that long to decide, you must not be as hungry as I am.
Sorry. Warmth crept over her cheeks. I was daydreaming for a minute. She tried to summon up the fortitude to decline. Hesitated. Dinner together might give her a chance to ask a few questions about the rift between the two brothers, as her mother had suggested. And she was curious about that. Plus, a meal in a public place between two people involved in a professional project wasn't exactly a date.
I'll take that as a—
Wait. With sudden decision, she nodded. I accept. For a brief instant, David seemed as surprised as she was by her willingness to join him, but he recovered quickly.
Great. Any restaurant suggestions? I haven't had a chance to scope many places out yet.
Café Provençal in Kirkwood has a wonderful patio, and the weather is perfect today for outdoor dining.
Sold.
She guided him to the restaurant, and he nodded his approval as they were seated at a linen-draped table.
Nice. Do you come here often?
No, but the food has always been delicious. Their server approached, took their drink orders, and recited the list of specials. As she departed, a man about David's age rose from a nearby table and walked over to them.
David? I thought that was you.
At the greeting, David swiveled around. Then he smiled and rose, extending his hand.
Chuck Williams, what are you doing here? I'm on vacation, visiting my wife's family.
He waved toward his table, where a woman was seated with an older couple.
Let me introduce you to Carolyn James.
After he did so, David filled her in on the man's background.
Chuck was an associate of mine at my old firm in Chicago until he switched companies about 1.5 years ago.
Chuck shook her hand, then turned his attention back to David.
What are you doing in St. Louis? I took a job here with a nonprofit organization earlier this year. No kidding. When you turned down that amazing New York offer right before I left because you didn't want to disrupt your mom's life by moving her again, I figured you'd be in Chicago forever.
Carolyn frowned and took a sip of her water. David had declined an offer out of concern for his mother. Another piece of the puzzle that didn't fit.
No, Mom died 1 year ago, and after that there was no reason to stay.
Sympathy suffused the man's face.
I'm sorry to hear she passed on. I know how much she meant to you, and what excellent care you gave her. It's been hard, but I have a new life now, and a job I love. I'm glad to hear that. Carolyn, it was nice to meet you. Good luck with the new job.
He clapped David on the back and returned to his table. As David retook his seat, Carolyn studied him. Why would a man who turned down a major promotion out of love for his mother subsequently put her in a nursing facility, despite his promise to her and Michael's protests?
You look a bit pensive.
At David's comment, Carolyn called up a smile. I was thinking about Michael and how much he loved his job. That was sort of true. Michael had just been in her thoughts, and perhaps talking about him would provide an opening to ask the questions that were on her mind. He had such passion for life and spontaneity.
I know. I always admired him for his willingness to embrace life without agonizing over every decision. True confession, I had a case of hero worship for him ever since I was a little kid.
His lips flexed, softening the angular planes of his face.
He always seemed larger than life somehow. I tried to emulate him, but we were just too different.
How so? She had her own ideas on that score, but it would be interesting to hear his.
He was athletic. I was academic. He was a daredevil who was always looking for adventure. I was cautious. I have to admit cringing at his recklessness on a few occasions, but I still admired his fearlessness.
Any particular occasion you'd like to share? David gave a soft laugh.
There is one that stands out. When he was about 10 or 11, he was convinced he could jump from the roof of our garage to the roof of the tool shed next door. So he put on his superhero cape and climbed up on the roof, which, in itself, seemed incredibly brave to me at the time. Then he attempted to jump.
What happened?
We all took a trip to the emergency room, where he got 12 stitches in his chin.
David shook his head.
The whole incident seemed to bother us a lot more than it bothered him. By the next day, he was ready to try it again. And he would have, too, if our dad hadn't threatened to pull him out of soccer if he did.
That sounded like the man she'd loved. Michael had always plunged first and planned on the fly. That spontaneity was one of the reasons he'd been so good at his job, along with his sense of adventure, his willingness to take risks, his easygoing manner, his go-with-the-flow attitude. Well, you may have had a case of hero worship, but Michael also admired and respected you. He was always bragging about you. David did a double take.
For real?
Yes. She cocked her head. You seem surprised.
I am. As much as we loved each other, Michael wasn't the type to put his feelings into words. Verbal communication wasn't his strong suit.
They were interrupted by the return of the server, but once they placed their orders, she steered the conversation back to the subject they'd been discussing. I thought he was very adept at expressing himself. One side of David's mouth quirked up.
Maybe he was with you, but in general, Michael kept his feelings to himself. He may have been willing to take chances physically, like the day he jumped off the garage roof, but he was far more cautious about sharing what was in his heart.
His mouth flattened, and a muscle twitched in his cheek as he straightened a piece of his cutlery.
That's why it was difficult to talk to him about our mother.
The perfect opening to discuss what was on her mind. He was very upset about that situation.
I know. We both were. As I told Jared's grandmother, I'm sorry we never resolved our differences. I'll live with that regret for the rest of my life, among others.
Like putting your mother in an assisted living facility against her wishes? And Michael's? The direct question spilled out before she could stop it, and Carolyn winced. There could have been a more diplomatic way to lead up to that, but it was the burning question in her mind. Because the callous indifference such behavior implied didn't fit the man sitting across from her. There had to be an explanation. David's jaw tightened, as if he was clenching his teeth.
No, I have no regrets about that. I was out of options.
But your mother's condition didn't seem alarming at Christmas when Michael and I visited.
She had a few good days while you were there, but they were an anomaly. She'd been slipping over the prior weeks, and after you left, she went downhill so fast, even I had a hard time believing it.
A flash of pain echoed in his eyes, and it took every bit of her willpower to resist the impulse to lay her hand over the fingers he'd clenched on the table. Instead, she bunched her napkin into a ball on her lap. What happened?
What didn't happen?
He blew out a breath, took a sip of water.
One Saturday, I left her in the kitchen for less than 3 minutes and came back to find that she'd turned on all the burners on the stove and put empty pots on each one. Another time, I took her to church, and when I stopped to talk with a friend, she disappeared. 10 frantic minutes later, I found her wandering down the middle of the street, without her shoes. It got to the point where she needed constant supervision.
Michael had never mentioned any of that. Did you think about hiring home health care?
I tried that, but it was hard to find reliable help during the day, let alone night. I wasn't impressed with the caregivers sent from either of the companies I hired. So I started sleeping at her house. Not that I got much sleep. Mom was inclined to get up at night and wander. I also cut down on my business trips as much as I could. But the situation was untenable.
Did you tell Michael any of this?
I tried to talk to him about it, but it was hard for him to grasp the extent and swiftness of her decline from thousands of miles away. I know he wanted me to wait until you came home for the wedding before taking any action, but there was no way I could do that. I didn't want to break our promise to Mom any more than he did, but she needed more care than I could give unless I quit my job.
Carolyn shifted in her seat. It appeared David had been backed into a corner, caught between the proverbial rock and a hard place. If everything he'd told her was true, what other option had he had? In light of this new information, it hadn't been fair for Michael to blame the man across from her for making a hard choice and for reneging on his promise, for forcing David to carry the full burden of that decision by refusing to listen to his concerns and talk through the problems. As if he'd read her mind, David spoke again.
To tell you the truth, I resented Michael for abdicating his responsibility in dealing with the issue. He left it all to me, then got angry when I addressed the problem.
He smoothed out a crease in the tablecloth with fingers that weren't quite steady.
It was a bad situation all around.
The server appeared with their food, giving Carolyn a chance to digest everything she'd heard, and come to the obvious conclusion. Despite Michael's angry assessment, David's decision to move his mother to a care facility hadn't been arbitrary. It had been born of necessity. He'd made the difficult choice despite his brother's opposition, handling the heart-wrenching situation with deep love and integrity. Admiration and respect for the man seated across from her filled her heart, easing out any lingering resentment she may have harbored against him. As the server departed, she took a deep breath, reached out and touched his hand. "Thank you for sharing all of that with me. It gives me a different perspective on the situation." The brief hitch in his breathing when he looked down at her fingers suggested he was as surprised by her impulsive gesture as she was. After a moment, he swallowed, spoke in a hoarse voice.
"Thanks for listening with an open mind. I wish Michael and I could have had this conversation."
"I do too." She retracted her hand and picked up her fork, her fingertips still vibrating from the contact with his skin. And no matter how tasty the food on her plate was as they ate their dinner, it wasn't sufficient to satisfy the unexpected hunger that had suddenly bloomed inside her, or quench the overpowering yearning to fill the long, empty place in her heart that longed for love. Grace Morris reached for the phone, hesitated, let her hand drop back to her lap, sighed. Lord, this was hard. Fingers trembling, she brushed a few stray strands of hair back from her face. Not that she was a stranger to hard. She'd had to do a lot of hard things in her life. Bury her husband, watch her beloved daughter die of a drug overdose, do menial physical work that left her bone-weary, raise her grandson alone. But on the hard list, calling Dara ranked right up near the top. She reached for her Bible, pressed it against her chest, and closed her eyes. Lord, please help Dara find it in her heart to understand, to see the truth. Help us be sisters again. But if that isn't to be, please fill her heart with compassion for Jared so that he can have a better life. After a few moments, she set the Bible back on the table beside her and picked up the phone. Pushing off hard tasks didn't make them any easier. All she could do was forge ahead and put this in God's hands. Pulse picking up, she tapped in the number and held her breath. 1 ring. 2. 3. Dara wasn't going to answer. She'd either have to leave a message or... Hello? Grace's pulse stuttered. Hello? Is anyone there? Somehow she found her voice. Dara? It's Grace. Please don't hang up. Silence. Dara. More silence. She checked the screen of her cell. The call was still connected. Hello, Grace. Her sister's tone was cautious rather than cold. That was hopeful. It's been a long time since we talked. Grace tightened her grip on the phone. Yes, it has. I've missed you. A scraping sound came over the line, like a chair being pulled out, and when Dara spoke again, her voice was weary. I've missed you too. I'm sorry that I wouldn't talk to you after George died. Grace glanced toward the framed photo of the man she'd loved, tucked in among the pictures of Jared. Her husband had been a prince among men. I know how hard it is to lose someone you love. You don't think straight for a long while. That's a fact. But after I did start thinking straight again, I learned a few things about George. I thought about calling you then, but
Well, pride got in my way, I guess. It was hard to admit he hadn't been the most faithful husband in the world. I'm sorry I didn't believe you about what happened that Christmas. As memories of the incident 9 years before came flooding back, Grace shivered. George cornering her in the kitchen after having one too many drinks, backing her against the refrigerator and kissing her, suggesting that he'd be happy to ease her loneliness now that she was a widow. And Dara's arrival at the worst possible moment. How could the sister she'd loved all her life had made such terrible accusations? But over time, the sting of those hurtful words had faded. Enough for her to make an overture after George died. The swift rebuff, however, had convinced her a reconciliation would never happen. That the sister she'd once loved, still loved, was lost to her forever. Yet now she had an additional incentive to mend their fences. I never encouraged him, Dara. I know that now. That's why I almost called you on several occasions since he passed. But my stubborn pride got in the way. I didn't want to admit I couldn't even keep my own husband interested. The problem wasn't with you, Dara. Sometimes I still wonder about that. A sigh came over the line. But it's history now, and I'm glad you reached out again. I figured the next attempt would have to come from me. Grace's pulse picked up, and she laid her hand on her Bible. It might have if it wasn't for Jared. What's going on with him? Condensing the story as much as possible, Grace stuck to the highlights, or lowlights. So unless I can find a place for him to stay for the summer where he'll be away from the gang, he's going to have to turn down this opportunity. How do I fit into the story you just told me? Her sister sounded puzzled. This was the moment of truth. After filling her lungs, Grace plunged in. I know it would be a huge imposition, but I was hoping maybe he could stay with you during the 10-week internship. And Dara had room for him in her house, if not her heart. George may have been a philanderer, but he'd left her well fixed, with a large home. Silence greeted her request. Grace fought down her swelling panic. I know this is coming out of the blue, Dara, and I don't expect an answer right away. But would you please think about it? For Jared's sake? Is he a good boy, Grace? At heart, he is. He's honest, and if he makes a promise, he keeps it. But he's had some rough stretches. His grades aren't the best, and I've had a tough time keeping him in school. That's why Uplink is such a godsend. I've been praying for the past 2 years that some opportunity would come along that would open a door for him to a different life, and well, I think this is it. A few beats ticked by. I'm not sure I know how to deal with a teenager, Grace. Dara's voice was laced with concern. Since George and I never had children, I don't have any experience with young people. She hadn't said no. Yet. That was hopeful. Jared is self-sufficient. All he needs is a place to sleep. I'll be happy to contribute toward his meals and any other expenses he might incur. Are you still working? Yes. Doing what? The same thing I've always done. Another sigh. I can agree to meet the boy, at least. One more step in the right direction. Some of the tension in Grace's shoulders eased. When would you like him to come? Would Saturday work? Around 11? He'll be there. Thank you. You'll come too, won't you? If you want me to. Of course. I don't remember much about Jared. It'll be less awkward if you're there. Besides, we have a lot of catching up to do. I doubt we'll make much headway in one meeting. I'm hoping it's the first of many. Warmth bubbled up inside Grace, filling her with hope. We'll be there. Plan to stay for lunch.
Her throat pinched.
We will. And thank you.
Thank you for having the courage to reach out again, for setting the stage for a new beginning. I'll see you Saturday. When the line went dead, Grace set herself beside her Bible, hope bubbling up inside her. New beginnings. That had a nice sound. For Jared, and perhaps for her as well. Chapter 9.
Take a look at these.
Once again, ignoring her half-shut door, Bill Baker strolled into Carolyn's office without knocking and dropped several black-and-white photos on her desk. She swiveled toward the photographer, sending him a wry look.
Come on in. I don't have time for niceties.
He waved her comment aside in his usual brusque manner.
But I do have time to get prints made if work is worthy. Look.
He tapped the photos. She shifted her attention to the photos. The subject of each was a child with some sort of disability. One little boy was laughing in delight as he was lifted from his wheelchair to the back of a horse. A young blind girl was engrossed in shaping a vase on a potter's wheel, her face alight with wonder as her hands molded the clay. The joyful expression of a boy with Down syndrome had been caught at the perfect instant as he reeled in a fish. Each of the remaining photos was just as compelling, capturing expressions and moments that spoke of joy and hope in the midst of what had to be challenging lives. Wow. She leaned back. Let me guess. Jared.
Bingo.
He propped a hip on the corner of her desk.
I sent him to cover a day camp for disabled children. It was his first solo assignment. My only instruction was to capture the spirit of the event. This is what I got.
I'm impressed.
Ditto.
How's everything been going in general? You haven't said much in the 3 weeks he's been here.
Better and better. The attitude problem is disappearing, and he's done an excellent job at all the shoots he's been on with me. He remembers every critique I make of his work and incorporates my suggestions into the next assignment. That's why I figured he was ready to go solo for the camp story. How's he faring from the writing end?
Also improving. He doesn't take as much offense now when I offer constructive criticism. Bottom line, other than a few rough patches while he adjusted to his new living arrangement and the 8-to-5 working world, I haven't seen anything to cause concern. In fact, he's been doing so well, I'm going to run a bylined piece from him in the next edition.
He'll like that.
Bill rose, gathered up the photos, and tipped his head toward Jared's cubicle, visible across the newsroom through Carolyn's glass-walled office.
I want to catch him before he takes off. I'll talk to you later.
As Bill strode toward the boy, Carolyn assessed the changes in their intern. He'd arrived the first day in jeans, what appeared to be new sport shoes, and a golf shirt, far more professional than his previous attire. And his clothing wasn't the only thing that had changed. Despite the attempts of other employees to welcome him, he'd kept to himself at first, standing apart in the break room when staffers gathered to chat over coffee, rebuffing lunch invitations. But in the past couple of days, he'd left at lunchtime with 2 of the younger employees who frequented a local sandwich shop. Hopefully that meant he was adjusting and beginning to feel comfortable at the Chronicle. All of which she'd relayed to David during his regular calls to check on the boy. Calls she looked forward to much more than was prudent. Of course, once Jared's internship ended, there would be little reason for him to stay in touch. But instead of easing her mind, that only made her melancholy. She blew out a breath. Go figure. Except she wasn't going to waste time trying to dissect her reactions. Instead, she opened the top drawer of her credenza and withdrew the envelope she'd placed there last week. Scanned the announcement from the National Journalism Association about a competition for high school students. It was tailor-made for Jared. And what an opportunity for the winners, who would attend an intensive program in New York conducted by major names in the fields of journalism and photography. No reason to delay talking about this with him any longer, given how well the internship was going. She stood just as Jared rose. Bill laid a hand on his shoulder, and instead of recoiling as he once would have, the teen flashed the man a quick grin. Another positive sign. Carolyn started toward the door, competition material in hand, but paused as he reached for his backpack under the desk. He had a bus to catch, and it was already after 5. His great-aunt's home wasn't far, but buses ran less often after working hours. Best to hold their chat until tomorrow. After returning to her desk, Carolyn dived back into work. The day before the paper went to press was always long, and this one was no different. 2 hours later, she surfaced, rotating the kinks out of her shoulders. Time to wrap up. After hoisting her tote onto her shoulder, she crossed to her office door, reached toward the light switch, and paused as her phone rang. Tempted as she was to let it roll, that wasn't in a journalist's DNA. She pulled it out of her bag and scanned the screen. David. A smile played at her lips. This call would be a pleasure to take. Hi. She leaned a shoulder against the wall. What's up? Are you, by chance, still at the office? I remember you told me Mondays before publication can be long. As a matter of fact, I am. I'm on the cusp of leaving, though. Why? I don't want to delay you, but I'm in the neighborhood and wondered if I could drop off the midterm evaluation form instead of mailing it. We always ask our mentors to give us a brief written progress report on their intern halfway through the program. I could be there in 5 minutes. That'll work. I'll wait for you in the lobby. Thanks. The 5 minutes turned into 15, and when she finally spotted him through the window, striding down the sidewalk, his slightly askew tie and harried expression suggested he'd also had a long day. She opened the door for him before he pressed the buzzer. Sorry for the delay. His eyes radiated apology as he stepped inside. I got stopped by a train a few blocks up on Kirkwood Road. No worries. It happens all the time. She took the envelope he held out. There's an alternate route over the tracks that the locals use. I'll give you the directions sometime. I'll take every trick I can get to make life easier. Carolyn searched his face as she slid the form he'd given her into her tote. The faint fan of wrinkles at the corners of his eyes was new, and his brown eyes seemed troubled, as if too many worries were weighing him down. He looked like a man who'd not only been putting in long hours, but perhaps investing too much of himself in his job, fretting about the students, about making the program a success. That was another difference between the two brothers. Michael hadn't been a worrier. The man who'd stolen her heart had always lived for the moment, choosing to let tomorrow take care of itself. A quality the worrywart in her had found appealing and liberating. Yet while she'd agreed with Michael that worry taken to extremes was counterproductive, perhaps he'd erred too much in the other direction. Worry in moderation could be constructive, allowing you to avoid mistakes. The trick was finding the balance. Apparently, David hadn't yet done that. He seemed to take on the cares of those entrusted to him as if they were his own, including students like Jared. His next question confirmed that the boy was on his mind. How's Jared doing? Excellent. Perhaps she could ease his mind on that score anyway. Bill showed me several photos today that Jared took on his first solo assignment. Every one displayed the signature quality we noticed in the work in his portfolio, and we're going to run a byline story of his in the next edition. His writing was already strong, but it's gotten even more polished in the weeks he's been with us. The tension in David's features eased a tad. I'm glad to hear that. He motioned over her shoulder to the darkened offices.
Are you the last one standing?
The managing editor is always the last to leave on pre-press days. It goes with the territory.
Why don't I walk you to your car?
The warmth that filled her at his offer went way beyond what a simple, polite gesture merited. She ignored it. Thanks, but that's not necessary. She moved to the keypad beside the front door. There's a lot behind the building. After I set the night alarm and pull the front door shut behind me, all I have to do is walk down the alley. She tapped in a few numbers and stepped outside. He followed her, giving the tight, dim passage beside the building a narrow-eyed scan.
I'd feel better if you'd let me see you to your car. Mom always told me that a gentleman should never let a lady walk down a dark alley alone.
He shot her a quick grin. David was a gentleman through and through. Mom would approve of his good manners. Not that it mattered, of course. It wasn't as if they were dating or anything. But I wish we were, she thought to herself. Her heart flip-flopped. Where on earth had that come from? This was the brother of the man she'd loved, the man she still loved. She wasn't interested in getting involved with any man, let alone this man. That would be all wrong. Wouldn't it?
Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. I know a woman who spent time in a war zone can take care of herself.
David gave a sheepish shrug.
In this day and age, a guy can get into trouble for trying to be chivalrous.
He thought he'd offended her? That was the message her expression had sent? Better correct that impression fast. No need to apologize. I was surprised, not offended. If you'd like to walk back with me, that would be fine. He motioned toward the alley.
Lead the way.
Since the passage wasn't wide enough to accommodate them side by side, he fell in behind her. Truth be told, it was comforting to feel his solid presence at her back. Though the area was safe, her usual route to the parking lot was through the back door, and the time or two she'd used this route had been in broad daylight. While the days were long this time of year, dusk had settled, and the deep shadows between the buildings were a bit unnerving, even for someone who'd been alone in far more dangerous situations on assignments. Once they emerged into the dim parking area, she waved toward her car, which was wedged into a far corner of the lot. I had to run an errand at lunch, and when I got back, that was the only spot left. In general, I park much closer to the door. She stopped and turned to him. Thanks again. He inclined his head toward her car.
I'll finish the job.
Rather than protest, she started forward again, fumbling in her tote for her keys. I bet you're ready to call it a day, too. When her question didn't produce a response, she glanced over to find him homed in on her car, eyebrows dipped into a deep V. She followed his line of sight, sucked in a breath. Scratched into the maroon paint was a warning. Back off. Followed by a single crude term that had nothing to do with its non-vulgar dog-related usage.
Do you have any idea what that might be about, besides the obvious?
His voice was measured, controlled, but steel ran through it. The obvious being Jared, of course, and his gang ties. It may not be connected to Jared.
Can you think of any other explanation?
No. While she'd taken flack for stories in the past, there was no issue hot enough right now to raise anyone's ire to a level that would push them to take this kind of action. David reached into his pocket and withdrew his cell.
I'm calling the police.
Wait. Let's think this through. Her brain began clicking. The lot's deserted. This could have been done hours ago, and I don't want to cause trouble for you or Jared. If this incident gets back to the Uplink board members, they'll give you a ton of grief. It could also jeopardize their willingness to take a chance on students like Jared in the future. It's not worth that risk.
I'm not taking chances with you either. That's a threat.
He pointed toward the car, his intensity stealing the breath from her lungs.
"This has to be reported. For insurance purposes, if nothing else."
Hard to argue with that. As he punched in 911 and provided the requested information to the dispatcher, she reread the warning, mashed her lips together. She would not be intimidated. If anything, this strengthened her resolve to help Jared. Assuming gang members were responsible for it, as David suspected, their plan had backfired.
"All right, thanks."
David ended the call and slipped his phone back into his pocket.
"An officer should be here within a couple of minutes."
He took her arm and urged her toward the building.
"Why don't you wait inside?"
She pulled free and lifted her chin. "I don't run away from trouble, David. I'll wait here with you." As they faced off in the lot, a flash of lightning zigzagged across the darkening sky in the distance, followed by the muted rumble of thunder. The clouds that had been gathering on the horizon all afternoon must have moved closer, because the air was now supercharged with electricity. Soon, the storm would break. If they didn't take evasive action, they would both be caught in it. On more than the weather front, because voltage was zipping between them, too. "Maybe we should both go inside, where it's safe." She motioned toward the building. Before he could respond, a police car turned into the parking lot.
"Too late."
David remained locked onto her gaze as sparks ricocheted between them. Her heart stammered. He wasn't talking about a thunderstorm or the arrival of the police. David was as attracted to her as she was to him. And in an instant, two things became clear. As much as she'd vowed to guard her heart from this man, nowhere with David would be safe. And it might be too late to keep her distance.
Mistake, mistake, mistake,
he thought to himself. As another police car pulled into the lot and parked behind the first one, David drew a shaky breath. He should have broken eye contact with Carolyn at once instead of letting her see into his heart. But he was worried about her, big time. In fact, considering the surge of testosterone that had rocketed through him, he was lucky he'd managed to resist the temptation to reach out and touch the silky strands of hair that had whipped across her face in a sudden gust of wind. Thank heaven the police had arrived and saved him from that faux pas. As the officers emerged from the patrol cars and walked over to them, he made a concerted effort to shift gears. The older officer withdrew a notebook as he approached.
"Good evening, folks. I'm Officer Scanlon. This is Officer Lowe. I understand you had a vandalism incident. Over there."
David pointed toward Carolyn's car. After examining the car, the two officers scanned the ground with their flashlights before rejoining them.
"I take it this is your car, ma'am?"
The younger officer directed his question to Carolyn. "Yes."
"Any guess on when this may have happened?"
"I took the car out at lunch. It was fine then."
"Any idea who may have done it?"
When she hesitated, David stepped in, gave them a brief overview of the situation, and voiced his suspicions.
"Another gang-related crime, huh?"
Officer Scanlon studied Carolyn.
"At least there were no injuries this go-round. Your forehead heal up okay?"
David stared at her, his stomach bottoming out. She sent him a sidelong glance. "Yes."
"What happened last time?"
He faced her. "Remember that series I told you about? The one I did last year on gangs? Someone didn't appreciate it." She touched the hairline scar. "This was the result of a rock thrown at a window in my condo. I just happened to be standing in the wrong place when it came through." A voicemail at work the next day confirmed it was related to that series. David balled his hands into fists at his side. If Carolyn had been the victim of gang violence twice, she could easily be targeted again, perhaps with far worse consequences. Fighting back a wave of panic, he turned to Officer Scanlon.
The vandalism to her car is bad enough. At this point, I'm more worried about the implied threat. The easy solution is to end the internship.
No. Carolyn folded her arms across her chest. I won't be intimidated. David faced her, cherry-picking his words.
I understand and applaud your commitment, but we have to be logical about—
I'm not changing my mind, David. She planted her hands on her hips, her tone brooking no argument. I'm not going to deny Jared this chance. He and his grandmother didn't back down from threats, and I won't either. Stalemate. Now what? It was hard to think with worry swirling through his mind, along with a heaping dose of guilt. After all, she was in the line of fire because of him. He tried to engage the left side of his brain. From everything he'd learned about her, it wasn't surprising that she'd refuse to be bullied. Trying to convince her to change her mind would be fruitless. Best solution? He'd have to do his best to protect her going forward.
Officer Scanlon, what are the odds you'll be able to track down the person or persons responsible for the vandalism?
He pivoted back to the officer.
Small. We could dust for prints, but we won't find any. Even petty crooks and street kids know better than to leave that kind of evidence. Is there a security camera back here, Ms. James?
No. The other officer rejoined them after doing another search of the ground.
No sign of anything that could have been used to inflict the damage.
Whoever had done this was going to get off scot-free. David tried to tamp down his frustration.
What about Ms. James's safety? What can you do to protect her, assuming whoever scratched that onto her car intends to follow up on the threat? We don't provide personal protection, but we can beef up patrols here at night in her neighborhood.
He shifted toward Carolyn.
Other than that, I'd advise you to use caution and common sense. Avoid going into dark places by yourself at night, including this parking lot. Play it safe. And if you have any concerns, don't hesitate to call us.
The officers finished filling out their report and headed back to their cars. David glanced at the message on her car again, fear congealing in his stomach.
I don't feel good about this.
I've been in more dangerous situations than this, David. And now that I've been warned, I'll be extra careful. Her tone was confident. But unless he was mistaken, there was a slight quiver in her words, suggesting she was more worried than she was letting on.
I still don't like it. Neither will Jared. He was going to pass up this program to ease his grandmother's mind when she was worried about his safety. I suspect he'll feel the same way about you once he knows his presence is putting you in danger.
Then we won't tell him.
We have to.
No, we don't. There's a possibility this incident isn't even gang-related.
You don't believe that?
It's possible. Her chin rose in a stubborn tilt. Besides, if you tell Jared and he drops out, you'll have to explain it to the board. That won't help Uplink. I vote we let things ride. My guess is that tonight's incident is a one-off, like the Rock episode. Another ominous rumble of thunder sounded in the distance, adding to his disquiet. Please, David. Carolyn laid her hand on his arm. He was cooked. When she looked at him with those soft hazel eyes, it was impossible to say no. He blew out a breath and caved.
We'll play this your way. But you have to promise me you'll use extreme caution and that you'll report anything suspicious to the police, no matter how insignificant it seems.
Of course. I don't take chances. She offered him a smile that seemed forced and headed for her car. I don't know about you, but it's way past my quitting time. I'm out of here. He beat her to the door, opened it, and waited while she slid into the driver's seat and put her tote bag on the floor beside her.
I'll follow you home. I bought a condo in Brentwood, so it won't be out of my way.
That's not— He held up a hand, cutting her off.
Not open for discussion. I conceded that last point. Now it's your turn.
After a moment, she nodded. I suppose turnabout is fair play. And thank you. Your mother would be proud of your excellent manners. Yes, she would. But as he shut Carolyn's door with an instruction to wait on the side street while he retrieved his car, he acknowledged the truth. Politeness wasn't his only motivation for following her home, nor the main one. His reasons went far deeper than that. As much as he'd hoped the infatuation that had plagued him since they met would fizzle out, the opposite had happened. Over the past few weeks, as he'd gotten to know her better, infatuation had evolved to respect and admiration and an attraction based on far more than the hormones that had surely triggered his initial reaction to her. But how could he pursue his brother's fiancé? Wasn't that wrong, somehow? Disloyal? He slid behind the wheel, started the engine. None of those questions had easy answers, and now wasn't the time to ponder them. He and Carolyn were involved in a business relationship. He should remain at arm's length at least until the Uplink internship wound down. Trouble was, that would be very difficult to do going forward. With a threat hanging over her head, he'd have to stick closer. Yet how could he do that without tipping his hand about his feelings? It was a dilemma of the first order, one he wasn't going to solve tonight. So, as he drove to the exit of the alley and waited for her to pull out, he put it aside and concentrated on his priority for the immediate future: keeping Carolyn safe. Chapter 10. Carolyn typed a final notation on the layouts for the next edition of the paper, forked another bite of her chicken broccoli takeout dinner, and eyed David through the glass wall of her office. He was hunkered down at the empty desk in the newsroom where he'd planted himself for the past 2 Mondays after arriving around 7 o'clock with dinner for both of them. A smile tugged at her lips. Though he'd justified his bodyguard duty by saying he didn't like the idea of her being alone at the Chronicle, or walking to her car by herself at night, his considerate gesture had been unnecessary. Nothing more had come of the vandalism incident. She traced his strong profile as he gave the screen of his laptop his full attention. During both visits, he'd left her alone while she worked, saying that he didn't want to disturb her. Yet that's exactly what he'd done. Carolyn fingered the medallion that rested near her heart, a reminder that her growing attraction to David was inappropriate. She still loved Michael, a good man who had taught her how to embrace life and who had added a zest to her days that had forever changed her outlook on the world. But David was a good man too. Calm, steady, in control. Someone who planned before plunging, unlike Michael, who'd lived on the edge and carried a whiff of danger with him. Hard as it was to acknowledge, David's quiet, measured approach to life might be a better fit for her in the long run. An admission that not only made her feel guilty, but disloyal. As if sensing her scrutiny, David looked her way. After a moment, he rose and walked toward her door, stopping on the threshold. He glanced at her hand, which gripped the medallion around her neck. Redirected his attention to her face, his impassive expression impossible to read.
"I'm going to get another water. Would you like one?"
"No, thanks. I'm actually wrapping up here. I can finish what's left tomorrow." When he wasn't around to short-circuit the skills she'd developed while working in noisy, chaotic newsrooms to tune out distractions.
"I'll shut down and meet you at the back door."
3 minutes later, she joined him at the exit. After tapping in the code to set the night alarm, she stepped out into the July heat.
Ouch.
David winced and reached up to loosen his tie, giving the parking lot a quick but thorough scan as he walked with her toward her car.
"I never realized St. Louis was so muggy in the summer."
"Wait until August."
"Oh, joy."
Her lips quirked. "I imagine St. Louis weather will require a major adjustment after living in Chicago."
"I bet I'll prefer your winters, though."
He opened her door. She reached in to set her tote bag on the passenger seat, then turned back to thank him. But the words died in her throat. Because in the nanosecond before he masked his unguarded expression, the heat in his eyes made the scorching July temperature seem tame. Obviously, she wasn't the only one living in the midst of an electric storm. The question was, what was she supposed to do now? Unfortunately, no answer came to mind as he followed her home, waited for her to enter, and waved a hand through the window in farewell before driving away, leaving her with a heaping load of guilt for yearning for something she shouldn't want. 2 weeks later, Carolyn was still wrestling with her dilemma when a muffled voice on her office line wiped all thoughts of David from her mind.
"There's a bomb inside the Chronicle. You've got 15 minutes to get out."
It took a second for the message to register, but once it did, Carolyn sprang to her feet, heart lurching.
"Who is this?"
The line went dead. Trying not to panic, she punched in 911 and reported the call. The dispatcher took the details, her manner calm and efficient, as if this sort of thing happened every day. Maybe it did, in other people's world, but this was new territory for her. After promising that the police were en route, the dispatcher issued several clipped instructions. "Evacuate the building. Move away from the perimeter walls. Be prepared to brief the responding officers." "Got it, thanks." Carolyn severed the connection, then made a fast circuit of the office, doing her best to present a cool, composed facade, despite the churning in her stomach as she relayed the news. But her calm demeanor didn't help. As the news spread, staff members began to rise from their desks in panic and rush toward the exits. Once everyone had been informed, she waved down her assistant editor. Tess stopped mid-flight, her complexion several shades paler than usual as she changed direction and hurried over. "Aren't you leaving?" "After I do a walkthrough to make sure everyone's out." "Will you talk to the police until I get out there?" "Of course." "Thanks. Now go." Carolyn gave the office a rapid once-over. Only when she was certain that everyone had left did she head for the door, tapping in David's office number while she strode through the lobby. His tone was warm as he greeted her. "Hi, I was going to—" "We've had a bomb threat." A crash came over the line, as if he'd jumped to his feet, slamming his desk chair into the wall behind him. "Are you safe?" "I'm leaving the building now." "I'm on my way." "You don't have to come. I just wanted you to know."
"I'll be there in 15 minutes. Are you out yet?"
She pushed through the front door into the late afternoon sunlight. The police had already blocked off the street and appeared to be evacuating the surrounding buildings as well. Employees and curious onlookers were gathering in a parking lot across the street, and Carolyn strode that direction. "Yes, I'll wait this out in the lot across the street."
"I'll see you in a few minutes."
By the time he arrived, Carolyn had already spoken to the police and dismissed the staff, since it was doubtful they'd get back inside before the workday ended. Nevertheless, quite a few of the employees continued to hang around, including Jared. As David wove through the crowd toward her, news crews from the local TV stations were also arriving. What a day! David made a beeline for Carolyn, the tautness of his features communicating his worry before he said a word. When he reached her, he grasped her upper arms and scrutinized her.
"Are you okay?"
Of course." Her assurance didn't come out as steady as she'd hoped, but now that he was here, it was true. For whatever reason, being around David made her feel safe. Instead of relinquishing his hold, he pulled her into his arms, pressing her close against his chest as his pulse beat a fast, steady rhythm beneath her ear. For an instant, she stiffened, but the temptation to absorb the strength and comfort he was offering was too powerful to resist. So, ignoring the caution flag waving in her mind, she eased closer and rested her cheek against his heart. His sharp intake of breath registered, suggesting he was surprised by her acquiescence. But he made no move to disengage. Only when an officer stopped beside them and cleared her throat did Carolyn pull back. The uniformed woman peppered her with questions, and Carolyn answered as best she could with her brain in a muddle. When the officer moved off, Carolyn turned back to David. He seemed in far better control of his emotions than she did. Had their embrace not affected him as much as it had her? Impossible to tell from his guarded expression.
Tell me what happened.
She wished she knew. Except he wasn't talking about their hug. He was talking about the bomb. Right. She made a yeoman's effort to shift gears. A threat was phoned in. The caller said the bomb would go off in 15 minutes. That was 20 minutes ago. David's forehead bunched.
So it was a hoax?
I assume so, although they're not treating it that way. She inclined her head toward the police activity on the other side of the yellow tape that cordoned off the area.
Has anyone given you an update?
Officer Scanlon is here. A couple of minutes before you arrived, he told me they hadn't found anything yet. He also asked questions about the security system. She glanced toward Jared, who was standing off to one side with a few other staff members, and lowered her voice. Based on the incident with my car, the police seem to think this may also be gang-related. They plan to talk to Jared.
I'm not surprised. They probably assume this is another intimidation tactic.
He shoved back his jacket and fisted his hands on his hips.
This incident isn't going to be as easy to downplay as your car.
I know, but we don't have to tell the media about the potential gang tie-in. She waved a hand toward the news crews. I expect the police will be discreet too, unless they find direct evidence linking this to gang activity, and I doubt they will. Her cell phone began to vibrate and she pulled it out. Not anyone in her contact list, but it could be important. She put the phone to her ear and greeted the caller, her mind only half on the conversation as she surveyed the scene before her.
This was just a warning. Next time it'll be for real unless you get rid of Jared.
The line went dead as the bottom dropped out of her stomach.
Carolyn?
David grabbed her arm. Had she just swayed? Maybe. It was the same guy who called the office line earlier. They must have my cell number, too.
What did he say?
She relayed the message. A muscle ticked in David's cheek and his lips settled into a hard line.
Let's sit.
He led her over to a low wall at the edge of the parking lot, urging her down as he motioned for a nearby officer. She didn't protest. Her legs felt like rubber. When the man joined them, David filled him in. As he moved a few steps away to summon another officer, a reporter from one of the local TV stations bore down on them, camera crew in tow. Ms. James, could you tell us what's happening here? The woman shoved a microphone in Carolyn's face. I have no comment right now. We see bomb-sniffing dogs. Was there a bomb threat? The police are investigating. It would be premature to comment. Would you at least tell us? David stepped in front of the reporter.
I'll repeat what the lady said. No comment.
After skewering him with a disgruntled look, she stalked off. Carolyn drew a relieved breath as David sat beside her, twined his fingers with hers, and gave them a squeeze.
Keep hanging in, okay?
She tried to summon up a smile. Yeah. 2 police officers joined them, and she answered their questions about the latest message.
We'll continue to sweep the building, but my guess is there's nothing inside. This time,
Officer Scanlon said.
And now that the caller has tied this to your intern, we need to talk to him as soon as possible.
But he cut his gang ties weeks ago. Pulling Jared into this was the last thing she wanted to do.
Even if he did, it's clear his presence at the Chronicle poses a risk.
Impossible to refute after today's events. Maybe she and David might lose their gamble with him after all, through no fault of the teens. Not that she was afraid to stand up to his gang, but it would be unconscionable to put the rest of the staff members at risk. Nor could David endanger the entire Uplink program for one student, no matter how talented the boy was. But this was wrong. Bad guys weren't supposed to win. So are we just supposed to let that gang scare us into submission? She addressed her question to both officers.
I don't like it either, ma'am. Officer Scanlon surveyed the building. Why don't you let us check out your security system? If it's adequate, and if your staff is on high alert and no strangers are allowed in without proper clearance, it would be hard for anyone to put a bomb inside without being detected. We can also run background on your janitorial crew, if that work is outsourced. That's a potential weak spot. If everything looks clean, you may be okay. Maybe isn't reassuring.
The creases on David's forehead deepened.
I don't like playing the odds when people's well-being is at stake. You folks will have to make that decision based on our evaluation. In the meantime, I'd like to talk to your intern. He's over there.
David tipped his head toward Jared.
Can you let me lead off? We didn't tell him about the car incident, so he has no clue that any of this is related to him.
Sure. As David rose and motioned Jared over, Carolyn stood too. At the curious looks being directed at the teen while he wove through the crowd, she frowned. Could we have this discussion somewhere in private? Officer Scanlon scanned the street, tipped his head toward the insurance office a couple of stores down.
I know the owner there. Let me see if his conference room is available.
As the man strode down the sidewalk, Jared joined them, posture stiff, expression wary.
What's up? The police have a few questions.
David put a hand on his shoulder.
What kind of questions?
Fear frayed the edges of his voice. The officer reappeared on the sidewalk and signaled them to join him.
Let's talk about it in private.
David left his arm around the boy's shoulders as he guided him toward the insurance company. Once they were in the conference room, Officer Scanlon sat back and gave them the floor. David glanced at her, but she deferred to him with a nod. He folded his hands on the table. Though his demeanor remained serious, his tone was calm and non-accusatory.
Jared, today's bomb threat was gang-related.
The teen's eyes rounded, then narrowed.
How do you know? Ms. James just got another call, telling her that unless we take you out of the program, the next threat will be for real. This isn't the first incident either. A couple of weeks ago, she found a message scratched onto her car, warning her to back off. We weren't sure at the time if it was related to your internship, but this confirms it. I didn't have anything to do with any of this.
Jared's tone was defensive, but a flash of fear flared in his irises. Pressure built in Carolyn's throat, and she leaned forward. We believe you, Jared, but the police still have a few questions. He swallowed, slumped in his seat.
I'm sorry I caused problems.
You don't have to apologize. None of this is your fault.
At least as far as we can tell.
Officer Scanlon threw in the qualifier as he addressed Jared.
I understand you're trying to cut your ties to the gang. I did cut them. That's not easy to do. Tell me about it.
When he fell silent, David stepped in to relay the story of Jared's trip to the hospital. The officer studied the teen.
Is that right? Yeah. Why didn't you report it?
He snorted.
I already had 2 broken ribs. I didn't want more.
After a moment, the man gave a curt nod.
Understood. But bad as an attack on a former gang member is, a bomb threat endangers dozens of people. We need information, like names. I've been out of touch with the gang for weeks. People come and go. Not the leaders.
He folded his hands tight on the table, but not before Carolyn spotted the tremble in his fingers. Following her instincts, she reached out and covered his hand with hers, keeping her voice gentle as she spoke, praying he'd make the right choice. If we don't cooperate with the police, the gang will win. But if you work with us, we'll stick by you." He looked down at her hand as the seconds ticked by in the quiet conference room that insulated them for the moment from the tumult outside. Finally, he lifted his head and looked at her, glanced at David, took a deep breath.
"Most of my life, I never figured I owed anybody anything, except Nan. No one but her ever put themselves on the line for me, until Uplink came along. I guess I owe you both for that. So I'll give the cops the names, but I'm not even sure they're still in charge. And even if they are, they're smart. You're not going to be able to tie them to this. Let us worry about that."
Officer Scanlon flipped open his notebook and took out his pen, scribbling down the names as Jared ticked them off.
"That's a start anyway. We'll check them out. In the meantime, we'll do a security assessment of the Chronicle, but you may want to have people work from home tomorrow."
He stood, and Carolyn rose too.
"We'll need you to hang around for a while in case there are any other questions."
"No problem. I'll be out in a minute." As the officer exited, David spoke to Jared.
"Can I give you a ride home?"
"No, thanks.
I can still catch the bus."
He shifted toward her.
"So I should stay home tomorrow?"
"Yes. I'm going to contact all the staff members."
"What about the next day?"
"Let's wait and see what the police say." A weary resignation settled over Jared's face, making him appear far older than his years.
"I guess I'll see you around."
As he exited, Carolyn's phone once more began to vibrate, sending her pulse skyrocketing again.
"What's wrong?"
David was beside her in an instant. Another call. She pulled it out, bracing. When her mother's name flashed on the screen, she exhaled. "It's Mom." She put the phone to her ear and greeted her mother. "Hi, honey. Do you have a minute?" She rested a hip on the conference table. May as well tell Mom what was going on before she heard it on the news. "Not much more than that. We had to evacuate the building. There was a bomb threat. The police are here." A gasp came over the line. "Oh, my goodness! Do you have any idea what prompted that?" "We have our suspicions. It's kind of a long story. You can tell it to me over dinner, then, if you're still coming after all the excitement." Whoops. Their standing weekly dinner date had completely slipped her mind. "I'd like to, Mom, but the police asked me to stay around for a while. And I also have a few matters to discuss with David." "Is he there?" "Yes." "Then this incident must be related to that young man from Uplink you told me about." As usual, her mother's deductive reasoning was spot on. Judy James would have made a great detective. "That's right. Bring David along. He needs to eat dinner too, and I made plenty." Carolyn's pulse picked up. Invite David to Mom's for a cozy dinner? Not a smart idea. She slanted a look at the man beside her. "I'm sure he has other plans, Mom." "You don't know that unless you ask him."
"Is she talking about me?"
David arched an eyebrow. After a brief hesitation, Carolyn nodded. "Hold on a sec, Mom." She muted the call, mind racing as she composed a reply that was truthful but would hopefully discourage him. "I'm supposed to go over there for dinner. Mom thought you might like to come, but I know it's last minute and we're all exhausted. I don't expect—"
"I'd love to join you. I haven't had a home-cooked meal in a long time."
So much for discouraging him. But was it possible he was simply angling for a better dinner than the one he might prepare for himself? "Oh, come on, Carolyn. Who are you trying to kid?" she thought to herself. Fine. She could admit the truth. Given that hug earlier and the warmth in his eyes, he had more on his mind than food. But there was no easy way out of this. Resigning herself to an evening that could extend the stress of this already nerve-wracking day, she unmuted the phone. "We'll be there as soon as we can, Mom." "Wonderful. I'll see you when you get here." Mashing her lips together, Carolyn ended the call. Her mother sounded altogether too pleased about the addition of a guest to their dinner plans. If she was getting any starry-eyed ideas that involved, "All set?" David's smile sent a tingle all the way to her toes. Oh, mercy. She was definitely not all set, given how those brown eyes of his could play havoc with her peace of mind. Because while the bomb threat had made her fear for her physical safety, David Sloan represented an even scarier peril. One no security system could protect her from. For Michael's brother was slowly but surely infiltrating her heart, and there didn't seem to be a thing she could do to stop him. Chapter 11.
That was a wonderful meal, Judy. Thank you again for inviting me.
David laid his napkin beside his plate and smiled at his hostess. It was my pleasure. We were due for a little male companionship at our weekly tete-a-tetes. Overdue, in fact. She sent a pointed look toward Carolyn, then rose and picked up the cream pitcher. I know you two have things to discuss and decisions to make. I'll load the dishwasher and leave you to it. I'll help, Mom. Carolyn started to rise, but Judy put a hand on her shoulder. Not tonight. Stay here and work through this with David. After a moment, Carolyn settled back in her seat with obvious reluctance. What do you think about all this, Mom, based on what we told you during dinner? Judy rested a hand on the back of her chair. It's an unfortunate situation. Jared sounds like a bright, talented young man who's trying to improve his life. But gangs can be treacherous. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried. About everyone, but you in particular. Just like I worried when you were in the Middle East. Judy sighed. On the other hand, I've always been proud of your sense of justice and integrity, and your willingness to stand up for what you believe in. That's one of the many reasons I love you. I just hope you'll be careful. She turned to him. What do you think, David? Maybe he was about to reveal too much of his hand, but dodging his attraction was getting old. Why not test the waters? He directed his response to Carolyn instead of her mother.
I couldn't have said it any better.
Good to know. Unless he was misreading her approving tone, Judy hadn't only picked up his message, she was also his ally. And the wink she gave him over Carolyn's shoulder as she exited confirmed his take. Carolyn's reaction, on the other hand, was less clear. After staring at him for a moment, she busied herself with her napkin, folding it into a precise square as a faint blush crept over her cheeks. Was she pleased by his comment? Flustered? Put off? Who knew? Rather than push his luck, he steepled his fingers and changed the subject.
Your mother was right about Jared. We have to make some decisions.
Carolyn exhaled, as if relieved they'd moved on to less personal subjects. I know, but I think we should wait until the police assess the security risk at the Chronicle. I don't want to give up on him yet. What do you think the Uplink Board's reaction will be to all this? Another sticky issue.
I'll find out tomorrow morning at our regular meeting. I don't know how detailed the news coverage on the bomb threat will be, and I doubt Jared will be mentioned, but I do owe the board a full briefing. I had resistance from the beginning to the idea of taking high-risk students, and I have to be honest about the situation. However, I'm going to suggest that the board not take any action until we get the police assessment of the security risk.
Do you think the members will go along with that?
I have no idea, but I hope so. Uplink needs to be available to students like Jared. Otherwise, it's not doing justice to its mission. Assuming the police come back with an encouraging report, how do you feel about keeping him on after all that's happened?
As long as I can be assured that danger to the staff is minimal, I'd like to see this through.
What about the danger to yourself?
She shrugged. I've been in dangerous situations before."
"That doesn't make me feel any less worried."
He frowned, rested his elbows on the table, and linked his fingers.
"This isn't how I expected Jared's internship to play out. I thought he might give us trouble, but I hoped the gang would leave him alone once he moved."
"Same here. The gangs don't look kindly on deserters, as I learned when I did that series last year for the Chronicle."
"The one that earned you this?"
He leaned over and traced the scar at her hairline. Her breath hitched. Yes."
"Given that experience, I'm surprised you took Jared on."
He retracted his hand. She cleared her throat. "He deserved a chance."
"The stakes are a lot higher now."
Her gaze remained steady, resolute. "I'm not a quitter, David." Time to play another card. The situation was forcing his hand faster than he'd like, but this was the deck he'd been given.
"I know, but I have to be honest with you."
He reached for her hand and enfolded her fingers in his. Although her eyes widened, she didn't pull away.
"I'm having a major problem dealing with the danger you're in as a result of your involvement with Uplink. An involvement I initiated. The fact is, my feelings for you have—"
"Did I leave the lid for the butter dish on—" Judy stopped on the threshold, then did an abrupt about-face, speaking over her shoulder as she disappeared back into the kitchen. "I'll check later." Talk about bad timing. Carolyn gave her hand a gentle but firm tug and pulled free from his grasp. "I appreciate your concern, but I'll be fine." As she reached up and touched Michael's medallion, David drew a slow, steadying breath. She wasn't ready to hear what he'd been about to say. Best to call it a night. After checking his watch, he rose.
"I should head out. It's been a long day. If you're ready to leave, why don't I follow you home?"
"Thanks, but I'm going to stay a while and visit with Mom. You go ahead. You need to be rested and battle-ready for your board meeting tomorrow."
"I hope it won't escalate to that. I'm counting on the members being reasonable and keeping the organization's mission in mind as they mull the situation over."
"Hold that thought." She rose. He stood as well and began collecting their plates.
"I'll help clear the table first."
"That's not necessary. Mom and I will—"
"Nope, not bending. I always clean up my own messes. Lead the way to the kitchen."
Her eyes narrowed, but after a moment she capitulated. When he followed her through the swinging door, Judy turned from the sink. He insisted on helping clear the table. Carolyn continued toward the counter. Judy gave him an approving nod. "That's very thoughtful of you."
"The rule in our house was nobody sits until everybody sits. That stuck with me. I'll bring in the rest of the dishes."
Carolyn remained in the kitchen as he shuttled back and forth, but she did join her mother as the older woman walked him to the front door a few minutes later.
"Thank you for your hospitality tonight, Judy. I haven't had a meal like that in a long time."
"It was my pleasure. You're welcome any time."
"I'll keep that in mind. Carolyn, I'll let you know what happens at the board meeting tomorrow."
"Thanks." She kept her distance, half tucked behind her mother, arms crossed tight against her chest. His overture had apparently freaked her out big time. The question was, why? Was her love for Michael so strong she had no room in her heart for anyone else? Or was she dealing with the same guilt demon that was plaguing him? As he walked toward his car through the darkness, the answer eluded him. All he could deal with were the facts. Fact 1. They'd both loved Michael. Fact 2. They both felt they bore some of the culpability for his death. Fact 3. He'd never intruded on Michael's turf. Not as a child, not as a teenager, not as an adult. He'd loved his brother too much to do anything to jeopardize their relationship. But Michael was gone. He pressed the auto-lock button on his fob. If he and Carolyn had feelings for each other, Was it really wrong to pursue those? Getting involved with each other wouldn't change their love for Michael, nor would ignoring the spark between them bring him back. And you couldn't invade someone's turf if that person no longer occupied it. He opened the door, slid behind the wheel, started the engine. All of that sounded good in theory. It was logical, sensible, practical. Unfortunately, emotions could mess with the brain, cloud thinking. All he could do was hope that if Carolyn was beginning to feel as strongly about him as he felt about her, the two of them could wrestle their demons into submission and take a chance on each other. Because with every day that passed, he was less and less able to imagine a future without the woman who was fast claiming his heart. He's quite a man. Mom closed the door as David's taillights disappeared down the street. Carolyn kept her reply non-committal. You disagree? No, but don't get any ideas. Mom's eyes began to twinkle. Considering the cozy scene I interrupted in the dining room, I don't think I'm the one with ideas. Evasion tactics were in order. Speaking of the dining room, what was that all about? We always eat in the kitchen or on the patio, on paper plates or your everyday dishes. Why did you break out the fine china, silver flatware, and Grandma's linen tablecloth? Her mother offered her a smug smile. Special occasions deserve special treatment. This wasn't a special occasion. Anytime you bring a man home, it's a special occasion. I didn't bring him home. You invited him. Mom waved her objection aside. However he got here, it was worth celebrating. She was going to have to address this head-on. I hate to burst your matchmaking bubble, but don't get your hopes up about me and David. Your interpretation of the moment you witnessed is off base. There isn't, nor can there ever be, anything between me and David. Why not? Because I love Michael. I always will. Well, I feel the same way about your father. My love for him didn't die when he did. But that doesn't mean I can't also find room in my heart for someone else. Like Harold. Carolyn dismissed the comparison with a flip of her hand. That's different. Harold isn't Dad's brother. Her mother cocked her head. You know, back in biblical days, it was common for a man to marry his sister-in-law if his brother died. That was centuries ago. Good ideas never go out of style. Carolyn huffed out a breath, propped her hands on her hips. Are you suggesting that I should marry David? Only if you love him. I hardly know him. Baloney. You met him 2 years ago. You heard stories about him from Michael, and you've been in regular contact with him since the spring. Touché. Fine. Maybe I know him a little, but there's nothing romantic between us. Mom snorted. Deny the obvious if you want to, but I saw the way you two looked at each other tonight. My body may be older, but my heart's still young, and my eyesight is 20/20. I know attraction when I see it. If you want my opinion, David may be a keeper. And if I were you, I'd think long and hard about discouraging his attention before I found out for sure if that was the case. Good men don't rain from the heavens like manna. With that, she marched back to the kitchen. As the door swung shut behind her, Carolyn leaned against the wall, combed her fingers through her hair. Leave it to Mom to see below the surface and figure out what was going on in the course of a simple dinner, no matter how much her daughter might deny it. May as well face the facts. David was attracted to her. Any question about whether her intuition was sending her wrong signals had been put to rest tonight. And the feeling was mutual, whether she wanted to admit that or not. At least he'd had the courage to let her know how he felt. given her a chance to respond, which she had, by acting like a scared rabbit. She closed her eyes and stifled a groan. How immature was that? She needed to be an adult and address this head-on with David. And she would, as soon as the right opportunity presented itself. Hopefully far enough down the road to give her a chance to get her act together first. Mark Holton banged the gavel and called the Uplink board meeting to order.
David asked to be first on the agenda today because of an urgent issue that has arisen. We'll push the publicity report to second place. David, you have the floor.
As all the faces around the tables turned to him, David gave them a swift scan. Steve was an ally, perhaps his only one. But he wasn't going to back down, even if his resistance to pulling Jared out of the program put an end to his fledgling career at Uplink. He took a deep breath and plunged in.
I don't know if any of you caught the local news last night or read the paper yet this morning. If you did, you may have seen the story about the bomb threat at the Chronicle.
Several members nodded as Allison spoke. I noticed it because the Chronicle is one of our new sponsoring organizations.
That's right. Jared Poole is working there this summer. That's what I'd like to talk about this morning.
For the next few minutes, David gave them an overview of the situation, beginning with Jared's application, injuries, and successful internship. He ended with the final threatening call Carolyn had gotten yesterday, along with a security review being done by the police. As he spoke, the expressions in the room morphed from curious to uneasy.
None of this information has made the press, and no public connection has been drawn between the Uplink intern and the bomb threat. At this point, my recommendation is that we maintain the status quo pending the police report. Assuming the security at the Chronicle checks out, I'd like to let Jared complete his internship.
The board members exchanged glances, but remained silent. After a few moments, Mark spoke.
I don't want to put anyone in danger, David. Neither do I. That's why I suggested we wait until we have the police report before we make a decision. Rachel, you're our publicity expert.
Mark turned to her.
What's your assessment of the long-term implications if the connection leaks?
Depends on how it's spun. We don't want to come across as a reckless organization that makes arbitrary decisions about the students we select and puts our hosting organizations in danger. On the other hand, if Jared is a success story, we could generate excellent press for the positive impact Uplink has had because of its willingness to take a risk on a promising student others might pass over. Mark turned toward the liaison chairperson.
Allison, what about the reaction of other hosting companies?
No company will want its operations disrupted or its employees put in danger. This could be a problem if more details leak or something else happens. How does the Chronicle feel about this, David?
Carolyn James, the managing editor, isn't easily intimidated, and she believes in Jared. At the same time, she's concerned about putting her staff at risk. She's agreed to wait until we have the security evaluation from the police before taking any action. Not every organization would be that cooperative.
Mark turned his pen end to end on the table, forehead furrowed. Steve joined the discussion.
I think the course of action David outlined is prudent. But there's still a risk.
Mark set his pen down.
Even if the police evaluation comes back positive and the Chronicle continues with the internship, there's no guarantee something else won't happen. This gang appears to be persistent, and based on the attack on Jared, the members aren't averse to violence. I can't argue with that.
David linked his fingers on the table.
There is some risk. However, if we allow ourselves to be intimidated, we'll not only be closing off Uplink to all the Jareds of the world, but compromising the integrity of the program. This is a tough call.
Mark scratched his head, sighed.
I think the prudent course is to take a vote. Everyone on the board should have a voice in the decision.
He gave the table a sweep,
All in favor of David's recommendation, raise your hand. 4 hands went up, a couple with less than encouraging confidence. All in favor of pulling Jared out of the program now, raise your hand. 3 hands rose. Let the record show that the vote was 4-3 in favor of continuing with the program, given a limited risk assessment by the police. David, keep us apprised of the situation. We can call an emergency board meeting if necessary, should things change. Rachel, you're up. As the spotlight moved away from him, David expelled a slow breath. Jared was in, for now. But that could change in a heartbeat. While the board had sided with him, the margin had been slim, meaning he was on thin ice. If much more weight was brought to bear, his support could give way and he'd go under, perhaps taking the uplink program with him. He could only hope that if that happened, no one else would get hurt in the process, especially the woman who had staked a claim on his heart. Chapter 12. Carolyn James called. She said it was urgent. At Ella's greeting the instant he stepped through the office door after the uplink board meeting, David's pulse vaulted into overdrive. How long ago? He continued toward his office without pausing. About half an hour. I said I'd have you call the minute you came in. Thanks. He shrugged out of his suit jacket, tossed it onto the conference table, loosened his tie, and tapped in Carolyn's number. She answered on the first ring. Hi. How did the board meeting go? They're with us for now. Ella said you called and that it was urgent. Yes. Sorry to hit you with bad news on the heels of the meeting, but I heard from Jared this morning. He wants to withdraw from the program. David bit back a word he never said. If every internship was fraught with this much difficulty, the few flecks of silver he'd noticed at his temples last week would spread as fast as weeds in a spring lawn. What's the story? He said he didn't want to cause any more trouble for anyone. I think he was shaken up by the realization that if the gang follows through on its threat, a lot of people could get hurt. Did you hear anything from the police yet? So far, so good. We've always had a first-class security system, which the police verified. They seem comfortable that, at least in terms of a bomb threat, we should be safe, especially if we beef up our security protocols. They're still checking out the maintenance crew, but it doesn't sound as if that will be an issue either. I'll have the final report this afternoon. Does that mean you're willing to see this through? Yes. Then we need to talk with Jared. I agree, but he sounded as if his mind was made up. Let me call him. See if I can get him into my office this afternoon, maybe with his grandmother, even his great-aunt, to talk this through. Could you join us? Of course. Just let me know the time. I'll be in touch. Let's hope for the best. And as he rang off and placed a call to Jared, he also sent a silent prayer heavenward, because it might take a miracle to pull this off. 4 hours later, the grim group squeezed around his small conference table didn't look promising. He may have managed to get them all here, but only Carolyn seemed inclined to listen to what he had to say. Yet after all the effort he'd expended getting Jared into the program, he wasn't about to let him walk away without a fight. As he took his seat, he assessed the 3 family members across from him. Jared wore a defeated expression. His grandmother seemed sad. His great-aunt was harder to read. She bore a faint resemblance to her sister, but she was dressed more upscale. Her hair was coiffed in a contemporary style, and her polished fingernails made it clear that her hands spent little time immersed in detergent, in sharp contrast to her sister's chapped, work-worn hands. Although she carried herself with poise and confidence, her stiff posture wasn't encouraging. This was going to be a challenge. Would anyone like water or a soft drink? When everyone declined his offer, he directed his attention to the teen. Quite a few people have gone to great effort and taken a lot of risk to help you succeed, Jared. including those in this room. Before we write your internship off, I wanted all of us to talk. There's nothing to talk about. I've already decided to drop out. Why? Like I told Ms. James, I don't want to cause any more trouble. So you're going to let the gang win? No, I'm not going to rejoin. But you are going to let them deprive you of an opportunity that could change your life forever. So what do you want me to do? His eyes flashed and he clenched one hand on the table. Stay and put everyone in danger? We're still waiting for the final report from the police, but Ms. James has spoken with them. We think they're going to conclude that security at the Chronicle is sufficient to reduce the risk of an actual bombing to almost zero. That doesn't mean the gang won't try something else, or hurt someone else. They already warned Ms. James. Maybe next time it'll be Nan, or Aunt Dara, or even you.
David and I are willing to take that risk, Carolyn said. I have a feeling your grandmother feels the same way.
I don't care how she feels. The apartment's not safe. It would be too easy for the gang to hurt her.
Then she'll have to come and stay with me. At Dara's matter-of-fact declaration, David did a double-take. So did everyone else in the room. She clasped her hands on the table and stared them all down. Well, why not? I have 2 extra bedrooms. My neighborhood is safe. I have a security system. It's the best solution. Grace sniffed, dabbed a tissue at her nose. You've already done more than enough for us, Dara. We couldn't ask you to take this on, too. You didn't ask. I offered. She leaned forward. I want to do this, Grace. Besides, if we stick together, we can protect each other. And a nice young police officer lives next door to me. He'll watch out for us, too. Are you sure about this, Dara? Jared's grandmother searched her face. She snorted. More sure than I've been about most things in my life. Jared? Grace looked at her grandson. All eyes turned to the teen. I guess that would be okay. David let out a long, slow breath. Thank you, God. He thought to himself. Jared turned to him. I can understand why Nan and Aunt Dara are willing to take a chance on me. We're family. But I don't get why you and Ms. James are. Because that's what Uplink is all about. Offering opportunities to teens who have talent and potential. I accepted the job as director because I wanted to give young people a chance that otherwise might not come their way. We're also repaying a debt. Carolyn flicked him a quick look. A stranger once helped a man we both loved get a start in life. That man always wanted to do the same for another young person, but he never had the opportunity. So we're doing it for him. The boy's forehead bunched. Was that your brother, Mr. Sloan? The photographer? No surprise that Jared had homed in on the identity of the man in light of the conversation the two of them had had during his interview. Yes. Jared shook his head. I don't know what to say. Thank you would be good. Grace nudged him. Yeah, thank you. She rose. I'll add my thanks as well. Should I come back to the Chronicle tomorrow? Jared directed the question to Carolyn. Bright and early. Once Jared and his family exited, Ella poked her head into the office, waving a sheaf of message slips. These all came in during your meeting. No rest for the weary. David flipped through them as he spoke. Carolyn picked up her purse. I have to be going anyway. I'll walk you to your car. No need. I'm right in front. She pointed to her car, visible through the window, then glanced at the messages in his hand. It doesn't look like you'll be leaving for a while. He grimaced. I'm hoping I can get through these fast. I'm meeting a friend for pizza tonight. Oh, She dipped her head and rummaged through her purse for her keys, offering him a too bright smile after she pulled them out. "I hope you have a relaxing dinner." Ah, she thought he was going on a date, and she wasn't happy about it. His spirits ticked up. Before he showed her out, he'd have to clear up any misconceptions on that score.
I expect I will. I'm meeting with Steve Dembski, a college classmate. He's a minister now and serves on the Uplink board. Sometimes when his wife travels for work, we meet for dinner. I see him every Sunday at church, but our dinners are more social.
Some of the tension in Carolyn's features relaxed. Another positive sign. Well, she consulted her watch. "I should be off. Have a nice evening. See you later, Ella." "You take care, honey." His office manager beamed a smile at her. David walked with her to the door, then remained by the window in the reception area, following her progress toward her car. Clearly, they both still had issues related to Michael that they needed to resolve before they could move forward. But he was working on his. Hopefully she was doing the same. But until they were free of the past, it would behoove him to keep his feelings under wraps. A task that was fast becoming a losing battle. He turned to find Ella watching him, eyes twinkling. "She is one sweet lady. But I guess I don't need to tell you that, do I?" Rather than comment, he returned to his office and faced the truth. He'd already lost the battle.
Thanks for voting in my favor today.
David reached for a slice of pizza as the server deposited their large Supreme on the table and Steve took a swig of his soda.
I followed my conscience, but that doesn't mean I'm not worried. Me neither. Carolyn got the police report this afternoon, though, and the Chronicle security system earned an A+. They think there's little chance that a real bomb could be planted.
That doesn't mean the gang won't try something else. The same concern Mark and Jared had voiced, the one that was keeping him awake at night.
I know.
He set the piece of pizza on his plate, appetite vanishing.
You realize you may be putting yourself in danger too, don't you?
He waved off Steve's concern.
I can take care of myself. I'm more worried about Carolyn, since she's already had a direct threat. I'm not sure I could live with myself if anything happened to her because of me.
His voice scratched, and he cleared his throat. Steve scrutinized him.
Do I detect more than professional interest here? You and everyone else, it seems. I thought I was being discreet, but Ella picked up on it. I think Carolyn's mother has too.
What's wrong with that? Steve's eyebrows peaked. David fidgeted in his chair, picked a burned spot off the crust of his pizza.
Carolyn was Michael's fiancé.
Steve frowned.
Michael, your brother? Yes. I thought he was engaged to a reporter in the Middle East. He was. Carolyn worked for AP then. After Michael died, she came home to St. Louis. And you two kept in touch? No. I didn't see her until I stopped in one day to give her something of Michael's that had been returned to me with his personal effects. I never planned to see her again after that.
Why not? This was where it was going to get sticky.
In a word, guilt.
Ah, comprehension dawned on Steve's face.
You feel disloyal to your brother for being attracted to his fiancée. Bingo.
Steve's voice was gentle when he responded.
He's been gone for more than 2 years, David. He wasn't when I first felt this way.
You didn't do anything about it then, did you?
No, but I was tempted.
Temptation is part of being human. The real test of our character is whether we act on those temptations. You didn't.
Are you saying it's okay to fall in love with my brother's fiancée?
Considering the situation, I don't see a big issue from an ethical or moral standpoint. A conclusion he was quickly coming to himself. But there was another big issue. David picked up a stray piece of pepperoni on his plate, put it back on his cooling pizza.
There's more. Wanna tell me about it?
He forced up the corners of his mouth.
This was supposed to be dinner, not a counseling session. You do enough of that during the day. I'm here tonight as a friend, not a minister. If you want to talk, I'm happy to listen.
David hesitated, but only for a moment. He could use a sounding board. And maybe Steve would offer a few insights that would help him move on.
I'll talk if you'll eat. The pizza is getting cold.
In response, Steve picked up a piece and took a bite. After a moment, David launched into the story. Their mother's rapid decline, their disagreement, and the argument that had ensued the night before Michael died, which had no doubt distracted him, perhaps even caused his death.
So I feel doubly guilty about Carolyn. Not only is there a decent chance that I contributed to my brother's death, but now I want to claim the woman he loved.
As he finished, he leaned back, bracing for his friend's verdict. Steve wiped his lips on a paper napkin, empathy radiating from him.
I see your dilemma. Guilt can be a powerful force, whether it's deserved or not. Do you think mine is?
Only God can answer that question, David. What I do know is that blaming yourself for Michael's death for the rest of your life isn't going to bring him back. Nor will denying your feelings for Carolyn. It may be time to let the guilt go.
I've tried. It's sticking like superglue.
Then I'll put my minister hat on for a minute and suggest that you ask God to lift the burden from your shoulders. Put it in His hands and move on with your life. With Carolyn, if that's where your heart leads you. Assuming she feels the same way.
I think she does.
It may be helpful to find out before you twist yourself into a pretzel. David hitched up one side of his mouth.
The voice of reason, as always.
Now, back in our college days, it was my disastrous idea to party all night before our economics exam, remember? He rolled his eyes. Now that you mention it, but I've learned a few things since then. And here's another suggestion. Put your worries on the back burner for tonight and enjoy your dinner. He motioned to their pizza. Sometimes the best thing we can do is give ourselves a break from anxiety.
Easier said than done. Laughter can help, and I have the perfect story for you.
Steve's tale about an uninvited squirrel that had sneaked through the door during the late service last Sunday and proceeded to wreak havoc as it sped through the aisles and vaulted over the pews was humorous. Yet as David munched on his pizza, he still couldn't suppress the hum in his nerve endings that reminded him he had unfinished business with Carolyn. And that danger could be lurking despite the assurance of the police department that the Chronicle's security system was sound. Chapter 13. I'd say we're almost there. Carolyn handed Jared's entry for the journalism contest back to the teen. I had a few more minor editing suggestions, and Bill recommended some slight cropping revisions on the photos. See what you think. As Jared dropped into a seat across from her desk and scanned their comments, Carolyn leaned back in her chair, flexed her shoulders. If it hadn't been so hectic at the Chronicle for the past few days, she wouldn't have had to ask Jared to stay late to work on the entry. But with the contest deadline in 2 days, there'd been no option. The extra effort was worth it, though. He'd written a stellar piece on the plight of residents at an underfunded nursing home, and his dramatic photos of the elderly inhabitants had reinforced his powerful words. He should at least be a finalist in the competition, if not one of the winners. Her stomach rumbled, and she sent Jared an apologetic look. Sorry, I missed lunch today. No worries. It's been crazy here. To put it mildly. A contentious new zoning law, a storm that had wreaked havoc in several neighborhoods, and a spurt of crime at the nearby mall had kept everyone hopping. Worst of all, she'd had nothing more than a text or two from David all week. Understandable, given the back-to-back wrap-up meetings he'd been in with uplink hosting organizations as the internships moved into the home stretch. But in all honesty, she missed. As her cell began to vibrate, she pulled it out of her pocket, smiled. Speak of the devil. She put the phone to her ear. I was just thinking about you.
Good thoughts, I hope.
Yes, very.
Are you still at the office?
Uh-huh. Jared and I are finishing up his entry in the journalism competition.
I don't want to interrupt, but I'm about to finish up here and was hoping I might interest you in dinner at the cafe we ate at a few weeks ago.
She blinked. Dinner with David? Her pulse picked up. Did you want to talk about his uplink internship winding down?
No.
He didn't say anything else, but his message was clear. This would be a social get-together, meaning she hadn't been misreading his growing interest over the past few weeks, and he was past dancing around it. The ball was in her court.
Miss James, would you like me to wait outside?
As Jared spoke, she grabbed the lifeline he'd thrown her. Maybe she could buy a few minutes to think this through. David, can you hold on a minute?
Sure.
She muted the phone and spoke to Jared. Why don't you give me 5 minutes? Or more, if you need time to digest our comments. Don't rush this. The application is too important.
I won't.
He rose and exited, closing the door behind him. She swung away from the fishbowl windows in her office and took a deep breath. This was the moment of truth. The moment, deep in her heart, that she'd been anticipating for weeks with an odd combination of dread and eagerness. Dread because she hadn't decided how she should handle a direct overture from David. And eagerness because the thought of such an overture never failed to send a quiver of excitement zipping through her. She could put him off, of course, claim she was too tired for dinner. But that would be cowardly and foolish. Yes, she was still wrestling with guilt over Michael's death. Yes, it still felt a bit disloyal to switch her allegiance from him to David. Yet letting regrets and perhaps an overblown sense of loyalty rob her of a future was also wrong. From everything she'd seen, David was a man worth loving. And throwing away the opportunity that had literally appeared on her doorstep months ago would be foolish. Slowly, she reached up and touched the medallion around her neck that had served as an expression of her love and devotion to the man she'd planned to marry, a man she'd never stop loving. But as her mother had counseled not long ago, loving someone didn't mean you couldn't also find room in your heart for someone new. With sudden decision, she set the phone on the desk, reached behind her neck to unclasp the chain, and caught the anchor in her hand as the necklace slipped free. Closing her fingers around it, she picked the phone back up and unmuted the call. Sorry to keep you waiting.
I'm the one who should apologize. I obviously caught you at a bad time. Why don't we touch base later and—
You didn't catch me at a bad time. Her heart began to hammer. And yes, I'd love to have dinner with you. Several beats ticked by.
Just to be clear, this isn't a business get-together.
His tone was cautious, but a hint of hope wove through it. Understood and appreciated. But we'd have to drop Jared at his aunt's on the way.
No problem. Look for me in half an hour, if that's okay.
I'll be ready. And as she ended the call, she acknowledged the truth of that statement. She was ready to move on with her life, to leave the darkness behind and embrace the sunlight. After giving the anchor one final squeeze, she tucked it inside a pocket of her purse and closed the zipper. Michael would always be part of her yesterdays, but now it was time to think about her tomorrows. A knock sounded on her door and she swiveled around, motioned for Jared to enter.
I can come back if you're still tied up.
He hovered on the threshold. No, I'm done with my call. Did you go through our comments?
Yes, they were all clear. I can make the changes before I leave. But you don't have to hang around to give me a ride home like you did the other nights we stayed late. Aunt Dara said she'd come and get me tonight.
I don't mind waiting, especially with his gang perhaps still lurking in the shadows. Even though everything had been quiet since the bomb threat, and Jared's internship would be over at the end of the following week, taking chances this close to the finish line would be foolish.
I should be able to get these changes done in about 20 minutes.
Perfect. David's coming by to pick me up for dinner in half an hour, and we can drop you off on our way to the restaurant. Your aunt doesn't live far from there.
Mr. Sloan is a good guy.
Yes, he is. Jared transferred his weight from one foot to the other.
I thought he was going to write me off after my first interview, you know? I wouldn't have blamed him if he had.
He recognized your talent and wanted to give you a chance to develop it. We both did, and we're proud of what you've done this summer. I think you have an excellent shot at coming out on top in that competition. She motioned toward the papers in his hand.
That would be cool.
The corners of his mouth lifted a hair.
Thanks a lot for working with me on this.
He lifted the papers, then hurried away before she could respond. Her own lips bowed as she watched him return to his desk. It was gratifying to see him making progress on both the attitude and writing photography fronts. It had been a risk well worth taking. 20 minutes later, with Jared still intent on his revisions, she finished editing the last piece of copy in her inbox and shut down her laptop for the night. With 10 minutes to spare before David's arrival, she ought to have time to touch up her makeup and run a comb through her hair. She picked up her purse again, rummaged through for her tube of lipstick. Nothing. Which must mean it had once again rolled out when she'd tossed her toad onto the passenger seat as she slid behind the wheel this morning. She blew out a breath. One of these days, she needed to upgrade her purse to one with a zipper on top rather than a snap. Since facing David without lipstick wasn't an option, especially tonight, she'd have to make a quick detour to her car. She stood and exited her office, calling out to Jared across the empty newsroom as she passed. "I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I have to run out to my car."
"Okay, I'm almost finished."
In the break room, Carolyn pitched her empty water bottle and headed toward the door, a delicious thrum of anticipation running through her as she pushed through into the muggy August night. Dinner with David. One that was personal, not professional. Could there be a better end to this long, busy day than... She jolted to a stop, frowned. Why was it so dark out here? A quick scan gave her the answer. Fragments of glass lay on the pavement next to the exit, all that was left of the security light adjacent to the door. Before she could digest the implications of that, two figures emerged from the shadows and lunged toward her. A hand clamped over her mouth, stifling her scream, and her arms were wrenched behind her with such force that she gasped in pain. No! This couldn't be happening. But it was, thanks to her own complacency and vanity. She should never have ventured outside alone, let herself be lulled into a false sense of security just because all had been quiet. Now that she was in the thick of it, though, her brain began firing on all cylinders, and the instinct she'd honed during her years in hot spots around the world shifted into high gear. With one swift kick, she slammed the door shut, hard. A decisive click indicated it had locked. Thank goodness. With the Chronicle's electronic access card reader temporarily disabled as a safety measure, no one could enter from the outside without the security combination. Jared would be safe. Apparently her two assailants, who appeared to be about 16 or 17 and wore bandanas suggesting gang affiliation, came to the same conclusion. One of them leaned into her face, anger vibrating from him.
"That wasn't very smart."
He tacked on the same vulgar term that had been scratched onto her car.
"Open the door."
He shoved her next to the keypad and released one of her arms.
"We want Jared."
Heart pounding, she struggled to force air into her lungs.
I said open the door. One of the teens twisted her arm, and the sharp pain that shot through her wrist bent her double. Tears flooded her eyes, and her vision blurred. No. She was jerked upright, and the shorter kid grabbed a fistful of her hair, slammed the side of her face against the metal security door. Pinpoints of light exploded behind her eyes, and she moaned, sagging against her captor as a wave of dizziness swept over her. Hey, man, be careful. She won't be no use to us if she passes out. Yeah, well, we ain't getting nowhere this way. She must have an access card. Hold on to her. The tall one moved in front of her and put his face close to hers. You gonna give it to us easy, or you want to do this the hard way? I don't have it with me. She gasped out the words as pain ricocheted through her head. Yeah? Let's find out. Carolyn tried not to cringe as his hands moved over her in a rough and thorough pat-down. Well? His friend tightened his grip on her. It ain't here. So what do you want to do? The shorter kid was starting to sound nervous. I got an idea. Despite her slightly blurred vision, Carolyn had no trouble identifying the shiny silver object he withdrew from his belt. It was a knife. As the hard-faced teen put the point to her throat, her heart lurched. You got 10 seconds to open that door. If you don't, we're going to keep doing this until you do. In one fluid movement, he removed the point of the knife from her throat, pulled one arm from behind her back, and slashed the blade down her forearm. Immediately, blood began to ooze from the 4-inch gash. A wave of nausea swept over her as she stared at the wound, followed by another round of dizziness. Not from pain. There was none. Yet. Her lightheadedness was born of fear. Because there was no doubt they'd continue to inflict damage until they got what they wanted. Their expressions, even in the dim light, made it clear they had no qualms about hurting her, or even taking her life. It wouldn't give them a moment's remorse. Let's try it one more time. The teen with the knife motioned to the kid behind her, who once more shoved her face close to the keypad. Fighting back the panic clawing at her throat, she tried to come up with a plan. Fighting wasn't an option. Even at her strongest, there was little chance she'd have been able to physically prevail over these two. But injured? Her odds were 0. Her best hope was to buy herself time and hope the police came by. They'd beefed up their patrols in the area during the past few weeks, so it was possible they'd appear. Possible, if not probable. But that was all she had. Slowly, she lifted her hand. The cut on her arm was bleeding more now, bathing her arm in red, but that was the least of her problems. Taking as long as she dared, Carolyn pressed a series of numbers, the wrong ones, which the two teens realized when they tried the door and it didn't budge. Fury contorting his features, the taller one swung around and grabbed her arm again. I guess we'll have to do some more persuading. Her heart skidded as he once more positioned the knife against her skin. So much for stalling. She was out of time. Maybe she wouldn't be able to overpower them, but she could at least go down fighting. Bracing, she prepared to let loose with a blood-curdling scream, and the back door opened. When Jared appeared, the two thugs shoved her to the ground and sprang at the teen. The hard fall to the asphalt knocked the wind out of her, and as she struggled to catch her breath, the activity around her faded from her vision. But she could hear the scuffle taking place, the dull sound of fists hitting solid flesh, the grunts textured with pain. By the time she summoned the strength to push herself to her feet, Jared was on his knees, blood streaming from his nose, his breathing labored. Make one sound and he's dead. The taller teen angled toward her and brandished his knife again. She froze, met Jared's gaze. There was fear in his eyes, but also anger. I don't know these dudes, he spoke in quick gasps, but they're from my old gang. I think this is an initiation rite and— Shut up! The guy with the knife kicked him in the side, where his healing broken ribs were.
Carolyn flinched, and another wave of nausea washed over her, followed by a fresh surge of fear. She'd learned enough about gangs during her research to know that initiation rites often involve senseless and random acts of violence, meaning she and Jared were both in imminent danger.
Now that we got the traitor, what do you want to do with her?
The younger kid motioned toward her.
I don't know.
The youth with the knife gave her a speculative look.
But maybe 2 is better than 1. Or even 3 if someone else shows up.
Carolyn's lungs stopped working. No. David would be here any minute, and if she didn't answer the front buzzer, he'd no doubt come around to the back and walk right into this volatile situation, just as Michael had done the day he died, also because of her. Her stomach roiled, and she swallowed past the bile rising in her throat. This could end up being a replay of the nightmare that had haunted her for 2 years. She couldn't let that happen. Mind working at warp speed, she caught Jared's eye and inclined her head slightly to the guy beside him with the knife, then did the same toward the guy who'd moved next to her. Judging by his slight nod, he got the message. They might not succeed in resisting their attackers, but there were 2 of them now. The odds were better, and no matter the outcome, it was a smarter alternative than waiting for these thugs to finish them off. Jared remained focused on her, his face frightened but resolute. This was it. And with a nod to her intern, she called up every self-defense skill she'd ever learned and launched an all-out attack on the teen beside her. Chapter 14. Why wasn't anyone answering? As he pressed the night bell again, a prickle of unease raced along David's spine. Something was wrong. He could feel it in his gut. Apprehension escalating, he pulled out his cell to call 911 just as a police cruiser on routine patrol swung around the corner and headed his direction. Perfect timing. He jogged over to the sidewalk and flagged it down, circling around to the driver's side. Officer Scanlon rolled down his window.
Can I help you, sir? David Sloan, officer. We met the day of the bomb threat. I had an appointment with Carolyn James this evening, but there's no answer. She was here half an hour ago and knew I was on my way. Our uplink intern Jared Poole is here too.
The officer radioed for backup, then emerged from his car.
Have you tried calling her? Not yet. Give that a go while I look around.
As the officer inspected the front of the Chronicle offices and peered down the alley beside the building, David did as the man had instructed. After 3 rings, the call rolled to voicemail.
No answer.
He pocketed the phone, fingers trembling. Another patrol car rounded the corner and drew up behind them. After a brief exchange with the other officer, Scanlon pulled out his pistol.
Stay here and watch the alley.
Then he took off at a trot toward the corner of the street, avoiding the narrow space between the buildings. David started to follow, but Scanlon waved him back over his shoulder.
Wait here.
Wait? When the woman he loved could be in danger? Not happening. He started forward again, but the other officer grabbed his arm.
If something bad is going down here, you could get in the way.
He pulled out his weapon, too.
I hope this is a false alarm, but it would be safer for everyone if you stayed out of the line of fire just in case. We're trained to handle volatile situations.
David hesitated. Could he cause more harm than good by trying to help? Maybe. Yet how could he stand by and do nothing when Carolyn could be... A woman's scream suddenly pierced the air from behind the building, followed by a gunshot. David's pulse went off the scale. Without waiting for the officer to react, he turned and sprinted toward the alley.
Hey, not that way!
Ignoring the man's warning, he plunged down the dark, narrow passage. A few seconds later, feet pounded behind him. As he emerged from the shadowed passageway, he took in the scene in one fast sweep. Carolyn was on her knees beside Jared, who was flat on the ground, and she was holding his hand. Scanlon's gun was trained on two teens a short distance away. A knife lay on the ground beside them, and blood stained the chest of the punk who was sprawled on the pavement. The blood that David homed in on, however, was on Carolyn and Jared. Despite the deepening twilight, it was apparent that the lower part of Carolyn's left arm was almost solid red. But the dark splotches on her silk blouse were even more frightening. Jared's face was bloody, and there was a bright red stain on one side of his beige sport shirt. The officer who'd followed him down the alley pushed past, gun drawn, as he radioed for more backup and an ambulance.
"Cuff them,"
Scanlon barked out the order. As the other officer complied, David's lungs kicked into gear again. Blood pounding in his ears, he sprinted toward Carolyn and Jared, dropping to one knee beside them.
"Carolyn?"
He touched her shoulder, fighting back the urge to pull her into his arms. After a moment, she turned to him, eyes glassy with shock, cheek puffy and scraped raw, a discolored lump on her temple. His stomach flipped as the extent of her injuries registered. "Jared's hurt," her words came out choked and shaky.
"So are you."
She shook her head. "I'll be okay. But they punched Jared and kicked him in the ribs, and then they stabbed him in the side." Her voice broke, and tears brimmed on her lower lashes as she transferred her attention back to the intern. "He needs help." The wail of a siren in the distance pierced the night.
"An ambulance is on the way."
He double-checked with Scanlon, who nodded. Then he moved to Jared's other side. The boy looked up at him, his eyes glazed with pain, and when David took his hand, it was cold and clammy. Shock was setting in. Help couldn't get here fast enough.
"Hang in there, Jared. An ambulance will be here in a couple of minutes, okay?"
"Yeah." The boy's soft response was almost inaudible. David held onto his hand until Scanlon dropped down and nudged him aside.
"Let me take a look."
As the officer gave Jared a once-over, David moved back to Carolyn's side. Tears continued to trickle down her pale cheeks as she watched over the boy, her face a mask of worry. Though she seemed oblivious to her own injuries, her battered face and the blood oozing from the gash on her arm cried out for attention, as did the limp hand that lay in her lap. She needed medical attention too, fast. When the ambulance crew arrived after what felt like an interminable wait, the paramedics went into action, zeroing in on Jared as Carolyn recounted the attack and pointed out his injuries. David moved aside as she spoke, but the instant she finished, he leaned down and spoke quietly to one of the paramedics.
"She needs attention too, right away."
"I can see that." The man stood and circled around to her.
"Ma'am, let's move over to the side. I want to assess your injuries."
She waved him away. "Later. I want to stay with Jared."
"He's in excellent hands, Carolyn."
David reached down and took her elbow, urging her up.
"It's your turn."
He drew her to her feet. She opened her mouth as if she was going to protest, but all at once her legs buckled and she sagged against him. Enough. He reached down and tucked his arm beneath her knees, lifting her in one smooth motion.
"Where do you want her?"
He directed the question to the paramedic.
"The gurney, over there."
He pointed toward the ambulance. As David strode toward it, Carolyn wiggled in his arms. "Put me down. You're going to get blood on your suit."
"Suits can be cleaned."
He kept walking.
"Right here, sir."
As more squad cars arrived and cops swarmed around them, he eased her onto the gurney. But he stayed close while the man checked her out and asked a series of questions. Then Officer Scanlon came by with his own set of questions. As Carolyn answered them, recounting the terrifying and violent events of the evening, she began to shake. Frowning, David reached for her hand and addressed Scanlon.
"Can this wait until later? She's not up to the 3rd degree right now."
"I'll second that," the paramedic chimed in.
"No problem. I have all I need for now."
Scanlon pivoted and disappeared into the crowd. "How's Jared?" Carolyn winced and squeezed his fingers as the EMT cleaned the gash on her arm.
I don't know.
Can you find out?
I'd rather stay with you.
Please, I promise I won't leave without you. Somehow she managed a shaky smile. She could kid with him after everything she'd been through? Wow. Pressure built in his throat and he gently extricated his hand.
I'll hold you to that. Give me 5 minutes.
Weaving his way through the host of emergency personnel, he made his way back to the paramedics clustered around Jared.
Can you tell me anything about his condition?
One of the EMTs spoke without turning as he continued to work on Jared.
Are you family? No. Sorry, I can't discuss his condition if you're not. You can talk to him.
Jared homed in on him over the heads of the emergency team.
He's like family.
Once again, David's throat clogged. The paramedic continued to work.
There's a stab wound that appears to be superficial. His nose is bruised, possibly broken. Can't tell without x-rays. There may also be broken ribs. Again, to be determined with x-rays. His vitals are stable. Thanks.
By the time he returned to Carolyn, the paramedics were getting ready to transport her.
What's the prognosis?
He aimed his question at one of them.
Are you family?
He gritted his teeth, silently lambasting HIPAA laws.
Not yet.
Then I can't talk to you. Yes, you can. Carolyn reached for his hand and linked her fingers with his, the warmth in her eyes chasing some of the tension from his shoulders.
Okay.
The man continued to work as he spoke.
As you can see, her face is bruised. The hospital will want to do x-rays in case there are broken bones. They'll also check for a concussion and head injuries. The gash on her arm will require stitches. Looks like she has a sprained wrist, too. X-rays will confirm that. We're going to load her up now. Do you want to follow? Yes.
When he tried to tug his hand free, she tightened her grip. How's Jared?
Holding his own.
He gave her a quick recap.
And his vitals are strong.
The tightness in her features eased. Good. The paramedics moved into position and David leaned close.
I'll meet you at the hospital.
Again, he tried to ease his hand from her clasp. Again, she held tight. I was so afraid that you'd walk into the middle of this and end up like Michael. I didn't want to lose you, too. Her voice choked.
Sir, we need to get moving.
He leaned close to her ear, speaking in a voice only she could hear.
You aren't going to lose me, Carolyn. That's a promise.
The paramedics wheeled her away before she could respond. But he'd talk to her more about that promise later. And if she was willing, he intended to honor it for the rest of his life. She was a mess. Carolyn ran the brush through her hair one more time as she examined her reflection in the bathroom mirror. Sighed. It was hopeless. No matter what she did, it would be impossible to disguise the damage from last night's trauma. David was going to see it all under the harsh light of day when he arrived. She set the brush down on the vanity, grimacing as she took an inventory. Dark circles under her eyes, a lump on her temple covered by a huge bruise, another bruise on her cheek, deep purple against her colorless skin, a large bandage on her arm that hid the 22 stitches it had taken to close the knife wound, an elastic bandage wound tight around her sprained wrist, plus assorted scrapes and contusions on less visible parts of her anatomy. But there was good news, too. No concussion or broken facial bones. The sprain was mild, and the gash should heal without complications. Jared had a positive prognosis, too. His ribs had been bruised again, but neither they nor his nose was broken. And while the puncture in his side had required more intervention than her gash, it was a flesh wound and should heal with no complications. Considering how badly last night could have ended, she and Jared had both been blessed beyond measure. A shiver rippled through her, and she wrapped her arms around her middle as potential nightmare outcomes replayed through her mind. Just as they had all night, robbing her of the sleep she desperately needed. But today was a new day, and David was on his way. Instead of thinking about all that could have gone wrong, she should be grateful for all that had gone right, including the gentle, tender kiss he'd given her in the wee hours of the morning when he'd driven her home from the ER. A kiss filled with restrained passion that spoke of promises and the tomorrows to come, and was at least partially responsible for the restless slumber that had followed as night gave way to dawn. The doorbell rang and her pulse stumbled. He was here. With one last glance at her less than appealing face, she exited the bathroom, hurried down the hall, and opened the front door. Over the top of a huge bouquet of red roses, he gave her a swift but thorough perusal.
"How are you?"
"Better than last night. Come on in." After scrutinizing her for a moment, as if to assess the truth of her reply, he shifted the roses aside, leaned close, and brushed his lips over hers. Her eyes drifted closed as she leaned into the kiss. Bliss. A growl sounded deep in his throat as he backed off.
"Careful, my self-control is already frayed." It wouldn't take much encouragement for it to snap. That look on your face could do the job in a heartbeat.
As a sizzle crackled between them, her breathing went haywire. The man on her doorstep was done dancing around his feelings for her. It was time she did the same. Maybe I wouldn't object if it did. The banked fire in his eyes erupted into a flame.
"Why don't we continue this discussion inside?"
In silence, she pulled the door wide and moved aside. He didn't hesitate to cross the threshold. Once she shut the door, he handed her the roses.
"A small token of my esteem."
"They're beautiful." She buried her nose in the velvety petals, inhaling the sweet fragrance. "Let me put them in water, and I'll join you in the living room. Give me a minute?"
"My time is yours, always."
He stroked a finger down her uninjured cheek, never breaking eye contact. "Whew. I'll, be right back."
"I'll be waiting."
When she rejoined him a couple of minutes later, he turned to her and motioned toward the couch.
"Let's sit."
When she eased down, he sat beside her, close enough for the smudges beneath his lashes, the fan of lines at the corners of his eyes, and the grooves beside his mouth to register, and offer mute testimony to the toll yesterday's events had also taken on him. "You look tired." She lifted a hand, tentatively touched his cheek. His breath hitched, and he covered her fingers with his.
"It was hard to sleep last night. I kept thinking about how easily this situation could have turned into tragedy."
"Same here. Have you checked on Jared yet today?"
"Yes. I spoke with his grandmother early this morning. He should be released from the hospital later today or tomorrow and make a full recovery. I also talked to the police. The two punks who attacked you were happy to spill everything to save themselves. They gave the police enough information to link the gang leaders to a couple of recent crime sprees and keep them off the streets for the foreseeable future. Without them around to call the shots, the police think the gang will be history."
Let's hope that happens."
"I agree. But I'd rather think about more pleasant subjects today."
"Like rescheduling the dinner we missed last night?" She smiled up at him.
"Pick a date and I'll pencil you in."
"Write it in ink."
"Done. In the meantime, we have some things to talk about. But let's lead in with this."
Angling toward her, he reached up and brushed her hair back from her face, letting the strands glide through his fingers. Then he slowly leaned over and captured her lips. This was nothing like the kiss he'd given her last night. As Mark Twain had said in reference to choosing a word, the right one was the difference between lightning and a lightning bug. This kiss was lightning. When at last he broke contact, she felt as if she'd run a 100-meter dash. His breathing wasn't any too steady either. Wow. It was all she could manage.
I'll second that. And it was well worth waiting for.
You haven't waited that long. We only reconnected a few months ago. Faint creases appeared on his brow.
Can I be honest?
Of course.
In the interest of full disclosure, I've been waiting almost 3 years. I fell hard for you the first time we met.
She stared at him as she did the math. The Christmas Michael brought me home?
Yes. To use an old phrase, I've been carrying a torch for you ever since.
Wow, again. How could she not have sensed that? Except back then, she'd only had eyes for Michael. I had no idea.
I never wanted you to. That's why I stayed in the background during your visit. And after Michael died, I knew you thought I was at least partially at fault for his death. I thought I was too. So I tried to forget about you and move on. I told myself that what I felt for you was infatuation, that in time it would fade. But it never did. And once our paths started to cross again here in St. Louis, that original infatuation, or fascination, or obsession, or whatever it was, evolved into something much deeper.
Pressure built in her throat, and she reached for his hand, twined her fingers with his. My feelings for you grew too over these past few months. But since we're being candid, I have to tell you I felt guilty about that, and disloyal.
Join the club.
His lips contorted into a wry twist. Here's the thing, though. She looked down at their joined hands, choosing her words with care. I don't think Michael would want us to pass up a chance at Whoops. She clamped her lips shut. It might be too soon to hint at long-term commitment in this early stage of their romance. She picked a fleck of fuzz off her couch and modified her comment as she continued. To explore this thing between us. He was all about seizing the moment, living in the present, and never passing up opportunities. The truth is, a whole host of circumstances came together that day in the market to create a perfect storm. I don't believe he'd want us to spend the rest of our lives racked with guilt. I think he'd want us to move on and make the most of all our tomorrows. Don't you? When she lifted her chin, the tenderness in his eyes chased the breath from her lungs.
For the record, I'm not afraid of the L word. But I'm probably farther along that path than you are.
Maybe not. A slow smile lifted the corners of his mouth.
That sounds promising. I'm a patient man. But in all honesty, I wouldn't mind an accelerated timetable if you're willing to pick up the pace.
I am. I'm not usually a risk taker or a fast mover on the romance front, but I'm ready to take a chance on you, David Sloan, to let the past go and embrace the future, one that I hope includes you. She angled toward him and looped her arms around his neck. So why don't we get this show on the road? A chuckle rumbled deep in his chest.
This is a side of you I've never seen before.
I'm decisive about most things. She arched an eyebrow at him. Does that scare you?
Not in the least.
He urged her close with infinite care.
I know you have to be hurting, so let's not get too carried away. I don't want to hurt you.
I'm not worried about that. And that was the truth. Because as the man who was stealing her heart once again demonstrated the depth of his feelings with a kiss that sent her heart soaring, Carolyn knew that David would never hurt her. On the contrary, He would love her and cherish her and stand by her with constancy and devotion for all their tomorrows. Epilogue.
I thought you were supposed to cover stories, not star in them.
As Steve Dembski approached in the Chronicle conference room, the latest issue of the paper in hand, David angled toward Jared, who stood beside him. The teen aimed a self-conscious grin at the minister when Steve opened the paper to display the headlines splashed across the front page.
Uplink intern wins first place in National Journalism Contest. I'm kind of embarrassed by all the attention.
He dipped his head and shrugged, but the grin remained in place.
Hey, enjoy the moment. It's not every day that a St. Louisan wins such a prestigious award. You deserve all the accolades you're getting. I'd say you'll have much to be thankful for when you sit down for Thanksgiving dinner next week. I know, Nan and Aunt Dara are planning a feast.
He looked toward the two women who were helping themselves to pizza and cookies from the long table in the conference room.
David told me you and your grandmother have moved in permanently with your great-aunt.
Steve lifted a hand in greeting as one of the Uplink board members passed by.
How's that working out? Great.
The teen's face lit up.
The new school is cool, too. They have an awesome photo studio.
He surveyed the festive room.
I still can't believe Miss James went to all this effort for me after the trouble I caused. I mean, the whole staff showed up for the party, and Mr. Elliott and my art and English teachers from my old school. Even the Uplink board. Carolyn is proud of you, Jared.
David placed a hand on his shoulder.
We all are. An accomplishment should be celebrated. I couldn't have done it without the help of all the people who believed in me, even when I didn't believe in myself.
His throat worked, and he motioned toward his grandmother.
I should go see if Nan needs anything.
Steve watched him walk away.
I'd call that one outstanding success story. It's hard to believe he's the same young man we interviewed, isn't it? I'll say. But you had him pegged from the beginning. All he needed was a chance.
And lots of TLC. Ella bustled over and handed David a paper cup. You forgot your punch.
Thanks.
He took it from her, then scanned the room for Carolyn. Spotted her across the room chatting with Bill Baker. 3 months after the attack, the bruises on her face had disappeared. The splint was off her wrist, and a long-sleeved blouse hid the scar on her arm that would take a lot longer to fade. But she was whole and safe, and his. His mouth curved up as he traced her beautiful profile.
Carolyn could take most of the credit for the TLC. She worked with him every day. I just provided moral support.
Considering that rock on her finger, I think you provided a little more than that. Ella didn't try to hide her amusement. He turned back to her.
Only after the fact. I don't mix business and pleasure.
Honey, I'm not at all concerned about when you two got together. I'm just glad it happened. You were made for each other. Now I'm going to get me a piece of that pizza before this hungry horde devours every last scrap. As Ella hustled toward the table, Steve folded his arms.
I'll second what Ella said about you two. It's a perfect fit. Yeah, I know.
As if sensing his scrutiny, Carolyn glanced across the room, smiled, said a few more words to Bill before heading his direction. Steve took a step back.
That's my cue to exit. You know what they say about 3 being a crowd. You don't have to leave. There's a whole room full of people here.
Maybe, but she only has eyes for you. And the reverse is true as well.
Dinner still work for you next week? It's on my calendar. See you then.
With a wave to Carolyn, Steve sauntered away. I didn't mean to chase Steve off. She watched him leave, twin creases denting her forehead. David circled her waist with his arm and pulled her close beside him.
He left of his own accord. He said 3 would be a crowd.
Should I go after him? He tightened his hold.
Don't even think about it.
A teasing glint sparked in her eyes. And you claim to be his friend.
Good friends know when to stick close and when to get lost. Steve's a good friend. Nice party, by the way.
She surveyed the room, gave a satisfied nod. It is, isn't it? I think Jared was touched.
I know he was.
He deserves it. That win is quite a coup for him and for Uplink.
I'm hoping it'll smooth the way in the future for us to recruit more kids like him, the ones who need us most.
It can't hurt. Carolyn nestled against him, her expression pensive as she watched the partygoers examine Jared's award-winning story and photos, enlarged and displayed for the occasion on the one solid wall in the glassed-in conference room.
What are you thinking?
He spoke close to her ear, inhaling the sweet scent that was all Carolyn. About paying debts, and giving someone a chance, and moving on.
I hear ya. I think Jared is just the kind of kid Michael would have taken under his wing. I'm glad we were able to do that on his behalf.
Me too. Carolyn's eyes began to shimmer, and she sniffed. Why do we always seem to be on the same wavelength?
Because we're soulmates? Meant to be together?
I like the sound of that. Once again, she snuggled close. And as he tucked her against his side and rested his cheek on her hair, he gave thanks. For the woman he loved, for work that fulfilled him, and for a brother who had taught him to see with fresh eyes and to risk everything for the things that mattered most.